Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku awakened villain system and fell for Toga? Part 1. This story is My Villain System by Dr.Cats. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. It was supposed to be a normal school day. That illusion shattered the moment he walked into the classroom. Midoriya Izuku had barely made it to second period when the laughter started. "Yo, Deku," Bakugo Katsuki growled, stomping toward him with that familiar look, arrogance dipped in venom. "Still scribbling in that shitty notebook like you'll ever be a hero." Izuku clutched the frayed edge of his worn-out hero analysis notebook tighter. His fingers trembled. I was just... Bakugo's palm flashed. Boom. A small explosion burst against Izuku's chest, throwing him off his feet and slamming him into a row of desks with a hollow clatter. The smell of burnt polyester and smoke filled the air as his uniform singed, a blackened hole burned near the collar. Gasps and muffled laughter rippled through the class. He curled inward, arms around his chest. Please, Kachan. Don't call me that, worthless extra." Bakugo snarled, stalking forward, his boots dragging like a predator sizing up prey. "What did I tell you about pretending you can be like us? Huh, you ain't got a quirk. You're a fucking bug. Buzz off, Deku," sneered Sora, one of Bakugo's flunkies, as he walked up and kicked Izuku square in the ribs. Something cracked. Izuku gasped sharply, a wheeze clawing its way out of his throat. Takeshi, the other lackey, chuckled. "You hear that? Crack like a glowstick. Bet we can break him open." He didn't even have time to plead before Bakugo grabbed a handful of his curly green hair and yanked him to his feet. Izuku screamed, quiet, weak, swallowed by the sneers around him, as fingernails tore into his scalp. Bakugo's fist found his gut next. Thud. The air exploded out of Izuku's lungs as his body folded around the punch. He dropped to his knees, coughing violently, eyes watering. "Stand up," Bakugo barked. "Come on, fucking stand up. You wanna be a hero? Then take it like one." Another boom, this one to the side of his face, knocking him down hard. His cheek smacked the linoleum floor. Blood smeared from his nose. One eye swelled shut almost instantly. The sting was white hot. His ears rang. The world tilted. His notebook fluttered from his trembling hand. Bakugo stomped on it. "You keep this garbage like it means something," he said, slowly grinding his heel on the pages, letting Izuku watch each dream get crumpled, charred. "You ain't got a quirk. You ain't got a chance. You're a joke. A pathetic, ugly little joke." Izuku's lips moved, but no sound came out. "What's that, Deku?" Bakugo knelt, pressing his sparking hand against the back of Izuku's neck. "You wanna fly, huh? Wanna be up in the sky like All Might?" A malicious grin split his face. "Then why don't you try it, you useless spawn? The school roof's right there. Do us all a favor and take a dive. Maybe when you hit the ground, you'll finally wake up and realize your life's not worth shit." "No, don't," Izuku croaked. "I mean it." Bakugo stood, stepping over his limp body. "You wanna get a quirk so bad. Maybe God'll pity you when you're splattered like roadkill. Go pray for one on the way down." The bell rang. No one moved. No one helped. Laughter echoed behind him as they left, Bakugo and his goons howling with joy like it was a comedy routine. Izuku didn't even hear what they said after. He was too busy trying to breathe. His ribs felt broken. Blood filled his mouth. One eye refused to open. The sharp ache in his shoulder told him it might be dislocated from the first impact. And his notebook, the one thing that mattered, was a pile of torn, blackened dreams near the teacher's desk. He curled up on the cold tile floor, fists clenched. The pain didn't scare him. What scared him was how normal it felt. Izuku limped his way out of Aldera High, hunched, shoulders slouched, his steps uneven. Each breath sent a spear of pain through his ribs. His eye throbbed. Dried blood crusted his upper lip. No one offered to help. No one even looked at him as he staggered down the sidewalk like a ghost. His ruined notebook was clutched to his chest, burned, crumpled, but still sacred. Still his. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the alleyways near the train station. His mind drifted. "Kachan, you really meant that? Jump off the roof." Just for being born without a quirk. He bit his lip. The metallic tang of blood filled his mouth again. He didn't stop walking. Not until a sewer grate exploded beside him. Crack, splash. A monstrous mass of green sludge surged from the opening, twisting like a serpent, eyes glowing with manic hunger. What the? Before Izuku could move, it slammed into him, knocking the air from his lungs. It wrapped around his arms, his chest, his legs. He couldn't breathe, it was suffocating him. You'll do nicely. The sludge gurgled, grinning with too many teeth. Need a body to hide in. You're perfect, nothing to ruin. Izuku thrashed violently, but the goo only tightened. It forced itself into his nose, into his mouth. His lungs screamed, his vision blurred. This is it. This is how I die. Not from Bakugo, not from the fall, just like this. Then, I am here. The street lit up with golden light. In a flash, the sludge was gone. Izuku collapsed to the ground, wheezing, coughing up foul green gunk, eyes wild with panic. A shadow loomed over him. A tall, powerful figure with a brilliant grin. All Might, Izuku gasped, voice hoarse. The number one hero stood proudly in the fading sunlight, hair waving in the wind like a flag of hope. Fear not, citizen. Everything is under control now. He held a sealed soda bottle in his hand. The sludge villain was crammed inside, bubbling in rage. Izuku blinked, still shaking, then scrambled upright despite the pain, reaching for his notebook with trembling fingers. Wait, could you sign this? Please. All Might laughed, cheerfully. But of course. A fan, Young man, you've got heart. He scribbled his signature on the burned cover, right across the charred black where Bakugo's foot had stomped out a dream. Izuku bowed, tears gathering in his eyes. But he wasn't done. Wait, please, he shouted, holding up his hand as All Might prepared to leap. Just one question. All Might blinked. If someone doesn't have a quirk, do you think, could they still be a hero? The smile vanished from All Might's face. For a moment, he looked old, quiet, then he shook his head. I'm sorry, kid, no. And with that, boom, he leapt into the sky and vanished like smoke in the wind. Izuku stood frozen. The world dimmed. The air felt heavier than sludge. He walked home in silence. Apartment. The apartment door creaked as he stepped inside. Izuku. His mother called from the kitchen. You're home late. Oh my god, your face. He forced a smile. I ran into a villain. What? She gasped, rushing to him. Your eye, your ribs, oh my baby, are you okay? She pulled him into a hug, her small hands fluttering against his bruised back, her voice trembling. It's okay, Mom, he mumbled. I'm okay. He didn't get me. Tears welled up in her eyes. Was it bad? Did someone help you? Izuku pulled away slowly, trying not to wince. All Might saved me. Her breath caught. All Might. He nodded and, despite everything, managed a smile. He opened his burnt notebook and showed her the signature on the cover. He signed it too. She covered her mouth, half crying, half smiling. Oh, Izuku, I'm so glad you're okay. Dinner was already on the table, his favorite, katsudon. She must have made it hoping to cheer him up. He sat down, offered thanks, and dug in. Each bite tasted like ashes. Are you sure you're okay? She asked again, watching him with concern. I'm fine, he said too quickly. I really am, just tired. When the meal ended, he took the burned notebook to his room. His mother kissed his forehead, still worried, but said nothing more. He shut the door behind him. The silence screamed louder than Bakugo's insults. He knelt beside his bed, clutching the notebook in both hands. The signature was already smudged. The pages were blackened, some barely legible. Years of notes, years of dreams, burned. All Might said no. His voice cracked. No quirk, no hero. The notebook slipped from his hands. He collapsed to his knees, head hanging low, shoulders trembling. His breath hitched. Once, twice. And then the dam broke. He sobbed. Quiet, broken sobs that racked his bruised ribs and made his teeth clench in pain. The world didn't want him. Not his classmates. Not the heroes. Not even his idol. Tears hit the floor. I just wanted to help people. But no one was going to help him. 1 week later, The classroom was louder than usual. Laughter, footsteps, chairs scraping tile. And all of it stopped when Izuku stepped in. Heads turned. Murmurs slithered across the room like snakes. Whispers not meant to be quiet. Damn, someone chuckled. Did you get hit by a bus? What the hell happened to your face, Deku? Another said, pointing with a pen. Your eye looks like a balloon. Oh, maybe he got into another fight, with gravity. One boy sneered, prompting a round of snickers. Izuku stood in the doorway, stiff, shoulders trembling slightly beneath his tattered uniform. A dark bruise marred half his face, purpling the skin around his left eye. His lip was cracked, bandages curled from his wrist and neck like defeated flags. He didn't answer. He just walked to his seat, head low. As he passed Bakugo, a leg shot out. He tripped, collapsing hard against the tile. His chin struck the floor. Pain spiked through his jaw. A few scattered pages from his ruined notebook fluttered from his bag. Whoops, Bakugo said with mock innocence. Did the floor attack you too, Deku? Everyone laughed. Even the teacher, who had just entered the room, said nothing. Izuku sat through class in silence. Every movement was agony. The laughter behind him never stopped. He traced his fingers along the spine of his notebook, feeling the cracked cover, the fresh signature across the burnt page. All Might's signature. It was the only thing left that hadn't been taken from him. But the day was long. The sun moved slowly, dragging his hope with it. And when the final bell rang, he didn't even make it to the exit before the voices came again. Hey Deku, wait up. Where you going? We haven't congratulated you on surviving yesterday. They grabbed his bag, yanked his shoulder. Sora shoved him toward the stairwell, and Takeshi followed, hands on his back like a sheepdog herding prey. Izuku said nothing, just let them push. They marched him to the roof. Always the roof. The sky was wide and blue. Clouds moved lazily across it. The fence shimmered in the sun like a cage of light. Bakugo stood near the center, arms folded, a bored expression on his face. TCH. Took your time, Deku. I have to get home. Bakugo's fist struck his stomach, folding him over with a pained gasp. Nah, I think you got time. Takeshi and Sora laughed. Izuku stumbled backward, holding his stomach, coughing violently. You know what's funny? Sora asked, reaching into Izuku's bag. You really brought this thing again. He held up the burnt hero analysis notebook, the cover barely clinging to the spine. No. Don't. He reached for it too slowly. Takeshi held him back. Oh wow. Takeshi snorted, flipping through. He even circled the signature. All Might saved me. What are you? 5. Look at this crap, Bakugo said, snatching the book. Still dreaming about being a hero. Izuku lunged. Give it back. Bakugo didn't even move. He just slapped Izuku across the face with it, hard enough to draw a cry. Then, slowly, deliberately, he tore the notebook in half. Page by page, rip, rip, rip. No. He dropped to his knees, trying to gather the torn pages. They scattered in the wind like feathers. Some floated beyond the safety fence. Gone forever. This is what happens, Bakugo said, stepping on the last page. When you act like someone you're not. Izuku sat there, still, shaking, fists clenched so tight his nails cut into his palms. The others laughed again, louder this time, cruel, carefree. They left him there, alone. The wind grew stronger. He stayed kneeling. He wanted to scream, to shout, to burn this whole place down. But no voice came, so he stood, and slowly, numbly, he walked to the fence. He grabbed it, then climbed, one leg, then the other. His fingers curled over the metal bars. He perched at the top, high above the edge of the roof. Below, the school courtyard bustled with students heading home. They looked so small from up here. Like ants. Among them, he spotted them, his tormentors. He looked down, and for the first time in hours, he was silent inside. If I just let go, he thought, I won't have to hurt anymore. They won't laugh. They'll shut up. He didn't want to die. But he didn't want to live like this anymore. A sob cracked his lips. His whole body trembled. I'm sorry, Mom. Then he let go. He fell. The wind screamed past his ears. The sky twisted. Time slowed. And just before everything went black, he saw their faces. Bakugo, Sora, Takeshi, staring up in shock. Not horror, not guilt, just disbelief. And then, darkness. The hospital same day. Pain. That was the first thing he registered when consciousness returned. A dull, raw ache that pulsed from the base of his skull to the tips of his toes, as if his entire body had been reconstructed wrong. His ribs felt like shattered glass. Breathing was a chore. His legs felt foreign. His hands wouldn't move. Only his eyes responded, heavy-lidded and dry. Above him, sterile white light buzzed, humming like an insect trapped in his skull. Then, ding! A glowing blue rectangle flickered to life in his vision, translucent and cold, hovering over the hospital ceiling like a dream. System booting. Quirk activation requirements met. Initializing neural interface. Welcome, user. Before he could process what he was seeing, the window snapped shut, vanishing like a bubble just as his mother's voice cracked through the haze. Izuku, baby, oh my god, you're awake. The warmth in her voice stung worse than the broken ribs. Her face loomed over him, eyes red and puffy, cheeks soaked with tears. Her fingers clutched his hand, trembling, desperate, too tight. Why did you do that? Why, Izuku, what happened? Tell me, baby, please. He blinked, slow. His throat burned. It was nothing. She flinched as if slapped. Don't you dare say that. Don't you dare. Her voice cracked. You jumped off the roof. You almost died. You're covered in tubes and wires and bones sticking the wrong way, and you want me to believe it was nothing. Izuku didn't answer. His gaze met hers, but it didn't linger. He wasn't looking at her anymore. He was looking through her. Past her. Beyond her. Inko's voice softened, broke entirely. You're my baby boy, she whispered, cradling his limp hand against her cheek. You're all I have. I don't want anything to happen to you. I'll quit my job. I'll take you somewhere else. I'll homeschool you. I'll move. Just tell me what happened. Please. He inhaled. The breath rattled in his lungs like dry leaves. I'm not happy, he said. 3 words, but they turned her to stone. Izuku. He closed his eyes. I'm sorry. She leaned closer, brushing hair from his forehead, tears dripping onto his sheets. No, don't say that, please, it's okay, It's not your fault, he cut in, voice low. Flat. You gave birth to someone, broken. Someone you couldn't be proud of. Someone you couldn't believe in. I believe in you, she said sharply, clinging to him. I do. Don't you ever think I don't. Don't lie to me, he shouted, eyes snapping open, the veins in his neck straining as agony lit up his entire body from the sudden motion. Alarms beeped. The monitors screamed. His body locked down, ribs seizing, muscles twitching violently against the IV lines. Don't lie, she recoiled, hands hovering over his bandaged chest, unsure whether to hold or let go. I've seen your face, he muttered, quieter now. The way you look when I bring home that notebook. The way you say, hero, like it's a curse in the house. Like you're already mourning a dream you know'll never come true. Don't pretend anymore. I'm tired of pretending. She was crying again, hands over her mouth, shaking. I just need time, he said, staring past her again. Please, just give me some time to think. She nodded, her whole frame quivering with defeat, and she left the room quietly. Ding. 50 villain points acquired. Another blue box shimmered into view, this one broader. It displayed a clean interface, 4 vertical bars, each with numeric stats next to them. Physical, 10. Body, 10. Mind, 20. Charisma, 10. Current villain points, 50. Another message popped up, smoother, almost like a whisper in thought form. Villain points are earned through hostility, inciting negative emotion, causing psychological or physical harm. The greater the emotional damage or criminal impact, the higher the gain. Even self-defense can yield points, if it goes far enough. The world says you can't be a hero. But your quirk says you could be a villain. He blinked, heart now thudding for a different reason. What is this? Am I dreaming? Am I hallucinating from the drugs? The door clicked. A nurse entered, young, mid-20s, brunette hair tucked into a loose bun. She wore a soft smile and wheeled in a small tray of food. Good morning, Midoriya-kun. I'm Emmy, just here to check your vitals and bring you some lunch. As she placed the tray down, a faint glow flickered in the corner of his vision. New feature detected. Passive villain point accumulation. Auto-collect villain points. Yes, no. He stared at the hovering window in disbelief. Midoriya-kun, you okay? Should I call your mother? Still staring, still unsure if this was real, he thought the word, yes. The second he did, a sensation clicked in his mind, like a lever pulled. A slight, strange jolt. His hand moved without thinking, without planning. His palm lifted, fingers flexed, and then he flipped the nurse's skirt. She gasped, the tray clattering slightly. Her face flushed a deep red. Midoriya-kun. His eyes widened in genuine horror. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I have a nerve spasm. Reflex. It's the head trauma. I swear. The nurse pulled her skirt back down, cheeks crimson. She looked flustered but not angry. It's okay. You're probably just disoriented. Don't worry. Just try to rest, okay? She turned quickly and left. 10 villain points acquired. Izuku stared up at the ceiling, the glow of the system menu softly illuminating the sterile white around him, casting faint reflections off the metal rails of his hospital bed. The screen hovered silently, patient and unblinking, its blue light washing over his bruised face. Current villain points. 60. Would you like to open the store? He hesitated, then thought the word, yes. The system responded instantly. A new screen fanned out above him, dozens of icons and categories shimmering into view, items, skills, abilities, tools, even stat enhancements. Each section expanded with a twitch of his thoughts. It felt strange, natural, like moving a limb he never knew he had. He started with items. A list of consumables and tools populated the screen. Bandages, knives, cloaking hoods, burner phones, smoke bombs, weak-strength tear gas, low-tier gloves, boot enhancements. All priced between 10 to 200 points. One item glowed slightly brighter than the rest, highlighted in yellow, almost like a subtle nudge from the system itself. Auto-regen bandage. Cost. 10 VP. Heals minor damage over 10 minutes. Non-transferable. Single use. He stared at it, his lips twitching, the corner of his mouth trembling from the mix of pain and something alien, hope. His body still screamed at him, even as he lay still. Every shift, every pulse of blood through broken veins and split flesh was a reminder of how close he'd come to death. He needed the pain to stop, if only just a little. His index finger, heavy and shaking, rose from the sheet like a relic unearthed. He hovered it above the screen. Pressed. Item purchased. 10 VP deducted. A soft shimmer. Something warm materialized in the air, spinning, glowing faintly, and dropped gently onto the hospital sheets like a feather. A clean white bandage. He blinked. Then, almost on instinct, he lifted his right arm, the one in the least pain, though still covered in dark, swollen bruises and wrapped in gauze. His hand trembled as he peeled back the existing wrap, gritting his teeth when the dried blood tugged at his skin. Then he placed the glowing bandage over his wrist. It stuck immediately. A soothing heat pulsed beneath it. It wasn't burning. It wasn't stinging. It was comforting. It pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, warm, precise, like a second skin that understood him better than he understood himself. Slowly, the ache that had been humming in his bones dulled. The sharp stabs along his tendons melted. Even the bruising began to fade around the edges, the purple receding to a dull yellow. 10 minutes passed. The bandage vanished, burning away into light. Izuku blinked again. He rotated his wrist, flexed his fingers. No pain. His heart thudded, slow but heavy. That was real, he whispered aloud to the room. His voice was hoarse, barely more than a breath. That actually worked. He sat up. The movement was still painful, but less than before. His ribs still groaned, but the sharp edge of agony had dulled. He could move his arm again. The cast around his other arm cracked slightly as he shifted, probably still damaged from the fall. It must have broken his landing. He looked at the screen again. 50 points remained. If the bandage was real, then everything in that store could be real too. He opened the Abilities tab next. Only one slot was available, labeled as unassigned. Beneath it was a scrolling list of low-tier powers, each labeled weak category. Heat Manipulation 1000 VP. Water Manipulation 1000 VP. Telekinesis 1000 VP. Light regeneration 1000 VP. They weren't impressive, barely above quirks you'd find in background civilians. But they were real, and he could buy them. Earn them. Not through fate, not through genetics, but through villainy. He stared at the slot counter. Ability slots. 1. Next slot. 10,000 VP. He whispered the number under his breath like a curse. 10,000. It was steep, but not impossible. Not anymore. Not if this system was his. He flipped to the skills menu. Cooking 50 VP. Mending 50 VP. Medicine 50 VP. Accuracy 50 VP. Martial arts 50 VP. Unlike abilities, skills seemed more technical. Trained expertise, not supernatural gifts. Things any quirkless person could theoretically achieve, but now he could skip the years of effort, the pain, the humiliation. He had 2 skill slots. The third, 500 points. He bit his lip. The temptation to test one now was strong. But he needed to understand more. Finally, he moved to stats. There were 4, simple, clean. Physical 10, body 10, mind 20, charisma 10, increase any stat by 1 cost. 100 VP. It was an expensive route. 10 points for a single stat boost. He couldn't afford that yet. But he noted it all. He returned to the item store out of curiosity. Weapons. Dagger 50 VP. Combat knife 100 VP. Retractable baton 150 VP. Cheap gun 300 VP. Phone jammer 50 VP. Mask concealment grade. F 50 VP. Burner phone 30 VP. Each item had descriptions, even durability ratings. The store was more organized than any villain's black market. And it was all his. So this is my quirk, he muttered, laying back against the pillow. His body still ached, but he could feel it, something shifting under the skin. The promise of power. The promise that the world didn't get to decide anymore. He closed the window with a thought. The ceiling returned. The smell of antiseptic returned. The loneliness returned. But he was different now. His eyes drifted shut. I'll need rest. I need to understand it all. Slowly, thoughtfully. No more acting like a hero. No more chasing their dream. This time, I'm building mine. Next morning. The next morning, light poured softly through the narrow blinds of the hospital window. Dust drifted lazily in the golden shafts, and the sterile scent of antiseptic clung to the air like sweat. Izuku blinked, his crusted eyes open, eyelids dragging like iron weights. His entire body throbbed, not as fiercely as before, but every breath, every turn of his head reminded him of the fall. Reminded him of the moment everything should have ended. But didn't. A shadow loomed. Midoriya-san, the doctor said, clipboard in hand, his glasses catching the light. You're awake. Good. We've monitored you overnight. Head trauma's minimal. No brain bleeding. You've got 1 clean fracture in your right arm, a few minor contusions, several hairline fractures. But considering the height of the fall, it's almost miraculous. Izuku didn't answer immediately. His tongue felt thick, but his eyes moved, and so did his thoughts. His mother was already seated beside him. She looked hollow, her skin pale, eyes sunken. Her fingers twisted the hem of her blouse, knuckles white. She didn't look at him directly. The doctor continued, we're releasing you later today. You'll need to avoid strenuous movement for a few weeks, but other than that, you'll recover. Thank you, Inko said, barely above a whisper. A second figure stepped forward from the doorframe. A man in a brown coat, with narrow eyes and tired features, a detective. Badge at his hip, notepad in hand. Midoriya Izuku, he said slowly. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Izuku tilted his head weakly, then nodded. I guess not. The man glanced at his notes. Yesterday, you were found in the school courtyard. You'd jumped off the roof. You were unresponsive for 5 minutes. CPR was administered. Do you remember why you did it? Izuku stared straight ahead, his mouth opened. Words came, cold and rehearsed. I was just depressed, he said, his voice hollow. I wanted to be a hero. My whole life, that's all I ever dreamed of. But I don't have a quirk. Not one that counts. I couldn't make it, so I gave up. The detective raised an eyebrow. I see. But what about the bruising on your ribs? On your arms and face? Some of that's old. Days old. Not consistent with a single fall. You didn't just hit the pavement, those came from something else. Inko flinched, eyes wide. Izuku didn't blink. I was training, he said. Trying to get stronger. I asked a few classmates to spar with me. But I guess I wasn't strong enough to take the hits. You were sparring, the detective repeated, glancing over his notes again. With your classmates. Izuku nodded. They didn't mean to hurt me. I asked for it. Even now, even after what they did, his body betrayed him. He lied for them, covered for them, protected the people who broke him. Why am I still doing this? He wondered bitterly. The answer came silently. Notification. Because you want to make them suffer. A quiet chill ran down his spine. His lips twitched. Yes, he said aloud. I think that's all there is to say. I was depressed. I failed. But maybe I'll stop thinking that way. Maybe I'll become a cop. Like you. Or a doctor. Or something helpful. His voice was soft, measured, charming. Inko's hands clutched his arm again. Her face brightened, dimly, like sunlight pushing through heavy clouds. Oh, Izuku, she whispered. That makes me so happy. I was so scared. I didn't know what to say. But whatever dream you want to chase, I'll support it. I promise. I'm sorry I didn't support you before. I was just afraid. Izuku looked at her, but again, it wasn't at her. He was looking through her again, across time, across lies, across all the choking, suffocating years she let him rot in dreams that no one around him truly believed in. His eyes narrowed slightly. She would support any dream, except the one that truly mattered. A part of him wanted to lash out, to hurt her, to let the fury burn like acid in his throat and scream in her face for every moment she averted her gaze while he suffered. But he didn't. He smiled instead. It's fine, Mom. I'm sorry about what I said yesterday. Her eyes welled up. She leaned in and held him close again. His green eyes glimmered, sharp and dead. They went through discharge together in silence. The doctor gave instructions. Inko helped him with his bag. They hailed a cab, and no one mentioned what had happened. No one dared to say, attempted suicide, out loud. It became a ghost in the air, present but unacknowledged. Back home, Izuku stepped into his bedroom and closed the door behind him. It was quiet. He sat on the bed and summoned the screen. Villain points. 5030 burner phone purchased. The phone materialized in his hand, sleek, black, basic. No branding. When powered on, it loaded into a custom OS already connected to fake names, messaging apps, untraceable emails. It was like a black market hub disguised as a common smartphone. He navigated the menus. It had an auto-delete tracker. If surveillance pinged it, he'd get notified instantly. Then it was recommended to destroy the device, crush, burn, discard. It was disposable, useful, untraceable. He smiled. Auto-collect villain points. On. His fingers moved quickly. He registered dozens of dummy profiles, different names, different cities, different photos. He joined public forums, charity pages, mental health support groups, and local influencer comment sections. Then he began typing. No one actually cares if you live or die. These charities are just scams. Maybe if you stopped drinking and blaming the world, you wouldn't be an alcoholic failure. Cancer sob stories don't make you interesting. The rage was immediate. Replies poured in. Outrage, condemnation, swearing, lectures, threats, and every hateful response. 1 villain point acquired. 1 VP. 1 VP. He typed faster. Crafted more targeted attacks. He found emotionally raw posts and lanced them with poison. Abused vulnerability. Exploited grief. He leaned back in his chair, watching the screen tick upward. The points came slowly, not much, but it was steady, and he controlled the rhythm. He wasn't just punching shadows anymore. He was harvesting them. By evening, the glow on his screen lit up. Total villain points. 100. He smirked to himself. Good, he whispered. Now we're getting somewhere. The next morning, Izuku awoke before dawn. The house was still, cloaked in silence. Outside, the sky was gray, the sun not yet risen. The only sound came from the soft hum of his burner phone charging beside his pillow. The system screen flickered faintly above his vision, waiting. Watching. Current villain points. 100. He stretched his fingers slowly. His arm still ached where the fracture lingered beneath the cast, but the dull pulse of pain was manageable. His body felt weak, but his mind, it buzzed. Awake, alive. He opened the store again and stared at the interface. He could buy martial arts now. One skill, a technical foundation, practical, tactical, but he hesitated. Not yet. He could do more, farm more, think more. There was no reason to rush power when power was becoming effortless to reach. He logged back into the fake accounts. Every post, every comment from the night before had racked up dozens of furious replies. Angry parents, grieving siblings, recovering addicts, cancer patients. Their fury fed him like embers feeding a slow-burning fire. But he had exhausted them. The same names, the same reactions. The system was no longer rewarding repeats. Notice. Emotional saturation detected. Unique negative interactions are required to continue villain point accumulation. Izuku sat upright, adjusting his cracked phone screen and scrolling carefully. His green eyes gleamed, not with warmth, but calculation. He made more accounts, new faces, altered grammar patterns, switched slang, changed political alignments, became 100 different people with 100 different ways to be hated. He didn't just provoke, he learned. He posted bait on both sides of arguments. He trolled religious forums, blasted celebrities for charity stunts, criticized support groups for clout chasing. He mocked someone's dead dog. He accused a PTSD veteran of cosplaying trauma. He told a suicidal teen to do it if you're that serious. Each new comment struck like a quiet knife. 1 VP, 1 VP, 1 VP, 1 VP. The stream was slower now, but it was wider. Spread across multiple platforms, the system tracked responses. Tracked emotional damage. If they posted in pain. If they posted in rage. If they replied with tears or with threats. Villain points increased. He even tested the limits of anonymity, joined livestreams, voice chats. Whispered venom with fake voices. Told stories of abuse and then laughed at the sympathy. Played the victim. Then twisted the knife. By noon, he had hit 180 points. He stared at the number as if it were a mirror. This wasn't chance. It wasn't madness. It was mathematics. Pain was convertible. Anger was currency. He wasn't powerful yet, but he was resourceful. That was enough. At lunch, Inko made him rice porridge and miso soup. She placed it gently in front of him, offered a warm smile. "You're doing well today," she said, carefully. "You seem more focused." He nodded. "I'm thinking about the future." "That's good." She rubbed his shoulder. "I'm just glad to have you home. You really scared me." He looked up at her and forced a small smile. "I know. I'll make it up to you." He meant it, but not in the way she thought. The moment she left the room, he booted up the store again. Now he moved with certainty. Martial arts 50 points. Confirm purchase. Yes. His eyes widened as a low pulse rippled through his skull. Not pain. Data. Like a file being downloaded directly into muscle memory. He saw moves he'd never performed. Felt weight distribution shift in his mind. Kicks, punches, stances, drills, holds, counters. His fingers twitched in rhythm. He made a fist. That simple gesture now had precision behind it. The system confirmed. Skill installed. Martial Arts LV. 1. User now has basic training in close quarters combat. Styles included boxing, judo, karate amateur and street grapple variants. Skill slots remaining. 1. He closed the menu. Villain points dropped to 130. He stood. His body still ached, but there was alignment now. A sense of where his limbs should be. How to pivot. Where to shift weight. He mimicked a jab, careful not to strain his casted arm. His foot turned with it. His body followed. No more wasted movement. Even weak, he could fight now. And he was still climbing. The rest of the day passed in cycles. Eat, smile, fake, post, farm. He no longer responded emotionally to any comment he wrote. There was no thrill in being hated. Only harvest. The real rush came from watching the number tick. By nightfall, villain points. 300. He leaned back in his chair, burner phone dimming in his hand. His original phone, the one Inko gave him, sat untouched in his drawer. He wouldn't risk mixing signals. His new identity, Seikatsu, life, in kanji. was already notorious in 4 communities. And the hate was still fresh. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee as he opened the ability menu again. He couldn't afford them yet. But they were waiting. Telekinesis, light regeneration, fire, water, weak abilities. But they weren't fake. And neither was he. The night was thick with silence. The only illumination in Izuku's dim bedroom came from the soft blue glow of the system screen suspended in the air. It hummed softly, almost warmly, but it gave no comfort. It felt like a ghostlight, like something born from a grave. He stared at it. His eyes were tired, but not heavy. His body was worn, but his mind refused to sleep. Villain points. 300. Total points earned. 430. The number should have made him feel something. Pride, guilt, fear, something. But instead, he felt nothing. Not even hollow. Just still. And that unsettled him more than anything. He blinked, slowly, lips slightly parted as he leaned back against the headboard, legs curled under the blanket, heart thudding just loud enough to be annoying. Why don't I feel anything? He whispered aloud to himself. I've said some horrible things. I've posted lies. I've caused real people real pain. Some of them cried. Some of them begged me to stop. His fingers curled against the sheet. Why didn't I care? He stared down at his hands, turning them over in the dim light. They were trembling. Not with fear, not with regret, but with confusion. Distant, like his body was remembering something he'd forgotten. Is it the system? He asked aloud, lifting his eyes to the screen. Is it doing this to me? Making me number inside? No answer came, only a silent flicker. Or is it me? The words were softer this time. Is it just that I've been like this for so long I can't feel it anymore? Like the pain's always there, but it's so deep it feels normal now. He exhaled and shook his head slowly. I don't know what I am anymore. The idea of being a villain should have terrified him. Should have filled him with shame. After all, wasn't that everything he stood against? All Might, the heroes, his notebooks filled with praise and admiration for those who saved others, who stood for justice. That was the boy who used to live here. That was the dreamer. But dreams, he realized now, were fragile. Too fragile for a world like this. Do I want to be a villain? He asked himself quietly, eyes flicking toward the abilities tab again. Do I want to hurt people? The silence stretched. He thought about the names he insulted online. The strangers whose grief he'd mocked. The tears he'd triggered with keystrokes. It wasn't physical, but it cut them, pushed them closer to their own edge. His words had become weapons. Could he escalate from words to fists? From fists to knives? He didn't know, but he knew one thing with absolute clarity. I want to be stronger, he whispered. Not for power, not for fame, just for one reason. The screen pulsed, as if listening. I want revenge, he said, louder now. Firmer. His fingers gripped the edge of the blanket, jaw clenched. Revenge for every time they laughed. Every time they spat on my dream. Every time they told me to die. I want them to feel it. All of it. I don't care if I'm a villain or a hero. A new notification chimed. New objective registered. Revenge. Emotional alignment strengthened. Total villain points earned. 471,000. System upgrade unlocked upon reaching 1,000 total villain points. Progress is cumulative. Points may be spent freely. New abilities and systems will become available after upgrade. His breath caught. 1,000 points. He could get stronger, faster, if he pushed himself harder. If he truly leaned into this path. He opened the abilities tab again. Light regeneration hovered in front of him, listed clearly under weak category. Light regeneration. Cost. 1000 VP. Accelerated healing. Can recover from superficial and moderate injuries. Will not restore stamina. Cooldown required. He exhaled sharply through his nose. Healing. It would be invaluable. If he got into a fight. If someone attacked him. If he fought back. Even in self-defense. Even if it was ugly. Then he scrolled further down. A secondary option had appeared beneath the shop recommendation section. Medical skill 50 VP. All healing items and effects become 25% more effective. Stacks with upgrades. Includes basic medical knowledge triage, wound care, basic first aid. A second notification appeared as if the system were responding to his line of thought. Query: can abilities be upgraded later? Answer: yes. Abilities may be upgraded with VP or through regular use over time. Some upgrades will unlock new variants. Synergies with skills will further enhance effectiveness. He sat in silence. The strategy came together in his mind like puzzle pieces. Regeneration for emergencies. Medical skill to extend the effectiveness of his healing items. Bandages could become pseudo-potions. A life-saving combo if used right. But 1,000 points was steep. Too steep right now. He needed to grind. He closed the menu and lay back again, staring at the ceiling, that soft blue light still glowing faintly across the cracks in the plaster. Just keep farming, he whispered. Just keep climbing. They thought they could break me. His lips pulled into a slow, humorless smile. But the fall didn't kill me. The next morning, the morning light spilled lazily across the rooftops of Musudafu, drenching the neighborhood in a sleepy orange hue. Shadows stretched along the narrow streets as if trying to cling to the last fragments of night. A breeze moved through the alleys, tugging gently at green curtains through open windows and carrying the distant hum of a train departing somewhere far off. Izuku stood by the door, tying his shoes with one hand, the other still in a cast. The stiffness in his joints had lessened since the incident, but his body remained fragile, echoing pain beneath every movement like a memory that refused to fade. His mother hovered nearby, watching him with nervous eyes as she smoothed the front of his jacket. "You don't have to go out, sweetie," she said, smiling faintly, masking concern behind warmth. "You're still healing. You should rest a little more." Izuku shook his head and gave her a gentle, well-rehearsed smile. "I just need some fresh air, Mom. I'll be careful." She nodded slowly, clearly uncertain but unwilling to argue. "Okay. Just don't go too far." "I won't." He turned, opened the door, and stepped into the sun. The brightness bit at his eyes. He blinked, adjusting. The world seemed slower outside. The birds too loud, the wind too soft. Everything moved like it was underwater, distant and muffled, except the screen in his vision, ever present and glowing faintly behind his eyes like a second consciousness. He walked aimlessly at first. Past fences, past rusted bikes leaning on porches, past the familiar rows of apartment buildings he had long since stopped seeing. His feet moved with no thought. His mind, however, was racing, spinning through possibilities, scenarios, questions. He needed more villain points. The online flame wars were efficient, but slow. What would happen if he took it further? As if summoned by his thoughts, a small playground emerged around the corner. Rusted swings creaked lazily in the breeze. An old slide glinted beneath a thin layer of morning dew. And near the sandbox, two children knelt, no older than 6 or 7, building a lopsided sandcastle with their bare hands and unfiltered giggles. Izuku stopped, blinking. For a moment, something stirred, nostalgia, maybe. He remembered sitting in a sandbox like that. Alone, mostly, dreaming of being All Might. Drawing cape designs in the dirt. He smiled faintly. Then his smile vanished. His legs moved. He wasn't sure when or why. Only that he was standing directly in front of them, casting a long shadow across their work. One child looked up at him, big brown eyes full of confusion. "Mister." And then, he kicked. Hard. The sandcastle exploded. The mound collapsed violently into both children, burying them partially in dust and grit. The girl squealed. The boy coughed and flinched backward. Then Izuku opened his mouth. His voice was loud, louder than he meant, too loud. "Your mother doesn't love you," he screamed. "You're worthless. Get the hell out of here." The words struck like a whip. The children froze, eyes wide, faces pale. A second passed. Then the girl began to cry. Loud, panicked, wet sobs that echoed through the empty playground. The boy stood, shaking, his arms caked in sand, his bottom lip trembling as he grabbed her hand. They turned and ran, screaming, stumbling over their own feet in terror. Izuku stood there, breath caught in his throat. Frozen. His heart pounded, not with thrill or triumph, but with static disbelief. Something cold gripped the base of his spine. What did I just do? And then, without thinking, he ran. He turned on his heel, sneakers skidding in the sand, and bolted down the sidewalk, ignoring the stitch forming in his side. He didn't look back, couldn't. His ears were ringing. His breath hitched. His lungs burned. What the hell is wrong with me? He didn't stop until he reached an alley. Dark, narrow, blocked from view by trash bins and a crooked metal fence. He bent forward, hands on his knees, chest heaving, breath ragged. That's when he saw her. A girl, his age, maybe a year older, uniformed, phone in hand, walking briskly through the opposite end of the alley, earbuds in. His hand moved before he could think. He reached out, grabbed the hem of her skirt, and flipped it. The fabric flew upward, flashing pale thighs and pink-striped underwear. The girl gasped in horror, spinning around with wide, mortified eyes. Pervert. Izuku's face flushed scarlet. I'm sorry. My bad. Reflex. Head injury. Bad nerves. I didn't mean. He was already running again before she could finish yelling. She shouted behind him, but he didn't hear her words. His blood roared in his ears. He ran until he couldn't. Then, finally, breathless and drenched in sweat, he collapsed against the side of a vending machine. The metal was cool against his back. His head hung low, eyes wide, face still flushed with shame. His heart was pounding harder now, not from exertion, but from realization. Ding. Notification. Do you still wish to keep auto-collect villain points active? Yes, no. He stared at the words for a long moment, chest heaving. His hand rose, trembled. He thought of the children. The girls' underwear. The crying. The shame. The disgust in their eyes. The burning guilt in his own chest. Then he clicked no. Auto-collect deactivated. Silence returned. He leaned against the machine and let himself sink into the moment. Villain points earned. 150. He saw the number, and despite the hollow feeling in his gut, he smiled. Just slightly. I need to be smarter, he whispered. More careful. That wasn't clean. He stood slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow, glancing down both ends of the alley. No one followed. No one seemed to notice. His steps were lighter now. Measured. He moved in the opposite direction, blending with the morning crowd, shrinking behind his hoodie. But something within him was shifting. Less fear, more control, more understanding of what he could do, and what he would do next. He watched the translucent system window flicker above his palm. The numbers were bold, blinding. Villain points earned. 670. Available villain points. 580. He was so close. Less than 400 points away from the first true system upgrade, the threshold between everything he'd been and everything he could become. But the memory of the playground, of his own reckless, desperate acts, still clung to him like sweat. Drawing too much attention now, especially with his battered body and fractured arm, was a risk he couldn't afford. He needed something smaller, something easy, maybe a little shoplifting. The thought unsettled him, but it also made him curious. What would the system grant for a simple theft? Snatching a candy bar, lifting a wallet, but even that felt risky. His luck had never been good in crowds. If a cashier shouted, if a stranger stepped in, he wouldn't be able to outrun anyone, not yet. He walked on, lost in thought, the system quietly tracking every nervous heartbeat. Then a voice rang out behind him, sharp, taunting, unmistakable. Oi, Deku. Izuku's blood ran cold. He stiffened, turning his head just enough to glimpse Takeshi and Sora rounding the corner, swaggering side by side like jackals in worn sneakers and half-buttoned school shirts. Their shadows fell long and menacing over the sidewalk, their faces twisted into ugly smirks. Didn't think you'd show your face so soon, freak, Sora sneered, eyes glinting with malice. You got a death wish or something. That was a hell of a jump. Bet it hurt, huh? Izuku felt his pulse pick up. His knuckles widened as he balled his good hand into a trembling fist, but he kept walking, head down. Takeshi caught up first, grabbing him by the shoulder and spinning him around. Izuku staggered, his back hitting cold brick, the alley swallowing him in shadow. Sora blocked the exit. Hey, where you going? Takeshi jeered, shoving him hard into the wall. You been running your mouth. You tell anyone about what happened at school, huh? I haven't told anyone, Izuku muttered, refusing to look them in the eye. You better not have, Sora said, voice dangerously low. 'Cause it was just a joke, right? You know that, yeah. Takeshi leaned in, breath hot and sour. Yeah, man, just a joke. You took it too seriously. You always do. That's why nobody likes you. Izuku's jaw clenched. The anger that had been simmering for days began to churn, deep and heavy, twisting behind his ribs like a coil of barbed wire. Sora grinned, noticing the spark in his eyes. He's pissed. Look at him. You mad, Deku? You gonna cry again? Maybe jump off another roof for us, huh? Takeshi let out a cruel bark of laughter and slapped Izuku hard across the face. The sting snapped his head to the side, his ears ringing. Pain shot through his jaw and cheekbone, but he bit down, swallowing a cry. Answer us, you little freak. Takeshi barked, seizing a handful of Izuku's hair and wrenching his head back, slamming it into the wall. The world spun. Lights danced in his vision. His knees buckled. He dropped to the ground. Sora stepped forward and pressed his shoe down on Izuku's back, pinning him to the dirty alley floor. You know, you look good down there, Deku. Right where you belong. Izuku grit his teeth, nails digging into his palms, fighting the urge to scream. The anger was there, bright, sharp, alive. It was more than humiliation. It was fury, rage, survival. They wanted him broken. They wanted him crushed. Not today. Not anymore. The system window flickered. Shop. Dagger 30 VP. Purchase. The choice was instant. Yes. The world stilled for a fraction of a second. A cool weight materialized in his palm. A small, wicked blade, black handle, sharp edge, compact enough to hide but deadly enough to change everything. Takeshi's foot lifted just as Sora reached down to pull him up again by the collar. Izuku's eyes snapped wide, wild and glassy, the dagger pressed to his palm so tight his knuckles blanched. The pain, the humiliation, the rage, all of it erupted in a single, primal scream. He lunged. Steel flashed. The dagger plunged into Takeshi's abdomen with a sickening, wet sound, punching through cheap fabric and soft flesh. Takeshi's eyes went wide, his face pale, mouth forming a perfect O of shock. Blood blossomed, dark and hot, staining his shirt. Izuku twisted the blade, his teeth bared. Takeshi shrieked and shoved him away, stumbling back, hands flying to his stomach. Sora's eyes widened in horror. Holy shit, you psycho, what the fuck? Izuku staggered to his feet, chest heaving, blade glinting in his hand, red smeared across his trembling fingers. His gaze was wild, alive, almost manic. You listen to me, Izuku hissed, voice shaking with fury and fear. If I ever catch you or any of your buddies harassing me, or anyone else, I'll kill you. I swear to God, I'll kill you all. His words echoed, sharp and ugly, vibrating with a kind of truth he'd never known before. You think I'm weak. You think I'm helpless. You think you can do whatever you want to me. He advanced, blade still raised, forcing both boys to retreat a step. I'll do whatever it takes to survive. If I have to kill, then so be it. You push me, you bleed. Understand? Sora scrambled backward, dragging Takeshi with him. Takeshi whimpered, clutching his bleeding stomach, eyes rolling in terror. You're fucking insane, Deku. You're a psycho. Stay the hell away from us. Izuku just laughed, a short, bitter sound. That's right. Run. Remember what I can do. They vanished from the alley, shoving past trash cans and stumbling out into daylight. Izuku watched them go, breathing hard, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. His knees gave out. He collapsed against the wall, the bloody dagger dropping from his hand with a dull clatter. A fresh wave of notifications surged across the system. Villain points earned. 100. Direct physical violence, weapon use, 75. Intimidation. 25. Total earned. 770. Current available. 630. He stared at the weapon lying on the concrete, blood soaking into the cracks, the evidence of what he'd done. There was fear in his chest, yes, but there was also relief. Satisfaction. Something primal, something necessary. He'd survived. He'd made them kneel. He wiped the blade on his sleeve, wrapping it quickly in his jacket and tucking it beneath his waistband. He forced himself to his feet, ignoring the ache, the tremble, the rush of adrenaline still crackling through his limbs. He scanned the alley for witnesses. There were none. He didn't notice the blonde, her hair wild as electricity, standing at the far end of the alley as he limped past. Nor did he see the girl with the sharp, shark-like teeth entangled, crazed hair, lurking in the shadow of a rusty fire escape, eyes glittering with an animal hunger. All he saw was the numbers in his mind. Total earned 770. Current available 630. He was close. So close he could taste it, the upgrade, the power, the feeling of being untouchable. But it wasn't enough. He needed 400 for the ability he wanted, 300 for the level up. He needed more. Fear, pain, desperation. He needed to show someone what real terror felt like. No more being looked down on. No more crawling. Auto-collect villain points. On. His eyes found a group of children up ahead, 5 of them, no older than 12. He watched them, their laughter sharp as broken glass, as they played around a row of parked bikes. A twisted determination set his jaw. He pulled his hoodie tight, yanking the fabric low over his face. He ripped off his school shirt, tied it over his mouth as a mask. The system window pulsed in the corner of his vision, a silent, hungry judge. He stepped into the open, dagger raised, voice ragged and manic. "Get over here," he screamed, the sound echoing like a gunshot through the tight alley walls. "I swear to God, I'll cut you, move, and I'll gut you where you stand." The kids froze, faces draining of color. They screamed, shrill and panicked, scattering in all directions. One boy, eyes burning, sweat pouring, wheeled around and fired a beam of crimson energy from his eye. The blast seared past Izuku's ear, heat licking his cheek. Pain flared, but he roared louder, slashing the air with his knife. The children bolted, sneakers slapping the concrete, wailing for help as they disappeared into the maze of streets. Villain points earned 250, menacing a minor group, causing severe psychological trauma. Izuku's heart hammered as he ducked into the shadows, clutching his side, gasping. Sweat poured down his face, stinging the wound from the eye blast. He yanked off the hoodie, stuffed it deep in a dumpster, stripping away evidence. He glared at the trash. "Idiot," he spat at himself. "You could have gotten yourself killed, still quirkless, still weak." But the numbers kept rising. The hunger grew. He wiped his hands on his pants and kept moving, scanning for another target, desperate for points. Anything to push him over the edge. He spotted her then, crossing the street in front of him, a girl, maybe his age, maybe a little older. Blonde, hair tied up in 2 wild puffs, her uniform skirt flicking around her knees as she strutted down the sidewalk with a swagger that screamed confidence and chaos. A face that was oddly familiar, sharp features, dangerous eyes, lips curled in a perpetual, hungry smile. Izuku's breath caught. He hesitated, but he needed more. He needed to finish this, now. He crossed the street, quickening his pace, hands clenching, eyes fixed on the points in his mind. He forced a shaky, apologetic grin as he drew closer, trying to look harmless, harmless enough to get close. She saw him, eyes flicking up, and grinned back. "Hey," she chirped, waving like they were old friends. "You look like you've seen a ghost." He stopped in front of her, heart pounding. His hand twitched, reaching out almost involuntarily. He grabbed the hem of her skirt and flipped it up, expecting a shriek, a slap, a torrent of villain points. Nothing happened. No notification. No points. Only her. She looked down at him, perfectly calm, that unsettling smile never faltering. Her gaze was sharp, almost gleeful. "You're crazy," she whispered, voice laced with something wild and electric. Izuku stepped back, confusion twisting with the faintest edge of fear. He reached for his knife, instinct, defense, a lifeline, but before he could even get a proper grip, her hand lashed out, slender fingers encircling his wrist with bone-crushing strength. He gasped. "Let go." She squeezed until he let the blade drop, metal clattering to the curb. Then, with a casual flick, she tossed the weapon aside and stepped forward, pressing him against the graffiti-stained wall. He stared up at her, panic creeping in around the edges of his bravado. Her face was inches from his, eyes sparkling with a predatory excitement, her breath warm on his cheek. She licked her lips, then, with slow, deliberate relish, ran her tongue up the side of the knife blade before grinning, wild and hungry, at him. "I like crazy," she murmured, voice a low purr. His hands are shaking as he watches the crazy blonde girl crouch above him, her skirt fluttering, that gleam of something wild and hungry in her golden, slit-pupiled eyes. He's just reaching into his system screen, maybe to buy another knife, maybe to find some weapon, any weapon, when she drops his blade onto the concrete. It lands with a sharp clink by his ear, the sound cold and final. Then she leans down, impossibly close, her hair falling like a curtain of straw around her wicked grin. He tries to sit up, but she's faster. Before he can flinch away, her tongue traces a slow, deliberate line up his cheek. The sensation is hot, alive, sending a shiver through his entire body. "You're a cutie, you know that," she purrs, her breath warm on his ear. He jerks back, face burning. I wasn't. God, But she's already pushing off him, stretching like a lazy cat. She stands, tilting her head, eyes alight with mischief. "If you wanted to see them, you coulda just asked," she says, voice sing-song, flashing a wink as she hikes up her skirt, revealing white underwear with a little bow at the top. "See, easy." Izuku's entire face turns crimson. He stares, then scrambles to look away, hands up defensively. "No, I wasn't. I'm not. It's not what you think." She giggles, the sound echoing off the alley walls. "It's okay, pervert, you're kind of cute when you panic." She waves with a casual flick of her wrist and saunters off, hips swinging, eyes never leaving him for long. Izuku lies there, dazed, watching her go. For a long, weird moment, he just stays down, the world feeling fuzzy and unreal. His thoughts spiral. He just licked, just threatened, just got mocked and almost mugged by some crazy girl who acted like the world was a joke. He grabs his blade, folds it with shaking fingers, tucks it away like it's a lifeline. Everything feels like too much. His breath stutters as he leans back against the graffiti-tagged bricks, slapping his forehead, trying to force some sense back into his brain. What the hell am I doing? He's scaring kids, acting like a maniac, endangering himself in broad daylight. He was supposed to be careful, smart. This isn't what he imagined, isn't what a villain or a hero would do. It's like the system is driving him, egging him on, turning every rash impulse into an obsession. Is it the power I'm chasing? Or is the power chasing me? He can't tell anymore. Shaking his head, he staggers to his feet and starts walking home, every step heavy with exhaustion and self-loathing. All he can think is, just a few more points. Then he sees the system window. Total points earned, 1020. System upgrade achieved. Next milestone, 10,000 points. Available villain points, 880. A notification blinks. I thought you were on a roll. I didn't want to break your focus. He snorts aloud at the system's smugness. Oh great, now you tell me, muttering under his breath as he pushes on, plotting his next move. He could find another group of kids, but the risk is climbing. There must be a safer way. He ducks into a nearby alley, mind spinning, and eyes the dumpsters. If the system wants negative actions, he'll give it negative actions. He spends the next half hour pulling trash bags and recycling bins from every corner he can find, dumping bottles onto the sidewalk, scattering refuse when no one is looking. For every pound of trash, he gets a single villain point. It's tedious, dirty work. Soon he smells like spoiled milk and grease, but the number climbs. 2. He keeps going, refusing to quit until he's scraped together 100 more. By the time he's done, sweat-soaked and breathing hard, his arms ache. He starts home again, but as he passes a corner, he spots two kids eating ice cream with their parents chatting nearby. He watches for a moment, timing his move, then sprints past. Just as he passes, his hand shoots out, knocking both cones from the kids' hands, sending the cold treats splattering across the pavement. The kids stare in shock. Their parents spin around, faces hardening. One parent rushes to scoop their child away, glaring at Izuku as he runs, but he flips them off and curses as he disappears down the next block. Villain points. 100. That's it. That's what he needed. Auto-collect villain points. Off. He gets home, the numbers dancing in his mind, feeling lightheaded from hunger and adrenaline. His mother isn't back yet. He makes for the bathroom, strips out of his ruined clothes, and stands under the hot water until the grime and the day's weight begin to melt away. When he steps out, he feels almost human again. He dries off, dresses in clean shorts and a gray shirt, carefully fixing the cast on his arm. He's just putting away the last of the towels when he hears the door open. His mother calls, "Izuku, can you help me with the groceries?" He joins her, takes bags from her arms, fills the fridge, making small talk about nothing. She asks if he's feeling better. He just nods, keeping his smile bland and empty, thinking of nothing but the next steps. There's a knock at the door. He's halfway through sorting rice packets when his mother answers. He hears the creak of the hinge, then his mother's startled voice. Standing in the entryway is the same blonde girl, yellow eyes gleaming, sharp canines peeking from her wide smile. Her uniform is immaculate, tie perfectly straight. She looks for all the world like the model student, except for the feral energy crackling beneath her skin. "Hello, I'm Himiko Toga, nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya's girlfriend." She beams, hands folded politely in front of her skirt. Izuku nearly drops the carton of milk. His mother's jaw falls open. "Gee, girlfriend. Izuku." He rushes over, forcing a tight, sheepish grin. Mom, could we, maybe talk in my room?" Himiko waves, stepping inside like she owns the place. "Sorry to barge in, Mrs. Midoriya, but your son's amazing. You should be proud." His mother is so shocked she just stares, but Izuku pulls Himiko by the wrist, shutting his door firmly behind them. He rounds on her, trying to keep his voice steady. "How do you know my name? What do you want?" She flops onto his bed, grinning, swinging her legs. "Oh, easy. You're kind of famous, you know." She whips out her phone, flipping the screen to show him a news article. Aldera student's tragic attempt, classmates in shock. There's a photo of him, battered and blank-eyed, his name plastered in bold across the headline. Himiko leans closer, phone inches from his face. "You looked so familiar, and I just had to check. Turns out you're on the news." She winks. "At first, I thought, wow, what a cute little victim. But then I looked deeper. Your name, your accounts, nothing out of the ordinary, just normal, boring hero worship stuff. But I have a nose for these things, you know." Izuku steps back, pressing himself against his dresser. "You followed me home. Of course, you need to keep an eye on your back, you're so adorably sloppy." She says, sing-song, her eyes dancing with delight and menace. "You're lucky it was me. Could have been a villain, could have been a hero, could have been your old pals from school." She shrugs. "But it's just me." He swallows. "Why me? What do you want?" She cocks her head, twirling a strand of hair around one finger. "Because I saw you. Not the news, not the rumors, I saw you. Down in the dirt, knife in hand, wild in the eyes, desperate and beautiful. I like people like you, Midoriya. I like the broken ones. The ones who fight back. The ones who aren't afraid to bleed a little." He tries to keep his expression neutral, but the weight of her gaze presses down on him, electric, dangerous. "You're crazy." She beams. "Of course, aren't you? Don't you get it? We're the same. No matter how much you try to hide it, I can see it. I can smell it. You're just as lost as I am. Just as hungry." Izuku sits on the edge of his chair, trying to process the storm of thoughts crashing through his head. He feels exposed, like she's peeling away the skin, the mask, seeing what's underneath. He forces his voice to work. "So, what do you want from me?" She leans forward, smile sharpening. "I want to play, Midoriya. I want to see what you'll become. I want to see what we can do together." He can't tell if he's terrified or intrigued. Maybe both. Maybe that's exactly how she wants him. The door closes with a faint click, sealing them in. Izuku and Himiko are alone, sunlight striping the floor, painting the room with long, uncertain shadows. For a moment, silence hangs, tense, heavy, thrumming with electricity. Izuku sits on the edge of his bed, trying to steady his breathing, trying to keep his nerves from showing. His system screen is open in the corner of his vision, but he barely registers the numbers. All he can see is her, Himiko Toga, sitting cross-legged atop his bedsheets, leaning closer, her golden eyes gleaming with mischief and something darker. She studies him, head cocked, like a fox watching a wounded rabbit. "So, Midoriya," she teases, voice low, leaning in, close enough for him to feel the heat radiating off her skin. "How's it feel, having a girlfriend for the first time?" "Bet your little heart is racing, huh?" He laughs, awkward and defensive, cheeks blazing, but he can't hide the fluttering in his chest. You're not really my girlfriend, he manages, but it's nice. I guess. You're interesting. She grins. You mean crazy. She purrs, sliding a little closer, her skirt riding up her thighs, one knee nudging his. Don't worry. I like crazy. You do too, don't you? Or you would have run by now. He wants to deny it, but his voice fails. The truth is, there's something magnetic about her. She's chaos, unpredictability, and hunger, all the things he's been suppressing, all the things the world told him to fear. Maybe he should fear her. Maybe he does. But he doesn't move. Her hand slides up his chest, warm and trembling, her eyes never leaving his. She kisses him, rough, breathless, shockingly inexperienced, her lips clashing against his with wild urgency. At first he freezes, stunned, but her hand curls into his shirt and pulls him closer, demanding, desperate. He kisses her back, clumsy but sincere, his face burning so red it feels feverish. It's messy, nothing like he imagined, but he lets himself have it, lets himself feel for once, lets himself take what's given instead of begging for scraps. He feels alive, he feels wanted. When their lips part, she's grinning, mad, delighted. You're not so bad at this, you know. And you didn't even pull away. He's dazed, voice shaky. Why would I? She smirks, leaning in, her tongue flicking out to lick a slow, teasing line up his cheek, making his heart stutter. Most boys would run. Most boys would be scared. Her voice softens. But you're different. You're broken in all the right ways. Like me. He swallows, still catching his breath, searching her face for a sign, anything to tell him what comes next. She leans her forehead to his, letting out a shuddering breath. I need something, she whispers, voice trembling now, losing its manic edge. It's my quirk, you know, it's blood. I need to drink it. If I don't, I get itchy inside, crazy in a bad way. My parents, they called me a monster. My teachers, they called me a freak. Everyone I ever loved left me because of it. She drops her gaze, hugging her knees to her chest, the bravado leaking away to reveal raw, aching shame. They screamed when I showed them. When I was little, I thought it was normal. Just an itch, right? Something you scratch and it feels better. But the first time I did it at school, I saw the eyes, the terror, the disgust. My mother called me a demon, and my father, he said I'd never be happy. I tried to stop. I really did, but I couldn't. I'm not normal, Izuku. He feels something tighten in his chest, something old and familiar. He knows the weight of rejection. The sting of being called a mistake, a monster. He lies back on his bed, looking at the ceiling, loosening the collar of his shirt. You want a drink, he says, voice light, as if he's asking her what she wants for dinner. Go ahead, I'm not scared. She looks at him, stunned. Tears shimmer in her yellow eyes, making her look more vulnerable than he ever imagined. You mean it? Her voice cracks. He nods, baring his throat, pulse fluttering beneath pale skin. Just be gentle, okay? A single tear slides down her cheek as she crawls atop him, straddling his hips. Her hands are trembling as she strokes his hair back, kissing his neck softly, first one kiss, then another, then a teasing nip with her sharp teeth. She waits, half expecting him to shove her away, but when he doesn't, she sinks her fangs in, quick, practiced, almost gentle. There is no pain, only numbness at first, then a strange, blissful warmth. He feels her tongue dart out, lapping up every drop, and for a moment it's like the world fades away. There's only her, drinking, and him, letting her. The sensation is oddly comforting, a shared loneliness easing, for just a moment, in blood. When she finally pulls away, she's crying openly, cheeks wet, her lips stained red. She stares at him, awestruck. You're the first person to ever do this for me, she whispers, voice raw and trembling. She crashes into him, kissing him fiercely, hungrily, hands threading through his hair, her entire body shaking with emotion. He kisses back, letting her passion sweep him along, feeling his own tears start. He doesn't know why he's crying, maybe relief, maybe gratitude, maybe the strange, sweet pain of finally being seen. She's stripping off her skirt, tugging at her shirt, fumbling at his waistband, desperate for more contact. Panic and excitement war in his chest. This is moving too fast, too much, but he can't stop, can't let go. Then the door bursts open. His mother stands in the doorway, eyes wide with horror, groceries tumbling from her arms. For a moment, no one moves. Toga tries to keep going, her hands sliding under Izuku's shirt, but Inko rushes forward, grabbing her by the shoulders and hauling her off her son. "What the hell are you doing? Get away from him!" Inko shouts, voice cracking, face pale with shock and rage. Toga wriggles, but Inko's grip is iron. "Let go. He's mine. He chose me." Izuku, dazed and half undressed, stares in shock as his mother drags Toga away, shoving her toward the door. "You're not welcome here. Stay away from my son." Toga's eyes are wild, desperate, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He's the only one who ever cared. The only one who didn't run from me. Please, let me stay." But Inko slams the door in her face. The silence in the apartment is heavy as Inko stands frozen in the hallway, hands trembling after yanking Toga away from her son. Behind the closed door, Himiko is still mewling, scratching and pawing like a cat desperate to get in, her nails dragging little stuttering crescendos across the cheap wood. Izuku wipes blood from his neck and pulls his shirt straight, not sure whether to laugh, cry, or faint. He glances at his mother, who stares at the door, eyes wide, torn between fury, confusion, and the sharp ache of a parent on the verge of losing control. A fresh yowl. "Please. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help. Don't lock me out. I can explain. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I'll be good, I promise." The voice is small, pitiful. Even Izuku feels his chest twinge. She sounds more like a lost child than a monster. He walks over, opens the door a crack. Toga all but falls through it, catching herself with a feline twist, blinking up at Inko and sniffing. "I'm sorry," she says, voice trembling. "I got too emotional, that's all. Please don't be mad. I just wanted to be here for him. I heard about what happened, and, her eyes fill with tears, and her lips tremble, lower jaw quivering, a trembling little masterpiece of wounded innocence. For a second, Inko is unmoved, her own eyes red with anger. But as Toga's story spills out, the anger melts into confusion, then sympathy. Toga presses her sleeve to her eyes, letting out a wet, shaky sob. "I didn't hear anything about Izuku until after he was released from the hospital. I texted him, but his phone was dead. I thought he was upset, then I saw the news. I cried all night. I thought he'd left me without saying goodbye. I just wanted to be close. I just wanted him to know I care, maybe too much. I'm sorry I got carried away. I just needed to feel him, to know he was alive." Her performance is Oscar-worthy. She even hiccups in the middle, clutching her heart as if it might break. Izuku, floored, blinks in awe. He's witnessed acting before, but nothing like this. Even Inko breaks, tears streaming down her cheeks as she steps forward, arms wrapping around Toga in a fierce, motherly hug. "You poor girl. I'm so sorry for yelling. It's just, he's all I have, and I was scared. You're welcome here, okay. But promise me, take things slow. Both of you, you're not alone anymore." Toga hugs her back, whispering, "Thank you. I promise." She glances at Izuku over Inko's shoulder, winking through her tears. They move to the kitchen. Inko takes a deep, trembling breath, sniffs, and then, for lack of any script for this madness, launches into the only tool she has left. The birds and the bees talk. She pulls out a box of condoms, a very large zucchini from the fridge, and a face that's trying so hard to be authoritative it's almost comedic. She places everything on the table. "Now listen. You're both very young, but it's clear you care for each other. If you're going to do things, you need to be safe." She picks up the zucchini and, with shaking hands, demonstrates. "This is a condom. You unroll it like so. You place it on. Well, you get the idea." Izuku's face is so red he's afraid he might combust. He stares at the ceiling, willing himself to vanish. Toga leans forward, utterly fascinated, then flashes a sly grin. "Can I borrow some of those?" she asks, completely serious. Inko hesitates, torn between propriety and horror, then shakes her head with a sigh. "Just control yourself, please." Her voice is soft, "and be kind to each other. That's all I ask." Toga looks down, suddenly contrite, her hands twisting in her lap. I'm really sorry, Mrs. Midoriya. I let myself get too emotional. After what happened to Izuku, I just wanted to comfort him, and I went too far. I promise, I'll take care of him. I didn't want to lose the first person who's ever really cared about me. Her voice cracks, tears shimmering in her eyes, but this time Izuku senses something genuine beneath the act, real loneliness, real fear. Inko is crying now too. She crosses to the table, hugging both teens at once, her hands shaking. You're both welcome here, anytime. Just promise me you'll talk to me, no secrets, okay? And please, take things slow. You're both hurting. You need time. Izuku, voice thick, manages a smile. Thanks, Mom. We'll be good, I promise. Toga nods fiercely, holding Inko tight, then releasing her with a sniff and a teary smile. Thank you, really. Izuku stands, glancing at Toga. Can we go talk? I just want to clear my head. Inko nods, waving them off as she wipes her eyes and retreats to the kitchen. He and Toga make their way down the hall, stepping into his room, shutting the door behind them. The air is quieter here, less oppressive. Toga flops onto his bed, arms wide, grinning as if nothing had happened. Your mom is adorable, she says. And so are you. Izuku sighs, sitting beside her, examining his cast. He can feel the itch beneath it, the ache of healing bones, the dull pulse of exhaustion from the day's chaos. With a flick of thought, he opens his system screen. Ability unlocked. Light regeneration. Choose. Full body regeneration or crucial injury regeneration. Regeneration will induce severe fatigue and require a cooldown. He selects crucial injury regeneration. His cast tingles, then grows uncomfortably hot. The bones inside knit, the muscles swelling and shifting as pain gives way to an overwhelming weariness. Within a minute, the ache subsides, his arm, newly healed, slips free of the cast, leaving only a faint soreness behind. He collapses backward onto the bed, breath shallow, body heavy. Toga immediately climbs atop him, straddling his hips, hands on his chest. She leans down, licking his neck, her tongue tracing the spot where her fangs pierced him before. What's wrong? She purrs, eyes half-lidded, smile sly. You look tired. Want me to take care of you? He blushes, trying to sit up, but her weight keeps him pinned. It's nothing, just tired. Used my quirk. Takes a lot out of me. The air is still, electric. Izuku's heart hammers in his chest as he sits cross-legged beside Toga on the rumpled bed. He glances at the system window flickering in his vision. Recruit option. Slot 1 open. Next slot. 10,000 villain points. Recruit one person. Any villainous action they take will earn you a percentage of their points, based on your bond level. Points gained through them can be spent to upgrade, skill, or empower them. You are the boss. He swallows, looking at Toga, really looking at her. She's all wild devotion and sharp smiles, her knees pulled up to her chin, yellow eyes huge and searching. His voice is low, uncertain. Hey, Toga. Would you want to be part of my crew? Instantly, her whole face lights up. She nearly bounces off the bed, hands flying to her cheeks. Like a marriage proposal. Oh, Izu, you're so forward. Yes, I'll marry you. She lunges, wrapping her arms around his neck, nearly toppling him. He flushes crimson, stammering, and no, not marriage, just, like, watching each other's backs. Being close. Like partners, I guess. I mean, if you want to. Toga pulls back, still beaming, eyes shining with a manic, delighted light. That's just marriage with extra steps. So I double accept. We'll be together, protect each other, share everything. That's what partners do, right? She presses her cheek to his, sighing, this is the best day ever. As her words settle, a new system message flashes. Toga Himiko recruited. Bond. 100% cap at current level, may increase after upgrade. You gain 100% of any villain points she earns as long as she is in your crew. All points she gains will also accumulate for you. You may spend her earned points on her upgrades, skills, or stat increases. Izuku blinks, amazed at the windfall. Wait, so if your bond was only 50%, I'd get half your villain points, but because you're at 100, his eyes widen. That's huge. He clicks open her stats screen for the first time, and what he sees nearly knocks the wind out of him. Physical: 30 body, 30 mind, 25 charisma, 45. Quirk: transform, mimic anyone whose blood she's tasted, for up to an hour, voice, scent, and biometrics included, slight stat boost during transformation. Skills: gymnastics expert, deception expert, persuasion advanced, mimicry expert, blade work partial, knife throwing partial, bond loyalty, 100%. He stares, awed, and maybe a little defeated. You have so many skills, he mumbles. And you're so strong. How do you? I didn't even buy anything for you yet. The system chimes in, cold and clinical. All people have skills, user. Some train and gain expertise naturally. The system simply displays what is present and can improve them. Izuku's stomach drops. So, I don't have any skills. I mean, besides what I bought. The system is merciless. User has analyze, basic, and martial arts, beginner. That's it. His voice is barely above a whisper. Toga's smile falters as she peers at his face. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay, Izu? He can't look at her. He's staring at his stats, feeling that familiar sick heaviness. His physical is low, body is weak, mind average, charisma almost nothing. Just analyze, and the most basic martial arts package. The system, sensing his distress, adds, you never put effort into your dream, user. You talked about heroes, wished for a quirk, wrote endlessly, but you never trained. Never fought, never even tried to learn martial arts until now. You were timid and sheltered. You let others define you. This is your own work, your own result after 17 years. Izuku clenches his fists. He wants to protest, to scream at the system, to deny it, but something cold and honest inside him knows it's right. All he'd ever done was dream. He never became. Toga is watching him, frowning, then she moves closer and pulls his head to her chest. The action shocks him, breaks his spiraling concentration. Izu, she says, stroking his hair. Don't be sad, you're not alone now, I'll help you get stronger. We'll do it together. I'm already so proud of you for surviving. For fighting back, for letting me in. He exhales, soaking in her warmth. I'll get strong for the both of us. I promise. He sits up, looking into her eyes. You know, you saw the stuff I did. The scaring, the stealing, the hurting. Does that bother you? Are you okay with me being a villain? She grins, eyes gleaming with delight and a touch of darkness. Izuku, I'm literally a criminal. You know that, right? He blinks. Wait, what? She laughs, swinging her legs off the bed. I mean, I almost killed one of my classmates once. He was in critical condition. My quirk, it acted up. We got in a fight, and I blacked out. When I woke up, he was covered in blood. The next day, I asked him if I could suck his blood. He freaked out, called me a freak, so I stabbed him, a lot, with a metal straw I'd made at home. Drank the blood. Izuku's eyes widen. He's stunned, unsure whether to be terrified or impressed. Toga's voice grows quieter, eyes distant. Another classmate saw me, screamed, ran to get a teacher. I panicked. I took whatever clothes I could from my locker and ran. I've been living like a ghost ever since. She looks at him, lips trembling. But you let me in. You didn't scream, didn't push me away. You're the first person who's ever let me be me and still wanted to stay. Izuku's chest aches, hearing the pain and pride warring in her voice. He takes her hand in his, squeezing tight. Then we'll both get stronger. Together. And we'll never let anyone decide who we are ever again. She beams, wild, bright, and utterly his. Deal. Crew, partners, whatever you want to call it, I'm yours, Izu. Forever. He turns the screen toward her. All right, so, here's how my quirk, system, works. I earn points by, basically doing bad things. Not just crimes, but anything that generates negative emotion in someone else. If it's extreme, or illegal, or physical. Bigger rewards. Words work too, but it's faster if it's in person. Toga's eyes widen as she leans in, practically purring at the thought. That's wild. You mean, like a video game? He nods, tapping through the interface. Sort of. But everything costs points. Skills, abilities, upgrades. I only started to get stronger when I stopped holding back. He flicks to his stats, a little embarrassed. Physical. 10. Body. 10. Mind. 20. Charisma. 10. He grimaces. These are, well, basically, I'm still really weak. Mind is the only thing above average. I can buy stat increases, but it takes 100 villain points for every 10 points I add. Everything else, like martial arts or medicine, costs 50 or more just to start. Toga peers at the screen, fascinated. Ooh, what about me? Can I see my stats too? He taps the recruit menu, highlighting her profile. Instantly, her stats, quirk description, and skills appear, floating in the air like a glowing ID card. She squeals, reaching out to touch it. Her hand passes right through the projection, but she's delighted anyway. That's so cool. Look, it even shows my skills. Wait. 2 skill slots available. But I can't pick anything. She pouts, poking at the unresponsive skill boxes. Izuku laughs softly. Yeah, you can only use your own villain points to upgrade yourself. I can spend them for you if you ask, but you have to earn them first. Right now, you're at 0, since I recruited you before you did anything new. He points to the small display at the edge of her stat screen. Villain points available, 0. Skill slots, 2. Toga huffs, rolling onto her back and stretching. So the more trouble I cause, the more points I get, and then I can learn new tricks. Dangerous. I like it, he nods. And I get a percentage of your points. Right now, it's 100%, since your bond's maxed out. So if you earn 10 points, I'd get 10 too. But the system says bond can go even higher after an upgrade, maybe more benefits too. She grins, baring her little fangs. We could double our points if we tag team it. Power couple, am I right? She leans in, brushing her lips across his cheek. If I get stronger, you get stronger too. I love it. He feels his heart flutter, nervous, excited, a little giddy. But there's another worry tugging at him. But there's something else. He hesitates, glancing at the door. You can't stay here every night. My mom's being nice, but she'd freak out if you never went home. And, you said you've been on the run. If someone came looking, it could be bad. Toga sits up, pouting thoughtfully. Yeah, I usually sleep wherever I can. Abandoned apartments, roofs, under bridges. It's cold and lonely, but I don't get caught. She bites her lip, for once looking vulnerable. I don't want to leave you, Izu. But, you're right. As if on cue, a new notification flares before his eyes. Hideouts available. Warehouse 20,000 VP multiroom, high-end villain base, several bedrooms, bathrooms, security. The Crap Shack 5,000 VP portable prefab house, 2 bedrooms, living room, kitchen, bathroom. Can be relocated by you or your henchmen. Utilities included, water, electricity, gas, plumbing. He shares the display, Toga's eyes going wide. Whoa, can you really just buy a villain house? That's amazing. She leans closer, reading the fine print. 5,000 points. We could do that, we just need to earn them. He grins sheepishly. Yeah, it's not fancy, but it would be ours. Anywhere we want. Safe, private, no one could kick us out. No more hiding under bridges. Toga's eyes soften. I want that. I want to go to sleep knowing you're close by. I want to have somewhere that's ours. She suddenly perks up, a wicked gleam in her eye. I have an idea. Underground fighting tournaments. You said physical violence and crime give lots of points, right? He hesitates, then nods. Yeah, I got 100 points for stabbing someone. I got 200 for threatening a group. If we join some illegal fights, it's breaking the law, hurting people for profit, that would totally rack up points. She claps her hands, bouncing. Let's do it. I've always wanted to try those. It's not even killing. Just a little blood, a little pain, and a lot of villain points. Plus, you could get stronger for real, not just numbers but fighting experience. Izuku thinks about it, weighing the risk and reward. We'd need disguises, and to scope out the scene first. Maybe use your quirk to get inside, pretend to be someone on the list, or a messenger, or a sponsor. I'll keep my face hidden. We earn, we split the take, we get the house. If things go bad, we run. Toga snuggles up beside him, grinning. See, we're already the perfect team. When do we start, boss? He squeezes her hand, determination stealing his voice. Tomorrow night, we scout it out. Tonight, we plan and rest. Then we get the points. And then, we get our home. She laughs, pure joy and danger blended. Home, I like the sound of that. Izuku grins, feeling a strange warmth bloom in his chest. Then let's make it real. But if we're doing underground tournaments, I can't go in like this. He flexes his fingers, testing the limits of his still scrawny arms, old aches and bruises whispering with every movement. Toga pokes his bicep, giggling. You'll get creamed in 5 seconds, Izu. But that's okay, I'll patch you up after. Or drag your unconscious body out by your ankles. She flashes her fangs in a playful snarl. That's what partners do. He shakes his head, feeling the self-deprecation creep in. I don't want to slow you down. I need to be at my best, or at least, not pathetic. He opens his system, thumb hovering over the new ability he'd bought. Light regeneration. Full body. He activates it. Instantly, warmth floods his veins, aches evaporating, bruises fading. It's blissful, a gentle, humming tingle that rolls from his scalp to his toes. But as soon as it fades, a heavy exhaustion settles into his bones. He nearly tips over, catching himself against the mattress, breath coming ragged. Toga leans in, concern flickering in her eyes. You okay? You look like you just ran a marathon and then got run over by a truck. He laughs weakly. Yeah, it's part of the ability. I can heal anything. Cuts, sprains, bruises, old injuries. But it takes a lot out of me. I can use it again in 5 minutes. He checks the system timer, watches it tick down. I'm doing it again. I need to be in peak condition. She sits cross-legged, rocking slightly, watching him with rapt attention as the 5 minutes crawl by. Does it hurt? He shakes his head, watching his hands. No, it's more like pressure. Like my muscles are being rewound. I wish it could just give me more muscle, but it just resets me to normal. He sighs. But I'll take it. It's more than I had yesterday. The timer hits 0. He fires regeneration again. The cycle repeats. Relief, then a wave of crushing fatigue. His hands tremble as he grips the sheets, but he refuses to show weakness. Toga just grins, reaching over to tousle his hair. Look at you, all tough and stubborn. I love it. She purrs, voice low. One more time. He nods, barely able to keep his eyes open. Yeah, I need everything I can get. By the 3rd round, the room is spinning and his muscles feel like jelly, but for the first time in his life, he's not in pain. Every ache, every lingering injury from years of abuse, every scar, gone. He pushes himself upright, testing his arms and legs. He feels new, alive, not strong, exactly, but there's no more dragging weight, no dull throbbing at the edges. Okay, that's as good as it gets. I'm ready to spar. Toga bounces off the bed, gleeful. Let's do it outside. There's an old construction lot near the river. No one'll bother us. Plus, I can show off. He smirks, fighting down the nerves. All right, but go easy. I don't have regeneration left if you break me in half. They sneak out into the dusky evening, Toga stealing his hand as they slip down the fire escape and out into the back streets. The city's edge is quiet at this hour. Only the distant rush of trains and the murmur of traffic breaking the peace. At the empty lot, under the cover of half-built steel frames and darkening sky, Toga stretches, cracks her knuckles, and grins like a wild animal. Ready? She asks, bouncing on her toes. Not even a little, he jokes, raising his fists, stands shaky but determined. But let's see where I'm at. They circle, watching each other. Toga darts in first, blindingly fast, her footwork nimble. He barely manages to block her first jab, but she's already past him, spinning, tagging his shoulder. He grunts, tries to counter, but she's gone, behind him, then to the left, sweeping his legs out. He crashes to the ground, breath knocked from his lungs. She looms over him, grinning, offering her hand. That's one. He takes it, scrambling upright, refusing to give up. Again. They go another round. This time he manages a glancing blow to her arm. She laughs, delighted, then twists, locking his wrist and flipping him onto his back. Her movements are fluid, instinctive, every muscle and bone in sync. He can't keep up. She's stronger, faster, more experienced. By the 5th round, he's panting, drenched in sweat, but grinning through the aches. Okay, you win. I get it, I suck. Toga straddles him where he fell, pinning his wrists with her knees, her face inches from his, breath warm on his cheek. You don't suck, you're just new, and you're getting better. She beams, licking a drop of sweat from his jaw. Plus, you lasted longer than I thought you would. Most boys can't take me down at all. He laughs, eyes flicking to the sky. Thanks, I think. I've got a long way to go. She helps him up, brushing dirt from his shirt. That's why we train. You've got the system, I've got the skills, we'll make you a monster in the ring. She flexes, striking a pose. Tomorrow, I'll show you knife work and some dirty tricks. You need to be mean, Izu. Underground fights aren't like anime tournaments. They're messy. He nods, feeling hope and fear warring in his chest. I'll learn. I have to. She grins, looping her arm through his. And I'll be right here. Partners, remember. He looks at her, seeing the future, bloody, chaotic, uncertain, but finally his. He squeezes her hand, voice soft but fierce. Yeah, partners. They head home as the city lights come on, plotting moves and dirty tricks. The next morning, the sun is barely up, but the abandoned construction lot already hums with anticipation. Beams of early light cut through the metal skeletons, catching dust in the air and painting everything with golden fire. Izuku cracks his knuckles, stretching every muscle until the last of the aches fade, his heart beating with anxious resolve. Toga bounces in front of him, eyes bright, hair wild, her energy infectious. All right, hero boy, day 2, you ready to get your butt kicked again? He manages a crooked grin. Probably, but not as easily this time. She smirks, circling him. We'll see. Show me what you've got, Izu. He breathes in, letting his mind go still. Yesterday, he'd fought on instinct, flailing, brute-forcing his way through every exchange. But now, he remembers the system. He remembers what he saw in her stat screen. Everyone has skills. Everyone can improve them. You just have to know how to use what you've got. His martial arts skill flashes in the corner of his vision, a faint green glow. Right beside it, another icon pulses. Analyze. Active. He focuses. Watches Toga. Every bounce of her weight, every slight lean, the way she shifts her feet. The system's overlay highlights her center of gravity, draws faint arrows predicting her next movement. Weaknesses flash in amber. The brief moment she overcommits to her right, the slight opening in her guard when she teases, the way her gaze always flicks to his left side before she goes for a sweep. It's like seeing the future, he realizes. But it doesn't mean I can do anything about it if I'm not fast enough. Come on, she taunts, rocking on her heels, arms loose at her sides. You gonna stand there all day, or? She lunges, fast as a viper. He watches the opening. Her left hand drops a fraction too low on the wind-up. His body moves, he blocks, deflects, but his arms aren't strong enough to redirect her full force. Still, he manages to absorb the blow, only staggering instead of falling. He grits his teeth, the analyze window whispering suggestions, her guards down on recovery, low kick available. He strikes low, catching her shin, but her reflexes are too sharp. She hops back, grinning, completely unruffled. Nice try. She sings songs, fainting high and darting in for a sweep. He sees it coming, his body just a hair too slow to avoid it. He goes down, rolls, scrambles up, refusing to let frustration take over. Good instincts, Toga says, circling him again. You're reading me better. Are you using your quirk? He nods, wiping sweat from his brow. Yeah, it's like my mind is in overdrive. I see where you're going, even the little slips, but, he huffs, frustrated. My body just isn't fast enough to follow through. I need to be patient. I have to wait for you to really mess up. She grins, eyes gleaming. Exactly. Sometimes you have to let the fight come to you. Let the other guy get cocky, let them open up. Then, bam, you strike. They circle again. He breathes deep, every sense tuned to her. She faints, testing, jabs at his face, and he leans back, eyes locked on her hips and shoulders, reading the language of her body. The system overlays slow down, sharpening as he focuses. Then, she overcommits, a spinning kick, too wide, too eager. In that split second, the system flashes opening. Izuku ducks low, rushes in, and lands a punch against her ribs. Not hard, not clean, but it connects. Toga staggers, grinning wide. There, that's what I'm talking about. She bounces back, clutching her side, laughter bubbling up. You finally tagged me, you're learning. He grins back, chest swelling with pride. It's all about waiting, reading, using my quirk, not just charging in like a brute. She nods approvingly. You're starting to think like a real villain, Izu. Patience, planning, and a bit of evil luck. They go again. He waits, lets her drive the pace, never overextending, never letting frustration boil over. He absorbs hits, blocks what he can, dodges what he must. His analyze skill highlights her rhythm. After 3 quick attacks, she always throws a feint. After a taunt, her next blow is always real. Finally, she slips. He sees it, her eyes widen, her heel catches on a chunk of concrete. He closes the gap, low and tight, sweeping her legs from under her. She hits the ground, rolling, but he's there first, pinning her wrist. They both freeze, panting, sweat and dust in their hair, grins stretched wide across their faces. Toga laughs, delighted, pushing him off and springing to her feet. Not bad, you almost had me that time. He gets up, aching everywhere, but for once, he doesn't care. You're amazing, Toga. I still don't stand a chance, but I'm getting closer. She beams, her gaze full of pride. You're learning faster than anyone I've ever fought. If you keep this up, I'll actually have to try. He looks at his hands, flexes them, feels the hum of something new under his skin. This is what it's like to get stronger, he realizes. Not just stats, not just numbers, real growth, real understanding. He meets her eyes, voice steady. We keep training. Every day, I want to be able to protect us both. I want to be someone who can fight and win, not just run. She grabs his arm, pulling him close. Then I'll train you until you can pin me anytime you want, she teases, nipping at his jaw. But not too fast. I like being the dangerous one. He laughs, exhaustion and excitement mixing in his chest. Deal. The morning sun climbs higher, glinting off steel and sweat as they spar again and again. Laughter and bruises marking the beginning of something neither of them ever thought they'd have. A reason to fight, and someone worth fighting for. 1 week later, a week slid by in a blur of sweat, pain, and determination. The world outside felt distant, almost unreal, as Izuku and Toga built a world of their own, half training, half secret, all ambition. Izuku's villain points trickled in, 5 here, 10 there. From burner accounts stoking flame wars across the internet, but the digital world was tightening. Platforms flagged his usernames as hate speech, and bans came faster every night. The easy points were drying up. He found new ways to build strength instead. Each morning before dawn, he and Toga slipped out to the trash-strewn sands of what the city called Junkyard Beach. Piles of discarded appliances and scrap metal, old weights, cracked cinder blocks, nothing like a real gym, but Izuku made it work. They did circuits in the gray sand. Sprints, squats, push-ups, lifting rusted car parts until his arms trembled. Toga would spot him, counting out reps, barking orders with giddy cheer, her encouragement a strange blend of teasing and genuine pride. At night, she'd sneak in through his window, grinning as she shed her shoes and curled up next to him on the floor. She always left before Inko's alarm, vanishing like a dream. Izuku kept his fake cast on, grimacing through the ruse, insisting to his mom he still needed more time before returning to school. The truth? He needed every minute to grow. His physical and body stats climbed by 5 points each, his mind ticked up too, now at 25. He could feel the difference in his bones, muscles tougher, mind sharper, confidence slowly building. His charisma stayed stubbornly at 10, maybe you couldn't train charm. Tonight, as they walked down a dark, rain-streaked alley toward a sunken concrete stairwell, the old anxieties crawled back. Izuku's pulse thudded in his ears, stomach churning as he eyed the battered metal door at the bottom of the stairs. Toga was beside him, bouncing with anticipation, her hair tied in twin puffs, a stolen jacket thrown over her shoulders. "You ready, Izu?" she whispered, tugging his hand, her golden eyes glinting in the gloom. I don't know," he admitted, voice raw. "What if I choke? What if I get ranked so low I can't even fight again?" She grinned, squeezing his fingers. "Then I'll make sure they remember you anyway. Or you can just watch me win, and cheer me on. Either way, we'll raise hell." He managed a shaky smile. "Yeah, you're right." They knocked on the door. A viewing slot scraped open, revealing a pair of sharp, suspicious eyes. "Password." Toga grinned. "Sanguine sunrise," she sang, bouncing on her toes. The slot snapped shut. After a tense beat, the lock rattled and the door swung inward, revealing a cramped, dimly lit corridor lined with faces, thugs, thrill seekers, washed-up quirk users with scars and haunted eyes. The air was thick with sweat, blood, cheap cologne, and adrenaline. A bouncer, arms like tree trunks, eyed them up and down. "First-timers, huh, you got your alias cards." Izuku blinked, glancing at Toga. She winked at the bouncer, flashing a predatory smile. "I go by Bloodsucker." The bouncer's eyebrows shot up, but he didn't comment. "And you?" he grunted, staring at Izuku. Izuku froze. Every name he'd ever thought up sounded stupid now, too childish, too heroic, too transparent. His throat bobbed. "Deku. Call me Deku." Toga snorted, elbowing him. "Really? That's what you go with?" He blushed, shoulders hunched. I panicked. The bouncer scribbled on 2 battered bronze cards and handed them over. "Bloodsucker, Deku, both bronze. Newcomers. Your names, your fights, and your ranks go on here. Don't lose 'em. Move along." They shuffled forward into the main chamber. The arena was a half-sunken pit ringed by metal rails and spotlights, the audience crowding 3 deep. The floor was stained, cracked, and slick, clearly, fights here rarely ended clean. Organizers in black coats prowled the edges, making notes on clipboards, eyes tracking every move. "Ranking goes. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum," Toga whispered in his ear as they found a bench to watch the other newcomers. "Bronze is for rookies, first-timers, or people they think will die in the pit. Silver means you're dangerous. Gold, you're a headliner. Platinum, that's a monster. Nobody wants to see a bronze fight a platinum. It's boring, and over too fast." Izuku's hands shook as he fingered his card, the name, Deku, scrawled in sharp black ink. He tried to steady his breath, heart pounding as he watched 2 fighters, both bronze, circle in the pit below. One, a hulking guy with a stone skin quirk, the other a girl with a tail like a steel whip. The crowd hooted and booed, calling out bets and taunts as the fight unfolded in a blur of violence and pain. Toga pressed her hand to his. "Don't be scared. The organizers are watching your first fight. They'll figure out your rank, but that's just the start. You can always climb, or fall." A harried organizer approached, clipboard in hand. "Bloodsucker, Deku, you're up in 3. Fights are single elimination for now. Don't kill anyone, don't cripple anyone, and don't use quirks that wreck the arena. You get 1 warning. Break the rules and you're out. Understand?" Toga flashed her fangs. Crystal clear. Izuku nodded, throat dry. "Why yeah, got it." The organizer eyed them both, then leaned close, voice dropping to a hiss. "Bronze doesn't mean weak. It means you haven't proven anything yet. Prove you can survive, and you'll move up. Just don't embarrass yourselves." As the organizer left, Toga leaned in, voice low and wicked. "Ready for showtime, partner?" He nodded, heart thrumming. "Yeah, let's show them what we've got." The lights in the pit flickered, crowd howling for blood and spectacle. As Toga stretched, limber and deadly, Izuku stared at his card, feeling the weight of the name, the weight of all the dreams, failures, and new ambition behind it. "Deku." He could hear the announcer's voice, echoing above the din. "Next up, Bloodsucker and Deku. Step up." The crowd's roar echoed around the pit, a cyclone of bloodlust, sweat, and cheap liquor. Harsh white lights glared down, casting stark shadows across the concrete, highlighting every drop of blood, every twitch of nerves in the fighters below. Izuku could barely breathe, pressed against the railing with the other rookies, his fingers clenched so tight around his card that his knuckles were white. The announcer's voice, ragged with excitement, cut through the din. Next up, Bronze Tier. In this corner, a new face in the pit, give it up for Bloodsucker. A smattering of boos, jeers, and curious shouts rolled through the crowd as Toga skipped down the metal steps into the pit. She wore her stolen jacket loose, hair bouncing in wild puffs, and her smile, sharp, too wide, almost hungry, cut through the smoke and sweat like a knife. Izuku's heart hammered in his chest. He watched as she stretched out her arms, cracked her knuckles, and grinned up at the lights, unbothered by the hostile crowd. The announcer raised a hand. And her opponent, a bruiser, straight from the docks, give it up for Dozer. The pit door rattled open and a mountain of a man stomped out, all muscle and faded tattoos, his head shaved to the scalp, fists like sledgehammers. He glared at Toga with the open contempt of someone who thought the fight was already over. Toga's eyes narrowed in glee. She dropped into a loose stance, hands open, palms forward, every line of her body screaming readiness. The organizer stepped between them, eyes cold and calculating. No weapons, no killing, hands only. Winner gets 10,000 yen. Loser gets a concussion, if they're lucky. Fighters, to the line. Toga bounced on her toes, giggling. Hands only. That's no fun, but I'll manage. Dozer spat, cracking his neck. You're dead, little girl. Gonna fold you in half. The bell rang, an ugly clang of metal against metal, and the crowd surged closer, bloodthirsty and eager for the spectacle. Toga sprang forward, light on her feet, ducking under Dozer's first wild swing. His fists sliced the air with deadly force, but she danced just out of reach, laughing, every movement fluid and taunting. Come on, big guy, she sang, darting in to tap his jaw with a flick of her fingers. Can't catch me, he roared, face red with rage, and lunged. His fists crashed down where she'd just been. A crater bloomed in the concrete, dust puffing into the air. Toga rolled aside, springs up, grinning wickedly. Dozer rounded on her, swinging again, this time clipping her shoulder. Pain lanced down her arm, but she just grinned wider, feeding off the sting. She danced back, then forward again, popping up into his space, her small hands a blur. He tried to grab her by the throat, missed. She twisted under his arm, jabbed him hard in the side, then scampered away, letting him stagger and curse. The crowd howled, some jeering at her, others laughing at the spectacle of this hulking brute being outmaneuvered by a wayfish schoolgirl. Izuku watched, breathless, as Toga kept weaving, never staying in one place for more than a second. But Dozer was learning. He stopped chasing, planted his feet, arms wide, waiting for her to come in. Toga slowed, circling, hands loose at her sides. Her eyes darted, reading him, analyzing. Then, with a gleam of mischief, she feinted left, darted right, and tried to slip under his guard. This time, he was ready. His fist caught her in the ribs with a sickening thud. The crowd gasped, the force of the blow driving her to one knee. She wheezed, vision spinning, pain flaring through her side. Dozer grinned, looming over her. Thought you could dance forever, huh? Toga coughed, blood in her mouth. She spat red on the concrete, wiped her lips, and smiled. Just needed a closer look at your ugly face. He swung again. She threw herself backward, rolling away, feeling every bruise, every ache. The world narrowed to pain and adrenaline. She forced herself up, barely dodging his next blow, felt it whistle past her ear. You can do it, Toga. Izuku screamed from the railing, voice cracking through the chaos. Don't give up. She heard him. She tasted the blood. Her vision sharpened. Something inside her snapped into place. She moved in, just a hair too close for comfort, baiting him. Dozer raised both fists for a crushing double hammer. She let him. At the last possible moment, she rolled inside his reach, popping up underneath his arms. Her hands snaked out. One hand raked down his eyes, the other jabbed into his throat. He staggered, choking, blinded, swinging wildly. She latched onto his back, wrapping her arms around his thick neck in a makeshift chokehold. Dozer bucked, trying to throw her off, but she clung on, teeth bared, eyes wild. You're not so tough, she hissed in his ear. All muscle, no brains. He crashed backward, slamming her into the wall. She almost lost her grip, pain exploding in her shoulder, but she hung on, squeezing, pouring every ounce of strength into her arms. Dozer's face went red, then purple. He clawed at her hands, groping for her hair. The crowd howled, some cheering, some booing, the air electric with violence. Toga felt her arms burning, lungs screaming for air, every nerve on fire. Just when she thought she would black out, Dozer's knees buckled. He crashed to the floor, dragging her with him. She landed on top, panting, face pressed to the concrete. The ref dove in, prying her arms loose. Dozer gasped, rolling over, eyes glassy, face covered in spit and sweat. The bell clanged again. The crowd erupted, some jeering, some in shock, others roaring for more. Winner. Bloodsucker. The announcer bellowed, holding her arm aloft. Toga stood, swaying, sweat and blood streaking her face. She managed a bloody grin, raising both fists to the lights. Izuku rushed to the edge of the pit, voice hoarse with pride. You did it. You won, Toga. She looked up, catching his eyes, and winked. I told you. Never count me out. The organizer handed her a battered envelope, thick with bills. 10,000 yen. You earned it, kid. Bronze for now, but if you keep this up, you'll be silver by the end of the month. She accepted the prize, bowing exaggeratedly. Thank you, thank you. I'll be back for more. She staggered out of the pit, every step an effort, but her smile never faded. She limped up to Izuku, tossing him the envelope. For the hideout fund, she croaked, collapsing against him, laughing breathlessly. He caught her, hugging her close. You were amazing. She grinned, eyes wild and alive. That's just round one, partner. You're up next. Show them what our crew can do. Izuku swallowed, adrenaline humming through his veins as the organizer pointed a thick finger at him. Deku, you're up. Pit, now. Toga squeezed his hand with her battered fingers, her grin fierce, unwavering. You got this, Izu. Remember what we practiced. And don't die, okay. He tried to laugh, but it came out as a nervous choke. His heart hammered as he moved down the steps into the pit, every footfall echoing like a drumbeat of war. The crowd swelled, a sea of jeers and cheers, hundreds of eyes staring down, hungry for violence, for spectacle, for something new. The announcer's voice blared overhead, harsh and ragged. Bronze tier. In this corner, newcomer, goes by Deku. And facing him, a crowd favorite, the man with more limbs than sense, put your hands together for Goru. A broad-shouldered man stepped from the shadowed gate opposite, towering over Izuku. He wore no shirt, his upper body a twisted mass of muscle and old scars. Two thick, powerful arms hung at his sides, but two more flexed out from his back, twitching and stretching, each hand clenching into a fist. He rolled his neck, cracking it, and sneered at Izuku. Izuku's system pinged. You have earned 500 villain points. Toga, Bloodsucker, has earned 500 villain points. Points available. 2025. Toga points. 500 available for her upgrades. He barely registered the notification, mind narrowing to the present, to survival. The organizer glanced between them, expression bored but sharp. Rules. No weapons, no killing, hands and feet only. Winner by KO or submission. Don't embarrass us. Izuku flexed his fingers, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. The weight of 100 hours of practice, of pain, blood, failure, settled in his bones. This wasn't for fun. This was for everything. For Toga, for their future, for himself. The bell rang, metal and final. Goru came in fast. 4 fists, moving in perfect sync, a wall of flesh and power. Izuku ducked the first blow, air whooshing above his head. He pivoted, blocking a left hook with his forearm, but the force rattled him down to his bones. A third fist snapped up and caught him in the ribs, pain flared, hot and immediate. He staggered, but forced himself to stay upright. Use analyze, he told himself, eyes locking on Goru's footwork, his patterns. Weak points flickered in his vision, brief, tiny. The moment one hand pulled back, another took its place. He's trained. He's done this 100 times. He's used to being outnumbered, by everyone else. Izuku threw a punch at Goru's jaw. Goru twisted, caught his wrist with one hand, and hammered his stomach with another. The impact stole his breath, a flash of black behind his eyes. He gasped, tried to pull free, but Goru's grip was iron. Goru sneered, leaning in. You hit like a kitten, Deku. All that bark. No bite. His lower left arm cocked back, slammed into Izuku's side. Izuku choked, nearly folding. But he wouldn't fall. Not now. Not with Toga watching. Not in front of these people. He surged, wrenching his arm free, spinning to the side, lashing out with a kick. Goru sidestepped, letting the kick glance off his hip, then retaliated with a flurry of 4 punches, 1 to the shoulder, 1 to the chest, 2 to the side of the head. Stars exploded behind Izuku's eyes, pain blossoming everywhere at once. He stumbled, knees buckling, blood dripping from a split lip. The crowd jeered, some cheering for the newcomer to last, others screaming for Goru to finish him. Izuku's ears rang, the world narrowing to sound, light, pain. But he remembered Toga's voice. Be patient. Wait. Let them open up. He forced himself up, swaying, jaw set. He circled, breathing hard, sweat blurring his vision. Goru grinned, stalking him, all 4 arms loose and ready. Izuku waited, heart thumping, watching. Goru feinted, a left jab high. Izuku ducked, but the right fist crashed into his temple anyway, sending him reeling. Move. Don't freeze. Move. He darted left, then forward, aiming a kick at Goru's knee. It connected, barely making the big man flinch. But Goru frowned, just for a second, a tiny opening. Izuku went for it, throwing a flurry of punches at the man's midsection, each blow a burst of desperation and rage. Goru absorbed the hits with a grunt, then caught Izuku's arm and spun him around, slamming him to the pit floor. The air left Izuku's lungs in a rush, his vision swimming as he fought to breathe. A foot pressed down on his chest, pinning him. Goru leaned down, grinning. You got guts, kid. Shame that's all you've got. He raised a fist, aiming for Izuku's face. Izuku twisted, just enough to avoid the full force. Pain exploded in his jaw, blood splattering onto the concrete. He grabbed at Goru's ankle, yanking, but the man barely shifted. He hammered at Goru's shin, but the muscle was like stone. The crowd roared, sensing the end. Izuku tasted blood, every nerve screaming. But something inside him refused to die, refused to quit. He writhed, kicking out with both legs, finally knocking Goru slightly off balance. He surged up, grabbing one of Goru's rear arms, twisting hard. Goru hissed, the first real hint of pain on his face. Izuku drove an elbow into the big man's ribs, again, barely any damage, but Goru grunted. Getting cocky, huh? Goru spat, spinning and slamming an elbow into Izuku's cheek. The world flashed white. Izuku staggered back, hands up, barely seeing through the pain. But Goru advanced, relentless, forearms moving like clockwork. He jabbed, uppercutted, hooked. Izuku blocked some, dodged a few, but every third or fourth punch landed, splitting skin, bruising bone. His vision tunneled. Every breath was a battle. He felt his legs growing heavy, each movement a war. But he kept throwing punches, kept trying. Left hook, right jab, knee to the thigh, a wild, desperate uppercut. For every 10 strikes, 1 landed, and even then Goru seemed barely affected. The pit floor grew slick with Izuku's blood, sweat mixing with grime. The noise of the crowd was distant, barely more than static. Still, Izuku pressed on, blinking away tears and pain. His system flashed critical condition warnings in his vision, urging him to submit, to save himself. But he refused. He saw, just once, Toga's silhouette at the edge of the ring, fists clenched, eyes wild with worry and pride. For her, for their dream, for their crew, he would not stop. He surged, one last desperate assault, driving forward with a scream, throwing everything he had into a barrage of wild, flailing blows. Goru blocked most, shrugged off the rest, but Izuku managed to connect a single, perfect punch to the big man's jaw. Goru's head snapped to the side. The crowd gasped. He'd landed it. For a split second, Goru's eyes widened, surprised. Then he grinned, wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, and cracked his neck. Nice shot, Deku. Now, let's see how much you can take. He lunged. 4 fists, brutal and unyielding, came for Izuku all at once. 4 fists, brutal and unyielding, came for Izuku all at once. He tried to guard, arms crossed in front of his face, but it was like trying to shield himself from a falling building. The first fist caught him square in the jaw, whipping his head sideways and sending blood spraying from a split lip. The second and third pounded into his ribs and gut, a rib cracked, pain flashing white-hot up his side. The fourth, a wicked hook, slammed into his temple, and his vision exploded with color and sparks. The force of the combined assault lifted him off his feet. His battered body struck the pit wall with a meaty, wet crack, and he crumpled to the floor in a heap, the air punched from his lungs. He lay there for a moment, face pressed to the cold concrete, tasting blood and iron, hearing nothing but a dull ringing in his ears and the pounding of his heart. "Get up," he begged himself, "get up, don't let them see you quit." He tried to stand, but his left arm wouldn't respond, numb and heavy. He glanced down and saw it hanging at a crooked angle. Broken, useless. He spat blood, vision swimming. Goro was advancing again, relentless, mouth twisted in a grimace of admiration and annoyance. "Still moving, Deku. Stay down, kid, nobody'll blame you." But Izuku refused. He dug his good hand into the dirt and dragged himself upright, every breath a struggle, every joint screaming. The crowd was suddenly silent, watching, waiting, breathless. His face was a mess, one eye swelling shut, nose bleeding, teeth red with his own blood. Goro loomed over him, forearms cocked, shadow blotting out the lights. "One more chance, Deku. Just stay down, or I'll put you there." Izuku sucked in a ragged breath, fire burning in his only open eye. I can't. I won't. I promised her. I promised myself." He lurched forward, throwing a wild punch with his good arm. Goro caught it easily, twisting it behind Izuku's back. The pain made him scream, but he stomped on Goro's foot, headbutted blindly. Goro grunted, slightly off balance. Izuku broke free, stumbling, but didn't let up. He threw another desperate kick, striking Goro's thigh. He felt the resistance, like kicking a tree, but he refused to stop. Every nerve was raw, every muscle fraying, but he kept swinging. He dodged, barely, a devastating cross, then lunged, ramming his shoulder into Goro's gut. The big man barely budged. Goro countered, grabbing Izuku by the collar and slamming him face first into the ground. The impact made the world flicker, edges blurring. Blood pooled beneath his cheek. His right hand scrabbled against the floor, nails scraping concrete. "Move. Don't stop. Don't die here." He tried to crawl, legs shaking, broken arm flopping uselessly at his side. He made it to his knees, dragging himself up with a grunt. The crowd began to murmur, a few shouts, a ripple of surprise. "He's still up. That kid's still fighting." Goro shook his head, stepping back, four fists raised, but his eyes, cold and predatory at first, now glimmered with something like respect. Izuku forced himself upright, body trembling, sweat and blood streaming down his face. He could barely see, each breath was a knife. But he faced Goro. He raised his good fist. The big man hesitated, glancing at the referee. The ref stepped in, hand out, eyes wide. "That's enough. The fight's over. He's done. Any more and he's gonna die out here." Izuku tried to protest, voice barely a whisper. I can still fight." But the ref shook his head, kneeling beside him. "No, kid, you proved your point. Let it end here." For a moment, Izuku felt nothing but failure. He waited for the jeers, for laughter, for the scorn he'd grown used to all his life. He waited for Toga's disappointment, for her to turn away, for the crowd to declare him useless. He steeled himself for the sting of humiliation, for the ache of abandonment. But the arena was quiet. Then, slowly, a voice in the crowd broke the silence. "He's still alive." Another, louder, "The kid's got guts." A third, "Give him a hand." Hell, he lasted longer than most bronzes. And then the noise grew, a rumble, a tide, building into a thunder of applause and shouting. "Not bad, Deku. Way to keep swinging. Someone get that kid a drink." Even Goro looked down, bemused, then offered Izuku a huge, calloused hand. "You did good, kid. Most don't last half as long. You got more fight in you than most I've seen in this pit. Take pride in that." Izuku blinked, dazed, and let himself be helped up, legs wobbling. He could barely stand, but Goro steadied him, a grin tugging at the corners of his bruised face. From the edge of the pit, a wild, shrill cry echoed, "Toga!" She vaulted the barrier, racing across the floor to throw herself around Izuku, arms tight around his battered ribs, face wet with tears and sweat. "You idiot," she choked, voice breaking with anger and relief. "What were you thinking? You almost died. I told you to win, not get killed." He coughed, a weak smile blooming through the blood. "Sorry, I couldn't stop. Had to try." She buried her face in his chest, trembling, half laughing, half sobbing. "I'm proud of you, dummy. But if you ever do that again, I'll kill you myself." She turned to Goru, eyes flashing with venom. "And you, if you hurt him again, I'll drain you dry, I swear it." Goru raised his hands, still holding Izuku steady, looking genuinely confused. "Hey, I just did my job. Kid wanted a fight, he gave me one." The crowd kept clapping, and some were even chanting his name. "Deku, Deku, Deku," voices rising in a wave. Izuku's vision blurred, but not from pain. For the first time, he didn't feel like a loser. "Come on," Toga whispered, gently tugging him toward the exit. "Let's get out of here before someone tries to make you sign their caste." He managed a shaky laugh and let her guide him through the sweaty, chaotic maze of the underground. The concrete walls vibrated with the echo of the crowd, but the pair slipped out, bruised, battered, but proud. As soon as the cold night air hit his face, Izuku felt his whole body sag with relief. A soft ding echoed in his mind. "You have earned 500 villain points." He couldn't help but smile, a little reward for all that pain. At least something good had come out of the night. They found a low wall a few blocks away. Izuku sat, fighting the urge to just collapse, and opened his screen. With his good hand, he activated light regeneration on his ruined arm, choosing critical injury. The sensation was like icy fire flooding through his veins, burning out the pain, coaxing the bone to knit back together, the muscles and ligaments realigning with excruciating precision. Sweat beaded on his brow as he clenched his jaw, feeling the break grind and then snap into place. Toga sat beside him, peering over his shoulder. "That's so weird to watch," she said, wrinkling her nose. "Is it supposed to hurt that much?" He grunted. "Hurts like hell, but it works." He glanced at his stamina bar on the system screen, watching it drop as the cooldown timer appeared. He clicked into Analyze and poked at the abilities info. It says the healing is tied to my stamina. If I push it too hard, I could actually die." He looked at Toga, eyebrows raised. "The cooldown is just me regaining energy. It's not magic. It's just whatever I have left. Don't overdo it, hero," she teased, but her eyes were worried. "I want to keep you around." Before he could answer, a shadow fell over them. The arena's organizer, a heavy-set man with a balding scalp and the kind of eyes that never missed a detail, approached, clapping his hands together with a sly smile. Well, not bad for your first night." He handed Toga an envelope, thinner than she'd like, but she accepted it anyway. "You kids got potential. Tell you what, how about a free gym membership? First month, on the house." They both stared at him, confused. He laughed. "I own a gym. Several, actually. We get a lot of fighters from different underground circuits coming through. I can set you up with real training, sparring, classes, the works. Normally, it's 5,000 yen per month per person. Subscription's the only way to really get better unless you want to keep getting flattened by monsters like Goru." He winked at Izuku. Toga scoffed, glancing at the envelope. "That's like half our prize money tonight." The organizer shrugged. "Prize money isn't where the big bucks are. That's for the crowd, to keep things spicy for the bronzes. If you want to make real cash, you get your fans betting on you. That's the fun of it." He pointed at the corner, where a greasy man counted wads of bills. "You see the bookies. That's the real business." Toga and Izuku exchanged a look, realization dawning. "Ah," Izuku said, scratching his cheek. "So it's about reputation, not just fighting." The organizer grinned, nodding. "Exactly. And if you want to survive in this world, you'll need skills. My gym's a good place to start. You two sign up, I'll get you in with some real trainers. Think about it." He handed them 2 passes, plastic, shiny, printed with a snarling wolf logo. "Good for 1 month. After that, you'll need to renew. Don't lose 'em." Toga grinned, tucking the pass into her pocket. "All right." We'll think about it. Izuku nodded, clutching his own. Thank you. With that, the man melted back into the shadows, always on the lookout for the next big spectacle. Izuku sighed, exhaustion dragging at his bones. That was a night. She grinned, nudging his side. You did good, Deku. I'm proud. Now, let's make some easy villain points before your system puts you in the hospital. He fished out an energy drink from his bag, cracked it open, and drank greedily, the sugar and caffeine hitting his bloodstream like a jolt. We need another 2,500 points for the hideout. That's still a lot. Toga's eyes lit up. The beach, she said softly. He blinked, then grinned. Takoba Seaside Bay. It's like a landfill out there. No one's watching. It's night, and there's a road nearby. She snickered. Let's go cause a little chaos. It took them an hour of grimy, heavy labor, moving rotten furniture, broken appliances, bottles, and bags of trash out of the sand and onto the road. Every heave of garbage, every pound tossed onto the asphalt, brought a faint pop-up in their vision. One villain point. Together, they racked up 500 points each. Thanks to the crew bonus, Izuku got another 500 from Toga's effort. They laughed at first, but by the time the notification appeared, littering limit reached, Izuku cursed under his breath, sagging against a lamppost, soaked in sweat and smelling like low tide. Damn, at least we got something out of it. Toga nudged him, looping her arm through his. We need to clean up. There's a bathhouse open all night a couple blocks from here. Trust me, no one's going to look at us twice in there. Izuku didn't argue. God, yes, I feel like I'm wearing the beach. They trudged through the dark streets, neon signs humming above their heads, the city's nighttime hush broken only by the distant hum of traffic and the gentle splash of water in gutters. The bathhouse was a beacon, old, its wooden walls lit softly from within, warm gold light spilling onto the sidewalk. Toga paid at the front desk, sliding bills across the counter with a wink, her wild eyes flashing at the bored clerk. She tugged Izuku's hand, pulling him through the tiled corridors to the changing room, her laughter echoing in the air. Inside, Izuku stripped off his battered, blood-stained clothes, folding them neatly in the locker, embarrassed by the splashes of crimson and the rips that told the story of the night. He hesitated a moment, then took a quick rinse under the cold shower, feeling the grime and sweat of the underground pit swirl away. He watched the blood spiral down the drain and closed his eyes, letting the water hammer away the last traces of pain. When he finally stepped into the main bath, the heat hit him like a wave, sinking into his bones and melting the aches from his body. He lowered himself into the steaming pool, muscles unwinding, the room filling with lazy clouds of vapor. It was quiet except for the gentle trickle of water and his own breathing. He activated regeneration once more, fixing the remaining bruises and lingering pains, an act of defiance against the abuse he'd taken, a declaration that he would not let anyone break him tonight. As his body healed, he let out a long, slow breath, sinking deeper into the soothing warmth. He heard the sound of a shower running in the adjoining room, the faint splash and hiss of water on tile, but he didn't open his eyes. He just let himself float, for once at peace. A moment later, he felt the water ripple. Something soft pressed gently against his chest, warm and delicate. He opened his eyes in a daze. Toga was there, naked and bold, her hair still damp, her golden eyes half-lidded with mischief and longing. Her lips pressed softly, then hungrily, against his, sending a jolt of heat up his spine. He gasped, his face turning the color of a tomato, utterly speechless. She smiled, watching his reaction, her own face flushed. What's wrong, Izu? You don't like me. Her voice was teasing, but there was a vulnerable note hidden beneath the playfulness. He could only stammer, mind blank, lost in the moment and the sensation of her bare skin pressed against him. She smirked, and leaned in closer, her lips tracing along his jaw, then biting down lightly on his neck. He shivered as she began to lick the bite, her tongue soft, lingering, sending sparks across his skin. Maybe we should have some fun tonight, she whispered in his ear, her voice playful and wicked, her hands finding his and guiding them over her chest. He trembled, not from fear, but from awe and excitement. He touched her, reverent, unsure, feeling the thrum of her heartbeat under his palm. She hummed, lips never leaving his skin as she continued to taste and tease, her hands wandering his body with equal curiosity. They kissed again, this time slower, deeper, more passionate. Their hands mapped each other's bodies, cautious and eager, drawing comfort from every touch. For a moment, the world shrank to the space of the bath, the water rippling around them, their bodies pressed close in the steam. But as the passion swelled, Toga pulled back, her forehead resting against his. Her breath was ragged, her cheeks pink. "No further," she whispered, her voice soft but resolute. "We promised your mom we'd take things slow. So, we will, but in a month or so, maybe we'll have to revisit that." She laughed, licking his neck again, her tongue tracing his ear in playful circles, driving him half mad with anticipation. He grinned, heart pounding, and returned the favor, nipping at her shoulder, kissing her neck, his hands gentle as they explored. They fell into another kiss, hungry, needy, both of them laughing between breaths as they drew each other closer and then, finally, just rested, wrapped in each other's arms, letting the water carry them. After a long while, Toga nestled against his chest, her body warm and soft, her hand tracing lazy circles on his stomach. "Hey, Izu, is this really the path you want?" she asked quietly, her tone different, earnest, searching. "Being a villain, I mean. Is this who you are?" He stared up at the ceiling, thinking hard, feeling the weight of her question. "I don't know," he said honestly, his voice low. "The system, it wants me to be a villain. My quirk wants me to chase points, hurt people, do things that make me feel less. But tonight, when that crowd cheered for me, when they didn't care that I was weak, or quirkless, or weird, I felt like I belonged somewhere. Like I could be myself, for once. Like, maybe there's a place out there for people like us. Where we don't have to hide, or apologize, or pretend to be something we're not." He turned, gazing at her with open admiration. "I just want a home. A place where I can be me. Where I have support. Where someone gives a damn if I fall. Being a villain, it wasn't my first choice. But right now, it feels like the only place I fit. And if it means being with you, then I'm okay with that." He squeezed her gently, eyes wide and honest. "Sorry if I sound stupid. It's just, your butt is super soft." He grinned, and squeezed her playfully, earning a laugh and a half-hearted smack on the chest. Toga rolled her eyes, but her smile was soft. "Idiot, you know what I want. I want a world where I can be normal. Where I don't have to hide what I am. Where people don't scream and run when I show them my true self. I want to be loved for being me, not for pretending to be someone else." Izuku looked at her, his heart swelling with something fierce and protective. "Then my dream is to make that world for you. To build a place where you can live however you want. Where you never have to be afraid or alone again." He pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, then her lips. "Promise." She blushed, hiding her face against his chest, her voice muffled. "Dummy, you better keep that promise, or I'll haunt you forever." They stayed like that, close and safe, trading stories and secret dreams, letting themselves imagine a future where things could be different. Eventually, Toga murmured, "We should get home before sunrise. Don't want your mom catching me naked again." They dried off, got dressed in clean clothes, and slipped back through the city shadows, adrenaline replaced by warm, sleepy peace. The moon hung low, painting the silent streets in silver as they crept quietly up to Izuku's apartment. He eased the door open with practiced care, Toga slipping in after him, silent as a shadow. They moved through the hallway on tiptoe, breath held every time a floorboard creaked. At last, they reached the sanctuary of his room, slipping inside and closing the door with a gentle click. The familiar space felt safer than ever, the night's aches already fading to something soft and distant. Izuku changed into his pajamas, an old, too big t-shirt and soft shorts. Toga, already in one of his borrowed shirts, crawled up onto the bed beside him, laughter dancing in her golden eyes. She pressed close, kissing the side of his neck, her lips warm and soft. He shivered, letting his hand wander to her hip, then lower, fingers cupping and gently massaging her. She grinned against his skin, peppering kisses along his jaw before capturing his lips in a deep, slow kiss. Their tongues brushed, moving together, gentle, hungry, full of need and promise. In the low light, the air between them pulsed with a playful energy. "I love you," Izuku murmured, his voice trembling with emotion, not just desire. He felt her thigh brush against him, teasing, and he couldn't hold back a quiet, pleased hum. Toga smirked, her lips brushing his ear. That's definitely love I'm feeling, she teased, rolling her hips just enough to make him gasp. I can feel it right here. Her laughter was a whisper, wild, happy, and free. He kissed her again, long and slow, letting his hands move up her back and down to her waist, tracing every line as if memorizing her all over again. Each kiss faded into the next, growing quieter, softer, until finally their breaths slowed, and they pressed their foreheads together, eyes closed. Toga tucked herself against his chest, head nestled into the curve of his shoulder, their hands linked tightly together. She kissed his collarbone, then whispered, I love you, one last time. Izuku looked down at her, his face burning with joy. I love you, too. I've never been this happy before. Thank you, Toga. Thank you for everything. She squeezed his hand, her thumb tracing lazy circles over his skin. He pressed a final kiss to her hair, sealing the night, vowing silently to protect her always. Wrapped in each other's arms, the world outside melted away. In that quiet, gentle darkness, all that mattered was the warmth they shared, their hearts beating together, safe, for once, from pain and loneliness. Toga was the most precious thing in Izuku's world now, and as he drifted into sleep, he held her close, silently promising to never let go. The faint, golden glow of morning pressed through the thin curtains, painting gentle lines across the tangle of sheets and limbs on Izuku's narrow bed. The apartment was silent, the world caught in that delicate pause before alarms sounded and people rose to chase another day. Izuku awoke to the soft sensation of someone's breath on his skin, and for a moment, he didn't move, half convinced that if he shifted even a fraction, it would all vanish like a pleasant dream. But the warmth pressed close was real, as was the delicate press of lips against his shoulder. He turned his head and found Toga lying beside him, her blonde hair splayed across the pillow, eyes already open and searching his face. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at each other, grins blooming, the night's intimacy glowing between them. Morning, lover boy, she whispered, her voice husky with sleep and affection. She leaned up, pressing her lips softly to his, lingering there, letting the kiss stretch until it faded into a sleepy giggle. You snore, you know. He flushed, embarrassed, but the smile wouldn't leave his face. Only a little, right? Only a lot, she giggled again, nuzzling her nose against his. But it's cute, like you. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, feeling the fragile peace of this moment. The night had been a blur of exhaustion, whispered dreams, and sweet confessions, and now the sunrise seemed to promise that there could be more days like this, more mornings together, more moments where nothing hurt. She kissed him again, slow and sweet, her hands tracing his jaw, his hair, every inch of him that she could reach from beneath the covers. I could get used to this. Waking up together, not running. He closed his eyes, savoring the words. Me too. But all too soon, reality crept back in. The distant clatter of a pan in the kitchen, the quiet footsteps of his mother starting her day. Toga sat up, stretching, her eyes flicking to the door. I should go, she whispered, regret and mischief mingling in her voice. If Mama Midoriya finds me here in your bed, she might actually kill us both. Izuku laughed, quiet and a little nervous. Yeah, she'd probably ground me for life, and you, well, I'm not sure what she'd do to you. Toga grinned, pressing one last kiss to his lips, quick and fierce, her eyes shining. I'll see you at the gym. Don't forget to bring the passes. She winked, then, moving with the silent grace of a practiced runaway, slipped off the bed and pulled on her borrowed t-shirt and jeans. She paused at the door, glancing back. I love you, Izuku. He blushed to the roots of his hair. I love you, too, Toga. Be careful. She blew him a kiss and vanished, silent as a ghost, tiptoeing down the hall and out the window she'd used 100 times before. Izuku lay there for a moment longer, heart pounding, before he forced himself up. He tucked the gym pass into his bag, changed into training clothes, simple shorts, a sleeveless hoodie, sturdy sneakers, then wandered into the kitchen, trying to look casual. Inko was there, bustling quietly. She gave him a tired smile. Morning, sweetie, you're up early. He tried to smile back. Yeah, I thought I'd go for a run today. Maybe try to get back in shape for school. He avoided her gaze, hoping she didn't see the swelling already fading from his face, the way his body seemed a little more battered than it should. She looked him up and down, concern lurking in her eyes. Just don't push yourself, okay? I worry about you. He nodded, heart aching a little at the care in her voice. I'll be careful, Mom. I promise. Breakfast was quiet, toast and eggs and a mug of bitter coffee he forced himself to drink. Every bite reminded him of Toga, of the way her laughter still echoed in his ears. He finished quickly, rinsed his dishes, and slung his bag over his shoulder. See you later, he called, already halfway out the door. The city was still shaking off its sleepiness as he jogged through side streets and alleys, breathing in the chill air. The villain gym was tucked into an old industrial building, its windows dark and its sign, Wolf's Den, painted in peeling silver letters. Izuku paused at the entrance, suddenly nervous, the knight's confidence fading as he thought about what awaited him inside. The door was heavy, the lobby empty except for a tired-looking clerk who glanced up, recognizing him at once. Deku, right, bloodsucker's already here. Go on in, showers and lockers are through the left. Gym floors straight ahead, and keep your pass visible. He nodded, nerves thrumming, and moved through the halls. The gym itself was a cavernous space. Cinder block walls hung with faded posters of legendary fighters, heavy bags and speed bags dangling in rows, a battered boxing ring in the center, and half a dozen sparring mats lined up along the edges. The smell of sweat, chalk, and old leather hung thick in the air. Toga was already there, bouncing on her toes in front of a heavy bag, her hair up in messy puffs, face flushed with excitement. She grinned when she saw him, jogging over and throwing her arms around his neck. You made it, ready to get destroyed again. He laughed, hugging her tight. If it means getting stronger, yeah, I'll take it. A stocky, muscle-bound man strode over, clipboard in hand. His hair was shaved close, his nose crooked from a dozen breaks. He wore a faded tank top that did little to hide the scars on his arms. You two the new kids. His voice was gruff, but not unkind. Toga saluted playfully. Bloodsucker, at your service. Izuku offered his hand. Deku, hope we're not late. The trainer took his hand, squeezing hard. Call me Wolf, owner and coach. You're on time. Rules are simple. Train hard, don't slack, and if you puke, clean it up yourself. He eyed them, sizing them up. Bronze rank, we'll see how long that lasts. He led them through a grueling warm-up, jumping jacks, push-ups, squats, and sprints that left Izuku gasping, sweat pouring down his face. Toga seemed tireless, laughing as she skipped rope, her movements light and precise. Wolf barked orders, correcting their stances, forcing them to repeat every motion until it was perfect. You want to survive in the pit, he barked. You need more than guts. You need muscle memory. You need reflexes. And you need to hit like you mean it. They worked heavy bags, learning to throw combinations, jab, cross, hook, uppercut. Izuku's hands throbbed, his knuckles burning, but he forced himself to keep going, driven by the memory of Goru's fists and the thrill of the crowd's applause. Toga was a blur, quick, clever, unpredictable. She danced around the bag, throwing spinning backfists and knees, her laughter echoing off the walls. Wolf grunted approvingly. She's a natural brawler. Fast feet, dirty tricks. But you, Deku, right. You think too much. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Trust your body. Trust your training. If you see an opening, take it. If you don't, make one. They drilled throws and takedowns on the mats, Wolf demonstrating each move with ruthless efficiency. Izuku struggled to keep up, but Toga cheered him on, clapping every time he landed a clean throw, teasing him when he hesitated. After an hour, they were both dripping with sweat, their shirts clinging to their bodies, faces flushed and hearts racing. Wolf finally called for a break, tossing them each a bottle of water. Izuku collapsed onto the edge of the ring, panting, his muscles screaming. Toga flopped beside him, her head on his shoulder. You're getting stronger, she whispered, pride and mischief in her voice. One day, you'll be able to toss me around like a ragdoll. He chuckled, squeezing her hand. I'll need a lot more training for that. Wolf passed by, overhearing. You'll get it. You've got the guts. Now you just need the muscle and the skill. Keep this up, and you'll move up the ranks before you know it. Izuku grinned, letting the words settle deep in his bones. For the first time in his life, he felt hope blooming, not just for himself, but for both of them. The world was harsh, but here, in this battered gym with Toga by his side, he was building something new. Something that might even last. Toga nudged him, her eyes shining. Come on, let's get back to work. I want to see if I can pin you before the day's over. He stood, wobbly but determined, and let her pull him to his feet. As they stepped back onto the mats, laughter mingling with the sweat and struggle, the morning sun climbed higher, painting hope across the cracked gym floor. For Izuku and Toga, it was just the beginning. After the gym, after training, the world felt new. Izuku's body ached in places he hadn't known existed, but it was a clean, purposeful ache, the kind that spoke of growth, of progress. The sun was high, painting the city in bright gold as he and Toga made their way home, their hair still damp from quick showers at the gym and their skin tingling from the cold breeze that whistled through side streets. They took the long way back, Toga looping her arm through his as they ambled past old shops and open-air stalls. The city felt different today, as if every brick and tree recognized the changes in them. People bustled about their business, but for once, Izuku didn't feel small or invisible. Toga was beside him, humming a tune, a mischievous light in her eyes every time she looked at him. You did so good today, she whispered, bumping his hip with hers. Your form's getting sharper, and your punches actually hurt now. She held up a fist, showing him her knuckles, raw and red, but proud. Izuku blushed, grinning sheepishly. Only because I have a good coach. He reached out and gently took her hand, inspecting the bruises with care before pressing a soft kiss to each knuckle. She melted into him, leaning on his shoulder, sighing in contentment. Their pace slowed as they neared his apartment, both savoring these last quiet moments together. Toga stopped outside the building, turning to face him fully. Should I come in for lunch? She asked, her voice playful but unsure. He nodded, his green eyes earnest. You're always welcome here. Besides, Mom likes you, she just doesn't know it yet. She giggled, bouncing on her toes before following him up the stairs. The apartment was warm and full of light, the kitchen window thrown open to let in a fresh spring breeze. Inko was bustling around the stove, the scent of simmering miso and sautéed vegetables filling the air. Hi, Mom, I'm back, and, I brought a friend. Izuku called as they entered. Inko turned, a wooden spoon in one hand, a gentle smile on her face. Toga-chan, right, welcome back, dear. Lunch is almost ready. Would you two set the table for me? Toga brightened instantly, her nerves melting away at the kindness in Inko's voice. She darted to the drawers, searching for chopsticks and napkins while Izuku grabbed bowls and plates. They worked in companionable silence, the clink of porcelain and soft footsteps the only sound for a while. Inko served up steaming bowls of rice, grilled mackerel, and a colorful stir-fry. As they sat, Toga watched every move, her hands in her lap, eyes wide at the neatness of the spread. Izuku smiled, nudging her knee beneath the table. Dig in, Mom's cooking is the best. They all ate together, the meal a tapestry of warmth and gentle conversation. Inko asked Toga about her day, and Toga, relaxed by now, launched into a wild story about how she'd seen a stray cat at the gym and tried to coax it out of hiding with bits of protein bar. Inko listened with laughter and the occasional gasp, shaking her head fondly. Midway through the meal, Inko turned her attention to Izuku, her gaze soft but intent. You're looking better these days, sweetie. I can tell you've been working hard. How are you feeling? Izuku hesitated, chopsticks hovering over his bowl. The truth was a tangle in his chest. He felt stronger, yes, but there was still that gnawing anxiety about school, about fitting in, about what came next. I'm doing better, he admitted. The gym helps. Toga helps. He glanced at the blonde girl, who beamed back at him. It's nice to move again. To feel like I'm getting somewhere. Inko nodded, smiling. I'm glad, darling. You know, I've been thinking, maybe you could start back at school soon. Not today, but perhaps in a few days, when you're ready. Her tone was gentle, not pushing, just offering. Physical health is important, but your heart matters too. Toga squeezed his hand under the table. Izuku swallowed, nodding. I think that's a good idea. I'm still nervous, but I'll try. Lunch stretched on, sunlight slanting through the window as stories were shared and laughter echoed. Inko reminisced about Izuku's childhood, the time he tried to teach a stray pigeon to fetch, or when he'd gotten stuck in a tree and refused to come down until she brought him cookies. Toga listened, enraptured, occasionally adding her own strange anecdotes, a story about the best hiding spot in the city, or the time she snuck into a festival and won a goldfish by convincing the stall owner to give her extra tries. The air felt easy, almost like family. After they finished eating, Toga helped Inko clear the table, chatting quietly as they stacked dishes and washed up. Izuku watched them, his heart swelling with something both old and new, hope, maybe, or just the simple, aching relief of belonging. When the kitchen was clean and the dishes stacked neatly to dry, Inko poured green tea for everyone and carried the steaming cups to the living room. They sat together on the faded couch, sipping tea, basking in the gentle hush of afternoon. Inko glanced at Izuku, her eyes kind but full of unspoken worry. I know it's not easy, going back after everything that happened. If you ever want to talk about it, about anything, I'm here. Always. Izuku nodded, throat tight. Thanks, Mom, I mean it. Toga looped her arm through his, leaning her head on his shoulder. We'll make sure he's okay, Inko-san. He's got me to watch his back now, too. Inko smiled, her eyes shining. I'm glad. You're both good for each other. They talked a while longer, about the weather, about the cherry trees starting to blossom down the street, about small things that mattered and big things that loomed on the horizon. Toga asked about Inko's favorite recipes and scribbled notes on a scrap of paper, vowing to try making her own stir-fry someday. When the sun started dipping lower, casting the room in golden haze, Toga stood and stretched. I should head home before it gets too late. Thank you for lunch, Inko-san. It was amazing. Inko hugged her gently, warmth and worry in the gesture. You're welcome anytime, dear. Take care of yourself, and keep an eye on my boy. Izuku walked her to the door, their hands tangled together. On the landing, she paused, searching his face. You'll be okay, you know. Even if school is hard. Even if things get weird. You have me, and your mom, and this new strength you're building. He smiled, pulling her close for a quick, secret kiss. I know. Thank you, Toga, for all of it. But before he could let the glow of the moment linger, a familiar flicker appeared in his peripheral vision, a system notification, persistent and cold. Villainous act cooldown. 2 hours remaining for littering, street pollution. Current points. 4,025. Points needed for next milestone. 5,000. Izuku scowled at the screen. We're still 500 short. And the system's got me locked out of more street trash for a while. Toga grinned, her tongue poking out playfully. Guess we need to get creative, then. Villainy is all about style, darling. That's when it hit him. A festival was happening on the main street. A local spring matsuri, full of crowds, games, food stalls, lanterns, and unsuspecting targets. If they played it right, they could stir up so much chaos it would rain villain points. He turned to Toga, eyes lighting up with manic glee. What if we went to the festival? Lots of people, lots of opportunities. And nobody expects us to be bad there. She clapped her hands, practically vibrating with excitement. Let's do it. Street food, chaos, and a night under the lanterns. I'm in. He dashed back inside to tell his mom. Hey Mom, Toga and I are going to check out the festival. We'll be back before it gets too late, okay? Inko poked her head out of the kitchen, a little worried but relieved to see him smile. Be careful, sweetie, and stay together, okay? Izuku gave her a wave and hurried out, Toga already bouncing on her toes at the bottom of the stairs. As they made their way down the block, Izuku's heart began to hammer, not with anxiety but with anticipation. The air was rich with the smell of frying batter, sweet mochi, and grilling meat. Colorful lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting dancing lights over throngs of festival-goers in yukata. They melted into the crowd, a devilish pair hiding in plain sight. Okay, Izuku whispered, voice low with mischief. Let's start simple. Bump into people, spill their food, and act like it's an accident. See if we get any points. Toga cackled. Ooh, can I start? She darted ahead, skipping through a group of girls giggling over candied apples. With a perfectly timed, oops, She elbowed one of them, sending her apple tumbling to the ground. The girl yelped, staring down at her ruined treat. Toga put on her most innocent face. I'm so sorry. I just tripped. Oh no, did I ruin your pretty apple? Izuku sidled up, looking mortified. Sorry, my girlfriend's a total klutz. Here, let me. Oh, he accidentally tipped a cup of soda onto another girl's yukata. Soda splattered, people gasped. 5 villain points. Toga grinned as the girls started sniping at each other. If you'd watched where you were going. It's your fault for being so close. Izuku winked at Toga. Next target. Watch this, she whispered. She spotted a little girl holding a bright pink balloon, clinging to it like it was treasure. Toga skipped over, accidentally, brushing against her and, snip, the string floated free. The balloon soared skyward, the girl's eyes filling with tears. Toga gasped, hands to her cheeks. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That was totally my bad. It just slipped. The little girl wailed as her parents glared at Toga, who bowed deeply, biting the inside of her cheek to hide her laughter. Izuku, trying not to crack up, checked his system, points ticked upward. 10 villain points. They weaved through the crowd, knocking plates from hands, accidentally, tripping a group of middle schoolers until their shaved ice flew everywhere. Izuku shoved a boy into his girlfriend, causing her to shriek as a bowl of noodles spilled down her shirt. Toga snorted. The chaos is beautiful, but let's up the stakes. They spotted a guy standing awkwardly beneath a cherry blossom tree, holding a bouquet and a nervous smile. A girl waited in front of him, blush high on her cheeks. Toga's eyes gleamed. Love confession incoming. Wanna ruin it? Absolutely, Izuku said, barely suppressing a snicker. Toga slipped into the shadows, eyes darting as she sized up the situation. With practiced speed, she mimicked the girl's voice and then, in front of everyone, stepped out of the crowd, grabbed the guy's arm, and shouted in fake tears, I can't believe you'd cheat on me. After all we've been through. With her, everyone froze. The actual girlfriend gaped. The boy's face turned ghostly pale. Wait, what? No, she's not. Toga wailed, stumbling dramatically. I gave you everything, and you do this to me. She ran off, sobbing. The actual girlfriend's expression went from confused to furious in seconds. She threw the bouquet on the ground. Scumbag, she screamed, and the crowd jeered. Izuku strolled up and, in a deadpan voice, slugged the guy in the cheek. That's for cheating, dirtbag. The crowd roared, some clapping, others booing the poor guy. The girl who'd been about to receive the confession kicked him in the shins and stormed off, her friends following with shouts of, loser. And, you jerk. 25 villain points. Toga melted out of the crowd, her laughter barely contained. Did you see their faces? I haven't had this much fun in forever. Izuku grinned, emboldened by the success. Let's keep going. The night is young. They moved like shadows through the festival, finding new ways to disrupt. Toga darted to a game booth, accidentally, causing a stack of prizes to topple, sending plush toys bouncing into the street. Izuku helped a vendor with a heavy box, then slipped, causing takoyaki to scatter into a group of elderly women. Each time, points trickled in, some small, some big. They turned it into a contest, tallying their score on Izuku's phone. But the most outrageous stunt was yet to come. At the food stalls, Toga caught Izuku's eye. Distract the guy. I'm starving. He nodded and sauntered up to a takoyaki stall, waving a 100 yen coin. Hey, do you know which ones are the freshest? I heard some stalls put yesterday's leftovers at the front. The vendor, affronted, turned to argue, and Toga's nimble fingers darted across the counter, scooping half a tray of steaming takoyaki and a skewer of grilled beef into her bag. She flashed Izuku a quick thumbs up. Izuku, fighting to keep a straight face, shrugged. Guess I'll try somewhere else. Sorry for the trouble. He slipped away as the vendor turned, confused. A few stalls down, they tried the same trick at a shaved ice stand. Toga faked a coughing fit, drawing everyone's eyes, while Izuku cleaned out 2 mochi cakes and a bottle of ramune. The system pinged each time, 15 villain points. Between chaos, insult, and petty theft, Izuku's villain points kept climbing. The system, delighted with the creative mischief, even granted combo bonuses for innovative teamwork and emotional sabotage. Toga, munching on stolen beef, beamed at Izuku, cheeks pink with excitement. We're getting really good at this, you know. We should have a name, Team Disaster or something. He laughed, finishing a stolen rice ball. We're a menace, that's for sure. I hope the system gives out badges. By the end of the night, they'd left a trail of spilled food, tears, and red-faced confessions in their wake. Izuku's phone buzzed. 500 villain points acquired. 500 villain points bonus from Toga. Loyalty share, 100%. Current points, 6,025. Toga checked her own points and grinned. I'm at 5,025. Not bad for an evening's work. They finished the festival sitting side by side at the top of a playground slide, looking out over the city lights, the night cool and full of possibility. Izuku leaned his head against hers. We did it. Hideout, here we come. Toga wrapped her arms around his waist, giggling. We should make this our thing. Hit every festival, cause chaos, and get free food. Villain's dream. He pulled her close, savoring the warmth of her laughter, the thrill of their success. Let's promise to always have nights like this. Even if the world hates us. She squeezed him tight, her voice soft but fierce. Always, Deku, always. As the last fireworks burst over the city and the festival crowd began to thin, Izuku and Toga slipped away, victorious and closer than ever, villains in love, leaving the world just a little more chaotic in their wake. After the festival, high on sugar and villain points, Izuku and Toga made their way to the dark edge of the city, the moon bright over Takoba Seaside Bay. The world was quiet, almost complicit, as they resumed their favorite brand of chaos, tossing bags of garbage and random debris onto the empty street. Every thud, every crash, every mess of trash scattered across the concrete sent another wave of satisfaction through the system. One villain point, one villain point, one villain point. They took turns, laughing breathlessly as the pile grew. You know, Toga said, her eyes wild with joy as she flung a broken chair into the pile, I never thought littering would be this much fun. Izuku snorted, grabbing a bag of empty cans and hurling it into the mess. If the city wants to punish us for this, I hope they know they're making us stronger. With each toss, their totals grew. Toga gained 500 villain points. Izuku racked up 500 of his own, plus an extra 500 from the system's loyalty share. By the time the system pinged, littering limit reached, they were breathless, cheeks flushed from laughter and mischief. Toga, 500. Izuku, 1,500 including bonus. Izuku checked his stats, fingers trembling with excitement as he tallied the haul. With the leftover points from the festival chaos, their new totals gleamed on the screen. Toga, 1,000 villain points. Izuku, 1,525 villain points. Toga bounced on her toes, clutching his arm. Is it time? He grinned, heart pounding. It's time. Let's go home. Before heading out, Izuku called his mom. She answered on the first ring, voice warm and a little worried. Hi, sweetie, is everything okay? He hesitated, then cleared his throat, trying to sound casual. Hey, Mom, I'm going to spend the night at Toga's place. Just a movie night and, snacks. We'll be safe, I promise. There was a long pause, then Inko's voice came back, awkward but gentle. Okay, honey, you're both getting older. Just be careful, okay? And, wear protection if you, well, you know. Just, I trust you. Have fun. Izuku's face turned scarlet, almost dropping his phone. Mom, it's not. I mean, we're not. Okay, yeah. Good night. He hung up quickly, Toga cackling as she listened to the exchange. They headed to the woods at the city's edge, picking a secluded spot surrounded by dense trees and low brush. Izuku opened his system and, with a mental flick, selected the Villain Crap Shack hideout. Blueprints shimmered in the air before vanishing with a flash, a compact, modern prefab, mini apartment, materializing before them, just as the system had promised. The place was bigger than he expected. 2 small but separate bedrooms, a cozy living room with a beaten-up but comfortable couch, a kitchen with a fridge, stove, and tiny table, and a surprisingly nice bathroom. The furniture was mismatched, some pieces sturdy and old, others clearly cheap, but it was clean and inviting, feeling like a real home. Toga raced through the rooms, bouncing from bed to bed, then curling up on the couch and sighing happily. We have a house, Deku. A real villain lair. I feel like I should monologue or something. Izuku joined her, laughing as he sprawled out beside her. Should we try to sound evil? Or is it enough to just be evil? She stuck her tongue out, wrapping her arms around him. I'm happy just being with you. Villainy is a bonus. A ping from the system caught his attention. New upgrade available. Computer with Wi-Fi 100 points. Izuku didn't hesitate. He tapped purchase, and watched as a small desk in the living room filled itself with a brand new, if slightly off-brand, laptop and a blinking wireless router. Perfect. Now we have internet, too. We can do research, or just watch cat videos. Toga beamed, stretching out on the floor with her arms above her head. This is the best night ever. Izuku sat back, surveying their kingdom. Now, for the important part, stat upgrades. They opened their screens, side by side, comparing their available points. Izuku's mind was racing, eyes flicking between stats and options. Okay, it's 100 points per increment. One increment is 10 points, so that's 10 per stat bump. But once a stat crosses 100, it costs more. He scrolled over, physical, and punched in 9 upgrades, 900 points, raising his physical from 25 to 105. Physical, 25,105, spent 900 points. Remaining points, 1,525, 900 equals 625. The cost on the next upgrade jumped to 500 points per increment. He cursed softly. So once you cross 100, it's 500 points a pop. Toga was deep in her own upgrades, humming as she did math in her head. I want to be fast and strong. So, physical to 70, charisma to 75, and body to 50. She ticked each stat up, watching the numbers climb. Physical, 40-70, 3 increments, 300 points. Charisma, 45-75, 3 increments, 300 points. Body, 30-50, 2 increments, 200 points. Points spent, 800 points. Points left, 1,800 equals 200. She high-fived Izuku, their screens buzzing with notifications. Look at us. We're buff. We're charming. We're impossible to kill. Izuku checked the points left after all their upgrades and purchases. Izuku, 525 points left after Wi-Fi and physical stat boosts. Toga, 200 points left. He grinned, feeling an unfamiliar confidence settling over him. This feels good. Like we're finally on the right path. We're making something for ourselves, not just reacting to what everyone else does. Toga snuggled up against him, her head on his shoulder. Let's spend what's left later. Maybe on skills, or something fun. They explored every corner of their hideout, filling the fridge with stolen food, arranging their few belongings on the shelves, laughing about which bedroom would be hers, and which would be his, before deciding they'd just share, anyway. Toga plopped onto their new bed, sprawling out and stretching her arms wide. It's not perfect, but it's ours. Izuku sat beside her, turning the moment over in his mind, feeling a sense of belonging he'd never known before. We'll make it better, every day, one villain point at a time. She grabbed his hand, squeezing it tight. Together, he leaned down, kissing her forehead, then her lips. Always. What started as a soft promise turned hungry in a heartbeat, their lips clashing, tongues entwining, hands exploring with urgent curiosity and need. Izuku's fingers found the curve of Toga's ass, squeezing and caressing, his body pressed close as he kissed along her neck, breathing in the wild scent of her hair. She giggled, then nipped at his ear, her tongue flicking over the sensitive skin before her teeth sunk gently into his neck. Heat pulsed through him. She sucked lightly, tasting the iron tang of his blood, her eyes fluttering in bliss. You're delicious, she murmured, licking the little wound as his hand slipped under her skirt, massaging and slapping her with playful intensity. Toga yelped, then pulled him closer, their bodies molding together. Suddenly, with a grin, Izuku flipped her onto her back. He pinned her wrists to the mattress, kissing her hungrily, tasting his own blood mingled with her saliva. They both moaned, the air between them thick with longing and affection. Her thigh pressed up, grinding against his hardness, making him shudder and groan. He pulled back, breathless, meeting her eyes. Do you want to go all the way? He asked, voice low, unsure and trembling with hope. Toga's face turned a vivid crimson. She hesitated, torn between fierce desire and a promise. I do want to. I really do. But, we promised your mom, and, she trailed off, biting her lip, shy but honest. Izuku smiled, kissing her forehead again. It's okay. We can wait. He grinned mischievously, his voice dropping to a playful whisper. You're too adorable not to eat. He leaned in and gently bit her neck. Toga squeaked, mock pouting, then shoved him playfully. Hey, I'm supposed to be the one that bites, dummy. They both laughed, tension dissolving, kissing again and again, fingers tracing lazy, affectionate paths along each other's skin. By the time their passion faded, both their necks and arms were adorned in a patchwork of hickeys and love bites, each mark a secret promise, a reminder of the night. He held her tightly, whispering, I love you. She said it back with equal passion, clinging to him as if she never wanted to let go. Eventually, exhaustion overtook them, and they fell asleep tangled together, warm beneath their new roof. The next morning broke gently, sunlight trickling through the tiny window, painting their battered hideout in a hopeful golden hue. Izuku woke first, Toga's hair splayed across his chest, her breath warm and steady. He smiled, savoring the quiet peace, then pressed a kiss to her forehead to wake her. Her eyes fluttered open, and she grinned, stretching like a cat. Morning, handsome, he chuckled. Morning, my little bloodsucker. She pounced on him, tickling his ribs, then rolled off, sighing dramatically. Last day before you have to go back to school, huh? He nodded, running a hand through his messy hair. Yeah, I want to make the most of it. Maybe we can plan something fun, or at least do some more training. She pouted, but it didn't last long. We'll make tonight count, then. After a quick breakfast, leftover festival food and instant ramen, they sat on the couch together, pulling up their system screens. The shop interface shimmered to life in front of them, sleeker now after the system upgrade, with new categories and flashy banners advertising, villain essentials, and elite gear. They scrolled through, reading out loud, discussing and daydreaming about what they might do with all this new power. Basic gear, Tier 1. Dagger 50 VP. Lightweight, easy to conceal, good for close quarters. You could sneak one into school. Toga teased. Combat knife 100 VP. Heavier blade, better for fighting, not so easy to hide under a skirt, Izuku said with a smirk. Retractable baton 150 VP. This would be so fun to smack someone with, Toga grinned, making swinging motions with her hand. Cheap gun, single shot, unreliable, 300 VP. Probably not worth it unless you want to scare someone, Izuku muttered. Phone jammer 50 VP. Imagine blocking all the teachers' phones. Toga cackled. Mask concealment grade. F50 VP. We could look like the classic comic villains. Burner phone 30 VP. Gotta stay off the grid, Izuku agreed. Upgraded gear, Tier 2, unlocked by system. Stun gun 250 VP. Non-lethal, but painful. That could be fun. Toga's eyes sparkled. Tactical gloves, knuckle reinforcement, 200 VP. Punches would hurt a lot more, Izuku said, flexing his fingers. Smoke bomb X3, 150 VP. Escape tool or mayhem starter. Love it, Toga said, bouncing on the couch. Pepper spray, industrial strength, 100 VP. For the jerks who think they're tough, Toga suggested. Disguise and hacking. Voice modulator 250 VP. Make prank calls as all might, Izuku joked. Grade C mask, more realistic, 300 VP. Maybe for real jobs, Toga mused. Hackers USB one time, disables security for 60 seconds, 400 VP. For when we decide to rob a bank, Izuku said, only half kidding. Miscellaneous utility, lockpicking set 80 VP. Useful if you want to sneak into the teacher's lounge, Toga said, nudging him. Mini first aid kit 120 VP. Not as good as my regeneration, but could help someone else, Izuku mused. Disposable camera 40 VP. Blackmail material. Toga's grin was devious. Single-use items. Adrenaline shot 100 VP. Boost stamina for 5 minutes. Feels like cheating, Izuku observed. Tracking chip placeable, 60 VP. For stalkers and secret agents, Toga teased, winking. Fake ID card 200 VP. Could pass for an upperclassman or a teacher. This could be fun. Special offers, limited time. Skill book. Stealth I 300 VP. If you read this, you automatically gain the Stealth I skill. I want this one, Toga said eagerly. Skill book. Deception I 350 VP. I think you've already got that, Izuku laughed. Random loot crate 200 VP. Could be a dud, could be awesome. Wanna gamble? Toga nudged him. They kept browsing, wide-eyed, fingers tracing the projected icons as they imagined their future escapades. Izuku whistled, impressed by how many options had opened up since the system's upgrade. We could get really creative now. This is a whole arsenal. Toga's eyes sparkled as she scrolled, biting her lip. I want the stealth skill book. It sounds so ninja. Think about all the stuff I could do. Sneaking up on people, getting behind them, she grinned, running a finger along his jaw, maybe even sneaking into your dreams, huh? Izuku flushed, but he was laughing. All right, I'll get it for you. Consider it an investment in our villainy. He tapped the icon for skill book, Stealth I, watching as 300 villain points vanished from his total, then handed the shimmering projection to Toga. Here you go, secret agent. She gave him a dramatic bow. Thank you, boss. Her own screen pinged. 200 points deducted, leaving her at 0. She opened the skill book, and a cascade of digital pages materialized, hovering in the air in front of her. The cover was dark, sleek, marked with a single symbol, an eye half hidden behind a mask. As she flipped it open, a system window detailed the process in cool blue text. Skill book. Stealth I. Skill books do not instantly grant skills. Instead, they guide you through the process of mastery. Contents. 5 chapters, each focusing on a fundamental principle of stealth. Silence, shadows, patience, observation, and escape. Upon completing a chapter, you must perform a practical quest related to the lesson. Only then will you unlock the next chapter. Skill books do not count towards your skill slot limit. You may learn as many book-based skills as you can master, but only after finishing all quests for the book's progression. Upon completing all 5 chapters and associated quests, the skill, Stealth I, will be added to your skills list. Toga's eyes were wide, almost reverent. So it's not just a cheat code, I actually have to learn it. Like a real ninja, she flipped to the first chapter, scanning quickly. Chapter 1. Silence. True stealth begins with silence. Learn to quiet your footsteps, control your breath, and erase your presence. Listen for the sound of your own movement and match it to the rhythm of the world around you. Quest. Remain undetected while following a target for 1 hour. If the target notices you, the quest resets. No skills or quirks may be used. Toga squealed in delight. Ooh, this is so cool. It's like having my own villain training montage. Who should I stalk for my first quest? Izuku grinned, stretching back on the couch. Just not me, okay. I don't want to end up with a heart attack before school even starts. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head, his nerves tingling with anticipation as he eyed the digital loot crate icon hovering on his system's interface. This was his first time opening one. There was an odd blend of excitement and anxiety fluttering in his stomach. He'd seen Toga's glee with her skill book. Now, he wanted something game-changing of his own. He hesitated, finger hovering over the confirmation button, feeling a rush of possibility. Here goes nothing, he muttered. With a decisive tap, the loot box spun open on the system UI, a flash of colors, digital confetti, and 3 shining icons resolved in the air before him. Loot crate opened. You have received skill book, situational awareness I, weapon, butterfly knife, clothing, faceless bandana, disguise F, minor social stealth at close range. Toga leaned over his shoulder, eyes wide. Ooh, that's way better than some stupid band-aid or a single-use smoke pellet. Show me. Izuku examined the items, letting the system's crisp descriptions fill his view. Skill book, situational awareness I. 5 chapters, each with a real-world quest to master environmental perception, threat detection, peripheral vision, escape routes, and the art of blending in. On completion, grants situational awareness I. Increases your ability to notice danger, read crowds, and spot subtle threats before they escalate. Butterfly knife. A sleek, balanced blade. Opens instantly with a flick, legal in no school, but a villain's best friend. Grants a minor bonus to sleight of hand tricks and intimidation checks. Customizable grip. Concealable in a pocket or waistband. Faceless bandana, disguise F. A plain, stretchy bandana. When worn to cover the nose and mouth, slightly blurs facial details to bystanders and security cameras, making identification much harder at close range. Social stealth bonus. People are less likely to recall specifics about the wearer's face if asked later. Izuku's lips curled into a grin. Alright, this is actually awesome. Look at this knife. He thumbed the butterfly knife open in a single, smooth snap. The metal flashed in the sunlight. Oh, that's satisfying. Toga bounced on her toes. Do the bandana. Put it on. He tied it around his face, feeling the weird tingle as the system effect activated. Toga squinted, studying his features. Whoa, I know it's you, but it's almost like your eyes look different. Your jaw seems sharper too. If I saw you in a crowd, I'd second guess myself. Izuku laughed, feeling a thrill at the anonymity. Between this and your skill book, we could sneak into a pro-hero press conference and walk right out again. She gasped. Let's not get arrested on day one, okay? Deal, he grinned. But let's test this gear out. No point having new toys if you don't learn to use them. They stepped outside into the pale, clean morning. The woods behind their hideout were quiet, sunlight sifting down through green leaves, making dapples on the mossy ground. Izuku started with the butterfly knife, practicing the flick open until it became muscle memory, fast, precise, almost invisible. Toga clapped, occasionally giving tips. Try that with your offhand. Or, can you catch it if you drop it? He flipped open the situational awareness book and skimmed the first chapter, peripheral vision. The text challenged him to spot moving objects in his periphery while focusing straight ahead. He used pebbles, tree branches, even tossed pine cones. For the next hour, he tried to expand his senses, listening for every crackle and chirp, noting how the forest felt different when he stopped letting his mind wander. Toga watched with a sly smile. It's like training a little baby pro-hero. Or maybe a baby villain. Today, Deku learns not to get mugged by surprise. He stuck his tongue out at her, but he could already feel his awareness sharpening. The combination of knife in hand, bandana up, and the lessons from the book made him feel less like prey, more like a hunter. Or at least someone ready to fight back. They returned to the hideout for a quick water break. Izuku felt sweaty and exhilarated, gear spread out on the little table, bandana draped around his neck like a badge. He flopped onto the couch beside Toga, catching his breath. Honestly, this was worth every point. Maybe I should get another crate for you with those last 200 points. What do you think? She tapped her chin, a fox's grin spreading across her face. Ooh, tempting. Could be a total flop, or you could pull a diamond out of the trash. Want to try your luck? He looked at his points, still at 225. Could be fun. Besides, you deserve something special. We're partners, right? She cheered, cuddling up beside him, eyes bright with anticipation for whatever came next. Izuku grinned, his heart skipping. Toga's excitement was contagious. She was practically vibrating, golden eyes locked on his as if nothing else in the world mattered but this moment. He glanced at his system screen, the glowing 225 VP, almost winking at him. One more loot crate, one more chance at something big for her. Okay, he said, settling back into the battered couch. Let's see if the system likes you as much as it likes me. Toga squeezed his hand, her grin turning sly. Of course it does. I'm the most adorable villain in the world. If it doesn't, I'll just have to bite it. He laughed, warmth flooding his chest. All right, Toga, this one's for you. With a mental flick, he tapped the purchase. The system's interface shimmered. Random loot crate 200 VP. His remaining points dropped to 25, and a new, sleek box appeared before them in a digital burst, metallic, glimmering, pulsing with anticipation. Toga leaned in, eyes huge, hands clasped beneath her chin. Open it, I want to see. Izuku nodded, feeling the strange mix of tension and delight that came from every gamble. Here goes. He reached out and tapped the floating box. It spun, colors whirling, until 3 icons popped up with a soft chime. They leaned forward, studying the glowing items as the system narrated each prize in its cool, neutral voice. Item 1. Stiletto Dagger, Bloody Promise. Blade type. Slim, needle-pointed, double-edged. Optimized for concealment and precision strikes. Handle is wrapped in red leather, and the guard is shaped like a teardrop. Special trait. Draws a drop of the wielder's blood when first claimed, permanently attuned to Toga. Nobody else can use it without suffering a severe sting and numbness in their hand. Hidden compartment in the hilt for a poison capsule or extra needle. Toga's jaw dropped. Oh, my God. Deku. It's gorgeous. It's got my name all over it. She reached out, and as her fingers brushed the blade, a single bead of blood welled up on her thumb. The stiletto glimmered, almost approving. She shivered in delight. It likes me. It's mine. Izuku grinned, delighted to see her so happy. You're definitely the only person who'd be thrilled about a knife that bites back. Toga twirled it, holding it up to the light. This is the best gift ever. I'm going to keep it under my pillow. Item 2. Smoke Pellet Necklace X5, reusable. A silver chain with 5 tiny, dark glass beads. When one is pulled and smashed, it creates a dense, obscuring cloud of smoke, perfect for escapes or creating confusion. After 1 hour, each pellet recharges and reforms on the chain. Maximum 5 uses at a time. Izuku picked it up, letting the necklace dangle. This'll go great with your new stealth training. Pull 1, throw it down, and you're gone in a puff of smoke. Toga beamed, slipping it over her head and letting the chain rest against her collarbone. I'm basically a magic trick now. Item 3. Skill Book, Acrobatics I. 5 chapters, each with a quest. Mastering tumbling, rolls, evasive leaps, maintaining balance in a fight, and climbing obstacles quickly. Upon completion, grants Acrobatics I. Increases agility, flexibility, and the ability to perform quick, unpredictable maneuvers. Perfect for parkour, fighting, or showing off. Izuku handed her the book, its cover stamped with the silhouette of a gymnast mid-flip. Looks like the system knows exactly what you need. Stealth and speed, this is going to make you untouchable. Toga hugged all 3 prizes to her chest, then, unable to contain herself, tackled Izuku, pinning him on the couch. You're the best boyfriend ever. No contest. If anyone says otherwise, I'll stab them with my new dagger and vanish in a puff of smoke. He laughed, letting her smother him in kisses, both of them dissolving into giggles. Careful, if you get much better, I'll never be able to keep up with you. Or find you. She grinned, rolling off him and kicking her legs in the air. That's the point. I want to be the world's best villainous ninja. Or, villainous ballerina. You know, flexible. They sat together, examining each prize in turn. Toga admired the stiletto, sliding it in and out of its sheath, testing her grip. She practiced flicking one of the smoke beads off the necklace, but didn't smash it, yet. She opened the acrobatics book, reading the first chapter aloud. Chapter 1. Tumbling. Every escape begins with a fall or a roll. Learn to hit the ground and spring up without breaking stride. Practice in soft grass or on padded mats. Bonus quest. Execute a forward roll, a backward roll, and a side tumble, then evade pursuit for 10 seconds in an open space. Toga grinned, eyes glinting. We're going outside as soon as you're ready, Deku. I'm going to roll my way right out of your sight. He nodded, watching her buzz with excitement. Let's do it. We'll both train today. I want to master my knife, and maybe get a start on my own skill book. Let's see how much trouble we can get into before school starts tomorrow. She slipped her new dagger into her belt, slid the necklace under her shirt, and tucked the acrobatics book into her jacket pocket. You realize I'm never leaving your side now, right? He smiled, pulling her close. That's the plan. Together, they burst out into the sunshine. In the woods behind their hideout, Toga immediately tried her first quest, forward roll, backward roll, side tumble, darting away behind a tree while Izuku chased her, counting down the seconds until she evaded him completely. The laughter echoed through the trees, wild and bright. Izuku practiced flicking his butterfly knife open and closed, building speed and accuracy. Every once in a while, he'd catch sight of Toga darting between trees, her stiletto glinting in the sun, her new smoke necklace bouncing as she leapt. They stopped to catch their breath, cheeks flushed, eyes bright. Toga pressed her forehead to his, beaming. I don't think life's ever been this fun, Deku. Not ever. He wrapped his arms around her. It's only going to get better. With you, I'm not scared anymore. I feel alive. Izuku trudged up the familiar stairs to his apartment, his new loot crate prizes still humming in his mind, Toga's wild glee over her new dagger, the smoke pellet necklace sparkling around her throat, the acrobatics book tucked into her bag. The morning air was fresh, and their laughter still echoed somewhere behind him. But as they neared his door, Toga slowed. You go ahead, she said, her voice playful but carrying an undertone of seriousness that made him blink. I need to talk to your mom for a sec. Girl stuff. Promise I won't steal her jewelry. He tried to read her expression, but she just winked and nudged him toward his room. Go, I'll be fine. Just be patient, okay? With a shrug and a little smile, Izuku went inside, patting down the hallway to his small bedroom. He dropped his bag onto the bed, the butterfly knife and faceless bandana tumbling onto the sheets. He sat down heavily, staring at his hands, rougher now, scarred with little nicks from practice, no longer the soft, untested hands of a dreamer. Why was the loot crate so much nicer to Toga than me? He wondered, half sulking. She got a personalized dagger, a magic necklace, a whole new skillbook. What did he get? A skillbook about paying attention and a faceless bandana that made him look like a criminal in an old movie. His system pinged before he could wallow too long. Notification. Cause she's not lazy like you. She's happy, besides. Happy wife, happy life, right? Izuku blinked, jaw dropping. Excuse me, he muttered. Did you just call me lazy? The system flickered, a smug little smile forming in the interface. You're a strange quirk, you know that. You don't make any sense. Someone who wanted to be a hero didn't train at all, and now you're becoming a villain after a suicide attempt. His face darkened, irritation pricking him. Hey, don't mention that. Toughen up. You have a golden opportunity, and you're still acting like you're waiting for a sign. I'm just saying. He scowled at the ceiling, voice low. I've been trying, all right. I go to the gym. I spar. I've been getting villain points. His mind raced for examples. I even stole stuff and caused chaos at the festival. That counts for something. The system's font turned cold. Yes, by doing petty shit. You haven't robbed anyone. You haven't taken anybody's money. You haven't killed anybody. You haven't done anything that I expected you to do. You're going too slow. Izuku felt a chill, real, physical, run down his spine. Killing someone. That's wrong. I'm not a murderer. Notification. Heroes have to do it sometimes. So do villains. Either way, whatever side of the coin you're on, someone's going to die, either you or them. Your choice. His mouth went dry. He stared at the new butterfly knife, its polished steel glinting, as if daring him to cross a line he wasn't ready to cross. But that's not me. I could always just use auto-collect points, right? That would numb the guilt. You need to understand, Izuku, this isn't a game. You two lovebirds are having fun, but one day, you're going to have to do something awful. I know the honeymoon phase is nice, but tomorrow you have to face him. You're going to face that explosion boy who always pushed you over the edge. Will you hide, or will you be ready? His chest tightened at the thought of Bakugo, brutal, explosive, grinning as he reminded everyone that Izuku was quirkless, useless, unworthy. Tomorrow. School started again tomorrow. No more hiding. He was about to argue when the door creaked open. Toga peeked in, her face as bright as ever, and behind her, his mom. Inko walked in, hands folded, a smile trembling on her lips, a mix of pride and a strange sadness, as if she was watching her little boy vanish before her eyes. I didn't think my boy would grow up so fast, she said softly. He frowned. Mom. She stepped closer, resting her hands on his shoulders. You have my approval to move in with your girlfriend. She convinced me. She nodded toward Toga, who was rocking back and forth on her heels, looking utterly triumphant. Izuku looked from his mom to Toga, wide-eyed. Wait, seriously, how did you? Toga just winked, her charisma sparkling at full throttle. I told her you'd be safer with me around. And that I'd make sure you eat vegetables. He remembered the stats screen, her charisma sitting at 75, enough to charm the fangs off a snake. Sneaky, he thought, trying not to grin. Inko hugged him tight, squeezing the air out of him. I trust you, Izuku. Just promise me you'll be careful. Call me every day. And, she glanced at Toga, who was making a halo over her head with her hands. Don't do anything too dangerous. He blushed, but managed a shaky smile. We'll be careful, Mom. I promise. Toga beamed, walking over to hug them both. I'll bring him home to visit. And make sure he wears clean socks. The three of them shared a laugh, Inko's shoulders relaxing as she stepped back. You two pack up what you need. I'll make some snacks for the road. As soon as she left, Izuku turned to Toga, voice low and odd. You actually pulled it off. I mean, I wanted to move in with you, but... She smirked, wrapping her arms around his waist. I get so sad if I can't cuddle you every night. Besides, you're a terrible cook without me. He kissed her, brief but full of promise. I like the idea, but next time, give me a heads up. Toga rolled her eyes, but her cheeks were flushed. You'd just overthink it and try to make a plan. He grinned sheepishly. Guilty. Still, we have to make a few trips. I can't carry all this in one go. She flopped onto his bed, spreading her arms wide. Pack the essentials. We can come back for the rest later. Besides, the only thing you really need is me. He started gathering his things. His training clothes, notebooks with burned pages from his hero days and fresh ones from villainous schemes, the butterfly knife, the faceless bandana, a few battered manga, the cloak, some spare cash, and the little box with his Lucky All Might figurine. Every item felt like a goodbye to the person he'd been, and a hello to someone new. Toga peeked into his bag, making sure he didn't forget her present, the stiletto dagger, already wrapped in a scarf. Don't forget snacks. If you get cranky, I get cranky. He stuck his tongue out. You just want to bite me again. Obviously, she replied, already slinging a pillow under one arm. Come on, Izu, let's go home. Inko packed a lunch for them, tears in her eyes but smiling all the while. Call if you need anything. And remember, I love you both. Izuku hugged her tight, holding on just a second longer than usual. I love you too, Mom. They left the apartment together, Toga dragging his duffel, Izuku carrying the rest, heading out into the late morning, ready to finish the move. As they walked, Toga looped her arm through his. You know, this is the start of something huge, right? Not just for us, but for everyone who ever doubted you. He looked ahead, the city spread out before them, full of risk and promise. I know, I'm ready. The hideout. They arrived at the hideout as afternoon sunlight filtered through the trees, dust motes swirling in golden shafts across the floor. Izuku set his duffel down, surveying the space with fresh eyes now that it was truly home. He methodically unpacked, stacking his worn notebooks, folding clothes, carefully tucking his knife and new gear away in a locked drawer. The place still smelled faintly of paint, old wood, and, now, a hint of Toga's strawberry shampoo. Toga plopped onto the bed, bouncing and giggling. Home, sweet chaos. Don't you love it? He smiled, watching her sprawl out, hugging a pillow to her chest. It's weird, but yeah, I really do. She propped herself up on one elbow. So, what are you gonna do while I'm being a good little housewife? He laughed, rolling his eyes. Go to school and survive, I guess. She waggled her eyebrows. Rack up villain points, obviously. Probably rob some people, shoplift groceries, maybe grab us some fresh ramen. Think I could borrow your bandana for disguise? He hesitated, but one look at her wide, pleading eyes melted his resolve. Yeah, just be careful, okay? Don't risk it for something stupid. I don't care about money, I care about you. She beamed, tying the faceless bandana over her hair with a flourish. Look, I'm the world's cutest outlaw. She struck a pose, hand on hip, eyes sparkling. Izuku grinned, unable to hide his fondness. Just promise you'll come back to me. She leapt off the bed, pecking his cheek, then pulled him down beside her. They lay together, limbs tangled, sharing whispered dreams and nervous jokes about the day ahead. When he finally drifted off, his arms wrapped tightly around her. The last thing on his mind was the looming threat of school and the specter of Bakugo. The morning. He woke to the sound of eggs sizzling, the faint clatter of plates. Sunlight peeked through the hideout's tiny window, painting stripes across the battered table. Toga, clad in one of his old shirts, danced around the stove, hips swaying, bare feet padding across the kitchen tile. She turned, face bright. "Good morning, sunshine. Breakfast is almost ready." On 2 steaming plates, she'd arranged omelets and rice, writing, "Izu 3 inches in ketchup," then did a little heart-shaped hip wiggle. Izuku laughed, his nerves about school melting for a moment. They sat across from each other, eating in companionable silence. Toga eyed him, mischievous. "You'll do great today. Just don't let that Pomeranian get to you." Izuku snorted, ruffling his hair. "No promises. He's like a mosquito, impossible to ignore." After breakfast, he pulled on his Aldera High uniform, blue jacket, white shirt, dark slacks, everything pressed but somehow still a little ill-fitting on his growing frame. He didn't bring any weapons. He didn't want the risk, not today. Toga fussed with his collar, smoothing the fabric, pressing a lingering kiss to his lips. "Come home safe. Text me if you get a break." He squeezed her hand, heart thudding. "I will, promise." He stepped out into the city, the world already buzzing with the noise of students and commuters. He kept his head down, breath shallow, mind racing with memories of last week, the rooftop, the terror, the leap, the pain. He tried not to flinch as he crossed the threshold of Aldera High. Inside, he was met with stares. Some were curious, some pitying, most indifferent. But 3 pairs of eyes watched him with predatory intent: Bakugo, Takeshi, and Sora. Their presence loomed like a thundercloud in every hallway he walked. He did his best to ignore them, slipping into class, focusing on his notes, letting the morning crawl by. Every so often, a notification pinged in his mind's eye. Villain points gained. 15, 25, 10, 50. Current total. 575 VP. He wondered what Toga was up to, whether she was casing a shop or stalking a mark, disguised by his bandana, making trouble somewhere out there. Halfway through the morning, a request flickered onto his system. Stun gun Toga, 250 VP. Approve purchase. He grinned, picturing Toga with a new toy. He mentally approved it, watching his balance dip to 325 as hers dropped to 250. By lunch, another wave of notifications had rolled in. More villain points, now over 1,000. He could practically feel Toga's glee through the system. The bell rang, echoing down the linoleum hallways. Izuku tried to blend in, but it was hopeless. Bakugo and his goons blocked the exit, their eyes cold, calculating. Bakugo's lip curled in that trademark sneer. "Oi, Deku, come with us." He tried to play it off, shrugging. "Can't a guy get a lunch break?" But they closed in, guiding him through the empty corridors to a shadowed stairwell, classic territory for cowards and kings alike. Bakugo slammed him against the wall, his breath hot with threat, Sora and Takeshi flanking. Bakugo's tone was almost casual. "Don't go spouting rumors, Deku. About what happened last week. You got it." Takeshi cracked his knuckles. "We were just joking around, man. Don't make it weird." Izuku stared at them, silent at first, then felt something inside him snap, not with fear, but a strange, bitter amusement. He started to laugh, at first soft, then shaking, shoulders trembling as the laughter grew. It was a dark, empty laugh, the kind that made even Bakugo blink. Bakugo's hands sparked with tiny explosions, defensiveness in his voice. "The hell are you laughing at?" Izuku just grinned, eyes wide, voice sharp as broken glass. "You feel bad, don't you? You can't even look me in the eye, but your plan is to threaten me. Pathetic. Don't come at me with those eyes, Bakugo. You don't get to pretend you care now." Bakugo's jaw flexed. "You think I give a shit about you, Deku? You." Izuku cut him off, stepping forward, shoving Bakugo's hands off his jacket. "You never cared. You were always so happy to stomp on my dreams. A quirkless nobody, right? You had to keep kicking me down. And the funniest part," his voice dropped, bitter and sharp, "is that you're scared. You're scared of a powerless boy. You had to make sure I stayed beneath you. That's pathetic." The other 2 bullies exchanged glances, thrown off by Izuku's wild defiance. Bakugo's face twisted, rage and shame battling in his eyes. With a wordless snarl, he lunged, explosions crackling around his fists. Izuku ducked, adrenaline surging, and countered with a right hook that grazed Bakugo's cheek. For a heartbeat, he felt powerful. But Bakugo recovered fast, years of fighting giving him an edge. He seized Izuku by the collar, hurling him into the wall with a brutal crash. Explosions lit the air, burning ozone into Izuku's nose. Bakugo pinned him, one hand on his throat, heat radiating as he ready to blast. "You want to talk big, Deku? Maybe I should shut you up for good. Make sure you never open that mouth again." Before he could finish, a new voice chimed in, syrupy sweet, slicing through the tension like a razor. "Oh, what's going on here?" They turned, startled. At the end of the corridor stood a girl, tall, striking, with cascading red hair and a confident, cat-like smile. She wore the Aldera High uniform, but her posture was all wrong, casual, predatory, bored. Her movements were almost theatrical, like a cat who'd strolled into a cage full of mice. She grinned wide, bright and sweet, striding down the hall with an energetic bounce that didn't match the gloom around the bullies. She sang, her voice ringing like a bell. "Sorry I'm late. Did I miss something fun?" Takeshi and Sora blinked, jaws dropping a little at the sight of her. Their cheeks flushed red. She was gorgeous in a way that made high school boys stammer and lose their nerve. "Reika," Sora squeaked, trying to puff up his chest. "Hey. You look really nice today." She twirled in her skirt, beaming at them. "Ah, thank you. Aren't you too sweet?" She locked eyes with both, then gave Bakugo a sidelong glance. "Oh, but, you're bullying Deku again, aren't you?" Bakugo rolled his eyes, scoffing. "Whatever. This has nothing to do with you. Beat it." She put her hands behind her back, rocking on her heels. "No, it's okay. I love watching the popular boys work out their issues. You know, violence is just another kind of affection, right?" She winked at Izuku, and he felt an odd, shivery sense of warning. The boys fidgeted, but Bakugo simply grunted, turning away from her and refocusing on Izuku. "Stay out of this, Reika. This is between me and..." That's when he felt it, a cold metal prong touching his neck, sharp and unfamiliar. The world seemed to slow as electricity lanced through his nerves. His muscles seized, pain blanking out everything but survival. He tried to scream, but his voice choked out as his jaw clenched. "Reika. No, Toga," Izuku realized, eyes wide, had a taser in one hand, and in a fluid, horrifyingly fast motion, her other hand reached into her skirt, drawing a slender, blood-red stiletto dagger. She pressed her body against Bakugo's back, whispering in his ear with a voice so sweet it made his blood run cold. "Didn't anyone ever tell you not to play with fire? Chick, 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 chick." The blade stabbed down, over and over, between Bakugo's ribs, sliding into his back with wet, precise thrusts. Blood burst from the wounds, dark and steaming, splattering across the tile and Toga's uniform. Bakugo's knees buckled. He tried to twist, but the current from the taser kept his muscles locked, his arms flailed, hands sparking weakly. His vision swam as he was driven to the ground, face mashed against the dirty linoleum, red hair wild in his eyes as Reika straddled him, still stabbing, blood painting both of them. Takeshi and Sora froze for a heartbeat, horror and disbelief warring in their faces. Then, with twin shrieks, they bolted down the hall, tripping over each other, not even glancing back. Izuku stood rooted, his entire body numb except for a cold spike of adrenaline. The system notifications flickered madly at the edge of his vision. Villain points gained. 100, 300, 1000, 2000. Chain bonus. First blood. Chain bonus. Betrayal of friendship. Chain bonus. Infamy unleashed. Current total. 6,525. Bakugo gasped, face pressed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him, his voice just a hoarse, animal sound. Toga, still wearing Reika's skin, smiled down at him with pitiless affection. She leaned close, her lips brushing Bakugo's ear. "You know, I never really liked you, Kachan. You always pretended to be strong, but it was all just noise. You made a sport of hurting people weaker than you. You were never a hero, just a coward in a fancy coat. Her hands, now slick and red, pressed the blade to his cheek. She giggled. That's what makes this so much fun. With a final, sharp thrust, she jammed the dagger deep into his shoulder, then rose from the bloody mess, hair disheveled, face spattered, her school blouse ruined. She looked over at Izuku, eyes blazing with dark delight. She strode to him, her feet splashing in blood, leaving crimson footprints behind. Before he could flinch or step back, she grabbed his face with one hand, her fingers sticky, trembling with adrenaline, and pulled him into a deep, savage kiss. Her lips crushed his, tasting of copper, fear, and madness. He kissed back, not sure if it was reflex, need, or a desperate hunger for connection. In that moment, with blood cooling and Bakugo groaning, the world narrowed to just the two of them. Toga pulled away, eyes glittering. I have to go now, she whispered, voice velvet soft, the edges cracking with euphoria. But I'll see you at home, okay? She turned, skipping down the corridor, her silhouette shrinking as she vanished into a side door, her walk a dance, her laughter echoing off the walls, a banshee song for the newly damned. Izuku stood there, chest heaving, heart pounding, looking at his former best friend's ruined body. Bakugo lay twitching, his eyes unfocused, mouth working but unable to form words. Blood trickled from his nose and the corners of his lips, red and wet and undeniable. For a long, slow moment, Izuku felt nothing. Not horror, not guilt, just a strange, crystalline joy. It was liberation, pure, sharp, terrifying. And he didn't know why. The system chirped, almost smug. See, that's how it's done. Izuku crouched, staring at Bakugo's battered face. He felt a dull echo of pity, of what-ifs and lost childhoods, but it was distant, as if it belonged to someone else. Guess that makes us even, huh, Kachan? He muttered. His voice was calm, eerily so. He stood, wiping his hands on his pants, and as he passed Bakugo, he kicked him in the face. There was no resistance, just a dull thud, a sound so final it rang in the hallway. He turned and walked away, not looking back. The hallway was quiet. The only sounds were the drip 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 of blood hitting tile, the distant echoes of feet running for help, and the soft, secret laughter of the monster he now realized he'd invited into his life. He wandered outside, the system still pinging. Villain points. 6,525. The points meant everything, and nothing. He remembered Toga's kiss, the wild, unchained love in her eyes, the promise of a world that belonged to them. For the first time, he understood. Power wasn't about quirks or heroism. It was about choosing what lines you'd cross, and living with the consequences. He moved through the school like a ghost. People stared as he passed, some whispering, some shrinking away, but most too shocked to move. The alarms hadn't started yet. The world hadn't realized what had happened. Not yet. He left the grounds by a side gate, finding a little used alley behind the gym where no one would see him. He slumped to the ground, breathing hard, trembling as the adrenaline burned out of him. For a moment, the faces of the past flickered in his mind, his mother, All Might, Bakugo as a child, laughing on a swing set. He wiped a hand across his mouth, tasting blood that wasn't his. A giggle bubbled up, uncontrollable, unhinged, echoing through the hollow cavity where fear and guilt had once lived. He pressed a fist to his chest, trying to steady himself, but the shaking only worsened. Joy. That's what this was. Joy that radiated through his bones, joy that sent his nerves singing, joy that flooded out every leftover shadow of resentment and weakness. Are you happy? The system chimed in his mind, the words dancing in the space behind his eyes. Izuku's lips split into a smile, too wide, teeth bared. Yes, he whispered. Then louder, yes, 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 yes. All that anger, all the bitterness, all the years spent gnawing on envy and shame, he felt them peeling away, one layer after another, like scabs torn from an old wound. He remembered Bakugo's face as he fell, shock, pain, helplessness, and for the first time, Izuku felt free. He didn't know if Bakugo was alive or dead, and he realized, as if tasting it on the air, that he didn't care. Not right now, not after everything. Good, the system intoned. I hope this guides you. This is what growth feels like. You can become so much more now. Sirens shrieked in the distance as he melted into the city's warren of alleys and side streets. The world behind him dissolved into chaos. Aldera High's halls flooded with students screaming and sobbing, phones recording shaky videos as the authorities swarmed the scene. Word of the attack spread like fire on dry grass, each retelling more frenzied, more sensational. Social media lit up with rumors. Was it a villain attack? A quirk gone haywire? Revenge? An accident? But the reality was far simpler and darker. He watched from a distance, head bowed, as squad cars screeched to a halt outside the school. Yellow tape blossomed across the gates. He could hear bits and pieces of frantic voices as they pulled students aside, gathered statements, took names, tried to construct sense out of madness. Then the next twist. Reika was found. She was in the girls' gym changing room, slumped on a bench, blood spattered down her front and pooling at her feet. She was trembling, mascara streaked by tears, her hands still stained red, just like the stiletto dagger officers pried from her shaking grip. The police surrounded her, guns drawn, orders barked. Drop the weapon. Get on the ground. Hands where we can see them. She sobbed, voice raw and desperate. I didn't do anything. Please. I didn't. Please, I swear. But the story was already written on her skin. There was blood, there was a weapon, and there was a boy clinging to life in a pool of it. It didn't matter what she said. The teachers who knew her were stunned. She's always been such a sweet girl, one whispered. I can't believe she'd ever. But doubt is a weed that grows quickly in a crisis, and soon the whispers turned to shouts. Friends tried to defend her, pleading that Reika couldn't have done it, but the crowd wouldn't have it. She's guilty. You saw her. Look at all that blood. She snapped. That's all. You never know with quiet ones. As the squad car drove her away, rumors twisted and multiplied. Maybe she'd always had a dark side. Maybe she was jealous. Maybe she'd been bullied. Or maybe she just wanted to watch the world burn. Whatever the truth, the crowd wanted someone to blame, and Reika fit the part. And as the world condemned an innocent girl, the system lit up again for Izuku and Toga. Villain points. 10,000 framed for attempted murder, chain bonus, manipulation, a scapegoat, double betrayal. By evening, the school was closed, indefinitely, until the investigation played out. Students were sent home early, heads spinning. Parents flooded the gates, pulling their children close. News vans circled like vultures, cameras hungrily searching for the perfect shot. Bakugo, for his part, was in critical condition. Emergency surgery, blood transfusions, panicked doctors. His mother raged, his father wept. But for Izuku, none of that truly registered. He returned to the hideout just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the battered siding in gold and violet. He slipped inside to find Toga, still in her stolen uniform, spinning in place like a child. Her face was streaked with old tears and new laughter. She saw him, and her smile lit the room. Did you see how many points we got? She crowed, voice high with triumph. 10,000. For just one little game. Oh, and they bought it. They really believed she did it. Izuku grinned, catching her as she leapt into his arms. He pressed a fierce kiss to her mouth. She returned it, biting his lip and giggling as she pulled back. You were amazing, he murmured. That was genius, framing her like that. Toga preened, twisting a strand of hair around her finger. I told you I wouldn't let those bastards hurt you again. Not ever. And if any of them try, well, you saw what happened. They'll die. She grinned, wild and feral. Well, hopefully Bakugo's dead. I just wanted to have some fun. Did you like it? He laughed, all the tension bleeding out of his bones. I loved it. I've never felt so alive. He stopped, overwhelmed. Thank you. They collapsed onto the couch, hands interlocked, legs tangled. For a while, neither of them spoke, simply basking in the afterglow of victory, feeding off each other's adrenaline. They pulled up their system screens, holding them side by side. Izuku, 16,525 VP. Toga, 16,275 VP. They stared at the totals, hungry for more. The system flashed, confetti raining in their minds, eyes. Congratulations. System level up. Next level. 100,000 VP. Izuku felt the upgrade ripple through him, a sense of potential, of doors swinging open. New categories appeared in the shop. advanced weaponry, subterfuge, quirk enhancements, recruitment, multiple slots. His heart pounded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He looked at Toga, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes bright and unrepentant. I can't believe how much you did, he whispered. And no one suspects a thing. You, he couldn't finish, but she understood. She always did. She kissed him, slow and deep, pressing her forehead to his. No one will ever hurt you again, Izuku. I promise. From now on, it's just us against the world. He nodded, and for the first time, he believed it. For the first time, he didn't flinch from the darkness, he welcomed it. They spent the night talking quietly, plotting their next move. What would they do with the points? What new skills or tools could they buy? Who could they trust? Who could they use? Who would be their next target? Outside, the city reeled from the aftermath. Police interrogated students, hunted for evidence. Reika sat in a cold cell, lost and terrified, her life unraveling for a crime she didn't commit. But in a hidden room, two new villains celebrated their perfect crime, savoring the beginning of their legend. And as the moon rose over the city, the system sang to them, sweet and cold. You have leveled up. The world is yours to shape. Let's see what you become. The hideout glowed with the faint blue light of their overlapping system screens, painting Izuku and Toga's faces in a surreal glow. The world outside was reeling, cops swarming, news vans barking, but here, in their den, only the ping and hum of the villain system mattered. Izuku was sprawled on the couch, system display hovering above his upturned palm. He'd spent the last few minutes poking around menus, occasionally muttering to himself or glancing at Toga, who was perched on the back of the couch like a cat, knees tucked to her chest. He frowned, swiping past the villain point summary. Wait, did you notice anything weird when your screen upgraded? Toga cocked her head, golden eyes shining. Weird how? He tapped open the abilities tab, frowning at the glowing interface. I mean, I got a notification for a free ability slot. But I just noticed it says 2 ability slots now, not 1. And I've only filled 1. He brought up the display for her to see. Abilities. 1/3, light regeneration, and skills. I've got 4 total skill slots now, only 1 filled with martial arts. When did that happen? She leaned over, her chin resting on his shoulder, studying his interface with a mischievous smirk. Maybe the system likes you after all, mister. I've never killed anyone until today. Izuku huffed. Please. It was all you. You're the star. She grinned, sharp and wild. Maybe the system's giving you more chances to catch up to me. He groaned, swiping through his profile. I swear, it keeps changing things and never tells me why. It's like a bad mobile game. The system pinged, a text box popping up in a font that was suspiciously smug. Check your stats and maybe you'll figure some things out for once. He made a face. Wow, I didn't know quirks could sass their users. Toga giggled, poking his cheek. You love it. So what do you want to buy now? Something flashy, or something sneaky? He ran a finger along the ability list, eyes scanning the options. Let's see. Current abilities list. Tier 1 1000 VP each. Heat manipulation, water manipulation, telekinesis, light regeneration already owned. Origami creation new. Origami creation. The user can create and control paper constructs and weapons. With practice, constructs become more intricate and dangerous, ranging from throwing stars and daggers to shields, wings, or even decoys. Advanced users can analyze objects and duplicate them as origami. Requires training to master. Toga's eyes sparkled at that one. Oh, that's fun. Imagine. You throw 100 paper cranes and they explode. Izuku snorted, grinning. That is honestly tempting. He scrolled further. Wait, look, when I leveled up, there's new lists. He flicked open the next set. Tier 2 abilities 5000 VP each. Shadow manipulation. Shape and wield shadows to bind, attack, or cloak yourself. Short-range teleportation. Instantly travel up to 10 meters. Pocket dimension objects only, store and retrieve non-living items from a small extra-dimensional space, up to the size of a backpack. Light refraction. Bend light around your body to turn partially invisible for short bursts. Sonic pulse. Emit directional shockwaves or bursts of sound to disorient, deafen, or knock back opponents. Toga's finger danced over the list. That's incredible. Izuku, imagine the heists we could pull with this. Or the pranks. Oh, imagine. You throw a pie, teleport away, and then no one knows where you went. He grinned, feeling the thrill of possibility. Pocket Dimension it's like every hero utility belt ever, but villain edition. We could hide evidence, weapons, or even groceries, never have to pay for a locker again. She hummed, but shadow manipulation is so me. I want to crawl up someone's shadow and bite them when they're least expecting it. She was getting way too excited, twirling a lock of hair. He flicked through the interface again, finding another new list, the third, only recently unlocked, and prices that made his stomach drop. Tier 3 abilities 10,000 VP each. Blood Transmutation. Temporarily change your blood properties for attack or defense, turn it to acid, poison, or even use it for regeneration. Dangerous, advanced. Gate Opening. Create temporary doors between distant locations, must be mapped in advance, but can escape or ambush. Psychic Chains. Bind, paralyze, or pull enemies with invisible psychic links. Clone Craft. Create imperfect duplicates of yourself or allies for a few minutes, fool enemies, overwhelm guards, or scout dangerous areas. Datajack. Interface mentally with electronic devices, hack, listen, or sabotage without tools. Izuku's eyes went wide, the numbers dizzying but the possibilities even more so. He glanced at his current total, 16,525 VP, and felt like a kid in a candy store. Holy, they're all insane. Toga laughed, putting her feet up on the table. And now you see why I wanted to kill those idiots. Look how many options we have. You could be a ninja, a hacker, a vampire, a magician. He nodded, lips pressed in concentration. The hard part is picking. If I blow all my points now, I won't have anything left for emergencies or upgrades. He looked over at her. You have a slot now too, right? She nodded, calling up her own system screen. Yup. Says I can finally buy something. I want something that makes me even sneakier or scarier. Her list had similar options, with a few special for her quirk. Toga's abilities. Tier 1. Heat Manipulation, Water Manipulation, Telekinesis, Light Regeneration, Origami Creation, Blood Scent Unique. Instantly track the scent of blood within 50 meters, increases stealth and attack bonuses when following a wounded target. 1000 VP. Toga's face split into a Fanji grin. This one. Blood scent. It's so me. I can smell fear and dinner. She was practically bouncing in her seat, golden eyes shining with anticipation. Izuku nodded, smiling. All right, Toga, lock it in. I think it's perfect for you. You'll know exactly who's scared, and who's next on your menu. She giggled and, with a little mental nudge, purchased Blood Scent, her first ability slot filled, a thrill running through her as the world seemed to sharpen. Oh, I can already tell who skipped a shower. This is great. Izuku scrolled his own menu, eyes landing on Origami Creation. It called to him, not because it was flashy or violent, but because it was clever, flexible, and, above all, unexpected. He pressed purchase, feeling a strange tingling in his fingertips. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a simple flex, he willed a sheet of paper to slide from his palm, smooth, crisp, gleaming white, forming effortlessly from his own energy. He shaped it into a tiny bird, then a razor-edged star, grinning at the satisfying snap and flutter as he tested the new power. Check this out, Toga. Paper weapons, paper wings. I might even fold a paper shield if things get rough. She snickered. You'll be the world's deadliest arts and crafts teacher. Izuku shrugged, a real smile forming on his lips. Not a bad title for a villain. But if I can do this, maybe I can get more creative than just throwing punches. He glanced at their remaining points, mind whirring. Hey, we should probably invest in some skills, too. It'll help round us out. You never know when you'll need to fix something, or cook, or, well, patch someone up after a fight. He brought up the skill shop, projecting the menus onto the wall so they could see everything at once. 3 neat columns, 3 clear tiers, each more impressive and expensive than the last. Tier 1 skills 50 VP each. Cooking. Make delicious and even restorative meals. Mending. Repair torn clothes, light gear, simple tools. Medicine. Basic wound treatment, first aid, stabilize the injured. Accuracy, boosts aim for ranged and thrown attacks. Martial arts, basic hand-to-hand techniques, defensive maneuvers. Crafting, create simple items from scavenged materials. Stealth, move quietly, blend in with shadows. Lockpicking, open simple locks with improvised tools. Street smarts, find shortcuts, red crowds, avoid patrols. Tier 2 skills 250 VP each. Advanced cooking, gourmet meals, healing foods, poison resistance. Weapon maintenance, keep gear sharp, modify or repair weapons. Surgery, perform more advanced medical procedures, extract bullets, treat deep wounds. Precision, pinpoint accuracy for thrown or fired weapons, weak point targeting. Advanced martial arts, offensive maneuvers, grapple, break holds. Advanced crafting, build traps, gadgets, improve base gear. Urban evasion, lose pursuers, escape tight corners, parkour. Safecracking, bypass complex locks, alarms, security devices. Interrogation, extract information without violence, red lies. Tier 3 skills 500 VP each. Master Chef, meals grant buffs, heal status ailments, boost morale. Inventor, build complex devices, bombs, drones, upgrades. Combat medic, heal on the run, treat quirk injuries, resist toxins. Sharpshooter, perfect shots, ricochet tricks, trick throws. Master martial artist, chain combos, counter, key strikes, brutal efficiency. Master craftsman, build advanced weapons, custom gear, base upgrades. Assassin's veil, near invisibility, ghost footsteps, erase presence. Hacker, bypass digital security, surveillance, steal information. Underworld tactics, mastermind level plotting, manipulation, escape plans. Izuku's hand hovered over the list, the glow of the system's interface painting his face with the shifting light of possibility. He could feel his heart racing, not with fear, but with anticipation, a strange giddiness that vibrated in his chest. The icons for Master Martial Artist, Inventor, Hacker, and Master Craftsman gleamed like precious stones on the digital display. He could almost see himself reflected there. Not as the scared, beaten-down boy of Aldera, but as something new, raw, and powerful, not a mere brawler. Not just a tool for Toga's chaos, but a creator, a planner, a shield and a spear all at once. He inhaled slowly, forcing calm, though his hands trembled. "I think I'm going all in on the third tier," he said quietly, almost afraid that voicing his ambition would jinx it. "It'll fill my slots, but the options are too good. Master Martial Artist to replace my basic moves, better fighting, faster instincts. Hacker, because we'll need to break into systems, pull info, get past every door they slam in our faces. Inventor, so I can make stuff for us that no one else has, bombs, drones, villain gadgets, maybe even real power armor one day. And Master Craftsman for custom weapons, base upgrades, all the protection we'll need when heroes show up." Toga's eyes gleamed with a wild, supportive pride. Do it, you're going to make us unstoppable." He selected each skill in turn, heart hammering as the system responded. Skill acquired. Master Martial Artist. Skill acquired. Hacker. Skill acquired. Inventor. Skill acquired. Master Craftsman. Each time, a pulse of sensation washed over him, not pain, but a wave of understanding, muscle memory shifting, lines of code and wiring diagrams flickering through his head. Blueprints, fighting stances, recipes for explosives and alloys. The inner workings of a server room. The way metal should feel under his hands, the flow of combat through his feet. 1,000 tiny details, all pouring in, but as if behind a sheet of frosted glass. Blurred, hazy, unfinished. He flexed his hands, then groaned, rubbing at his temples as a dull ache blossomed. He could feel the knowledge, the patterns, but the mastery was out of reach. Like he could see the summit of a mountain, but only climb halfway. A message from the system blinked in front of him. Notification. Skill potential limited by low stat values. Raise physical, mind, and body to unlock full mastery. Izuku muttered, voice tight with a frustrated laugh, "Guess I know what I need to focus on now. The skills are great, but with my stats so low, I'm not even close to their full potential." Toga was sprawled on the couch beside him, eyes aglow. She giggled, the sound light and mad, then rolled over to poke his shoulder. That's what training is for, silly. We'll get stronger, and faster, and smarter. It's just a matter of time. We're already more than they ever thought we'd be. He grinned at her, warmth and wildness sparking between them. You're right. I spent so long wishing I'd just get something, like a cheat code, a lucky break. But this system, it's about earning it. Building it, becoming. She flopped onto his lap, looking up at him upside down, her hair a golden tangle. Okay, your turn's done. My pick. He passed the spotlight to her. Toga's gaze roamed the screen with greedy, near predatory delight, her lips twitching as she weighed the options, licking her canines as if she could taste the power in each line of text. She pointed with a dramatic flourish. Oh, Assassin's Veil, obviously. I want to be a ghost, nobody sees me unless I want them to. That'll replace the stealth stuff I haven't finished, right? The system blinked confirmation, updating her skills. She bounced in place, clapping. Underworld tactics, because plotting is sexy. I want to be a mastermind, not just a knife. Master chef, because feeding you is my hobby. You'll get stronger, and I'll keep you healthy. And, let's go with combat medic. You get stabbed a lot, and I want to patch you up right. She tapped through the selections, pausing only to giggle as each time, the system flashed a warning. Stat values insufficient, skill potential restricted. Full mastery locked until further stat growth. Toga just shrugged, licking her lips, eyes sparkling. Makes it more fun to grow into them. We'll be patient, right? Like a cat stalking dinner. Izuku caught her hand, squeezed it, feeling a burst of gratitude and giddy love. They sat together, letting the new knowledge settle, like tectonic plates shifting, the fault lines of their old selves cracking and letting something new, and much more dangerous, rise up from underneath. For a while, neither spoke. The silence between them wasn't awkward, it was expectant, like the hush before a thunderstorm. Izuku broke it first, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across his face. I wanted to be a craftsman because, well, hero support companies never let me in. They always said I didn't have the right quirk, or the grades, or the connections. But now I can build for us. I'll make you armor, and drones, and a base that's a real fortress. If we have to disappear or start over, I'll make sure no hero can touch us. Toga's smile matched his, wild and cunning. And I'll be the world's deadliest shadow. With Assassin's Veil, nobody will see me coming, or going. We'll be the perfect pair. A maker and a taker. She booped his nose with her finger. But just so you know, underworld tactics means I get to do the planning sometimes. I want my fair share of glory. Izuku pretended to pout, lips trembling. Fine, but only if you cook dinner. Deal, Toga said, grinning with predatory glee. Master chef, remember, you'll never eat boring food again. They settled on the battered hideout couch, screens glowing before their eyes. It was time. They had points, plans, and a new future to carve out. Izuku's stats flickered at the corner of his vision. Physical, 105. Body, 15. Mind, 25. Charisma, 10. Pale, underwhelming compared to the power he felt surging just under the skin. He didn't hesitate. No point saving up. If we're going to do this, we do it right, he said, fingers twitching as he navigated the stat upgrade menu. The system responded with a series of satisfying chimes, his points plummeting with each decisive confirmation. Physical, 105,105 already maxed for current point cost. Body, 15,105 900 points spent. Mind, 25,105 800 points. Charisma, 10,100 900 points. He felt the changes instantly, like flipping switches in his brain and body. His breathing eased, thoughts sharpened, confidence swelling in his chest. The aches in his muscles faded, replaced by a new, subtle strength. He flexed a hand, watching the veins rise, energy buzzing under the surface. Toga was right beside him, tongue between her teeth as she mapped her own upgrades. Physical, 75,100 300 points. Body, 50,100 500. Mind, 25,105 800. Charisma, 75,105, 300. She squealed, rolling her shoulders and stretching her arms. Oh, that's what a brain's supposed to feel like. And my skin, Izuku, look, I don't even have goosebumps. She pounced onto his lap, giggling as he tickled her sides. We're practically superhuman now, can you feel it? He nodded, dazed. I can think clearer. I remember every step from the martial arts book. And I can see. Wait, he flicked a pen off the table, caught it midair, and balanced it perfectly on its tip. My reflexes are insane. Toga grinned, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Let's see what we can do with all this loot. A new notification pinged. Random loot box supplies available. Weapons, clothing, tech gadgets. Bronze. 250 silver. 500 gold. 1000. Lower tiers can still grant rare items, but higher tiers increase your odds. She gasped, her tongue curling in delight. Izuku. Boxes. I want 4 bronze. 4 times the surprise. She danced over to her screen, buying the packets, her points dropping by 1,000 with a satisfying, almost greedy jingle. He chuckled, resisting the urge to splurge. I'll watch first. Show me what luck looks like, Toga. She flopped down beside him, 4 shimmering digital boxes hovering above her palm. Let's see what the system thinks I need. She tapped the first box. It burst in a shower of coppery light. Bronze box number 1. Weapon. Push dagger, a compact, double-edged blade that fits in the palm. Perfect for up-close, nasty surprises. Clothing. Kevlar-lined hoodie, casual, but bulletproof and knife-resistant. Fitted, with hidden pockets. Gadget. Stun ring, a small silver ring that delivers a strong electrical jolt with a tap. Rechargeable. Toga squealed, slipping the push dagger between her knuckles and shadowboxing the air. I feel like a secret agent. And this hoodie, ooh, it's cute. She pulled it on, twirling so the hem flared around her thighs. Shock ring 2. You're never escaping my hugs now. Zuko whistled, impressed. That's real protection. And with your speed, that's dangerous. She opened the second box, eyes bright. Bronze box number 2. Weapon. Tonto blade, a traditional short sword, beautifully forged, razor sharp. Clothing. Balaclava, a black mask, full face, with voice muffling material. Gadget. Climbing claws, lightweight, worn on hands and feet, let you scale brick, metal, or concrete. Yes, Toga hissed, pulling the Tonto blade from its sheath and testing its balance. So clean, I could cut a hero's purse strings, or his throat. She tried the balaclava, muffling her giggles, and clawed at the wall, cackling as she stuck halfway up. Spider Toga, no one's stopping us. Izuku grinned, imagining her leaping over rooftops, shadows and steel. She tapped the third box, tension mounting. Bronze box number 3. Weapon. Retractable baton. Fits in a pocket, expands to full length with a flick, weighted tip for breaking bones or windows. Clothing. Chameleon poncho, shifts color to match surroundings. Not true invisibility, but makes hiding a breeze. Gadget. EMP keychain, a little cube, disables most electronics in a 5-foot radius for 30 seconds. Single use, but deadly in the right hands. She gasped, flaring the poncho over her hoodie and watching it flicker green-brown as she hid behind Izuku. She flicked the baton open, swinging with a practiced motion, then clipped the EMP to her belt. Imagine the chaos, lights out, alarms down, heroes fumbling in the dark. Izuku's heart was pounding now. That's terrifying, Toga, she beamed, eyes hungry. One more. She hit the fourth box, breathless. The system paused, long enough to build tension, before a golden light flashed. Bronze box number 4. Weapon. Compact 9mm pistol. Comes with 2 loaded magazines, serial number filed off. Fitted for small hands, easy to conceal. Clothing. Armored gloves, fingerless, but reinforced for blocking blades. Gadget. Smoke pellet bracelet. 5 reloadable smoke pellets, twist to release a thick, blinding fog. Toga's jaw dropped. She picked up the gun, weighing it with reverence and awe. Oh, Izuku, now we're dangerous. He watched her, a strange pride blooming in his chest. She slid the pistol into the hoodie's inner pocket, clipped the bracelet on, and flexed her gloved hands. Heroes won't even know what hit them. I could do 100 jobs with just this kit alone. She looked over at Izuku, eyes shining. You have to try these with me. Imagine, poncho for cover, EMP on security, smoke and gun for escape. I want you with me on the next big score. Izuku eyed the loot box menu, nerves tingling with anticipation. Alright, my turn. 4 bronze boxes, let's see if the system likes me as much as it does you, Toga. He watched his points tick down by 1,000, feeling the greedy little jingle echo in his chest. Toga plopped down at his side, kicking her legs excitedly. Ooh, let's go. Show me your villain luck, Izuku. 4 bronze boxes spun into view above his palm, each shimmering with promise. He tapped the first. A rush of coppery light flooded the room. Bronze box number 1. Weapon. Switchblade, compact, spring-assisted, perfect for quick draws and silent work. Clothing. Urban Recon vest. Slim, black, loaded with pouches and hidden armor plating. Adjustable fit. Gadget. Audio scrambler earbuds, disrupts bugging and eavesdropping in a 10-foot bubble. Izuku whistled, running a hand over the Recon vest's fabric. Now this feels serious. He slid it on, feeling the weight and protection settle across his chest. And the switchblades got nice balance, he added, flicking it open with practiced ease. Toga nudged him, already looping an arm through his. We could listen to music and make sure nobody's spying on us, all at once. He grinned, warming to the game. The second box burst open with a satisfying pop. Bronze box number 2. Weapon. Tactical tomahawk. Short, heavy, perfect for throwing or close combat. Clothing. Shadow step sneakers. Super quiet, rubber soles, ideal for sneaking and fast escapes. Gadget. Grapple watch. Launches a steel cord up to 2 stories. Rechargeable after each use. Izuku's eyes widened as he tested the sneakers, barely a squeak on the old linoleum. Sneaking out just got a lot easier, he mused, then handed the tomahawk to Toga, who twirled it and gave a dramatic salute. Toga winked, sliding on the shadow step sneakers herself and prowling around him in exaggerated silence. Next time the police come knocking, we're ghosts. He tapped the third box, heart pounding. Bronze box number 3. Weapon. Telescoping baton. Compact, extends to full length with a snap. Weighted for cracking skulls or breaking locks. Clothing. Smoke hood, covers head and neck, filters out tear gas and smoke for 10 minutes. Gadget. Flashbang capsule, thumb-sized, blinding light and deafening bang. Single use, pocket-friendly. Izuku laughed, donning the smoke hood and miming a heist. Now we can actually run jobs. Get in, hit hard, vanish in the smoke. Toga cheered, swinging the baton experimentally. If you get caught, just go full ninja. This hood even makes you look like a little villain. 1 left. Izuku's breath caught, nerves coiled tight as he tapped the final bronze box. Bronze box number 4. Weapon. Sawed-off shotgun. Double barrel, break action, easily concealed under a coat. Comes with 4 shells. Clothing. Knuckle dusters, brass, for when things get up close and ugly. Gadget. Magnetic keycard cloner, copies any card swipe for 24 hours. He picked up the shotgun, the weight and chill of steel grounding him. Guess we're real villains now, he murmured, sliding the gun under his vest. And the keycard cloner, we could break into anything. Toga nearly vibrated with excitement. Heroes, police, anyone, they won't know what hit them. And if they do, well, I'll have your back, Izuku. Always. He grinned, flexing his gloved hand with the knuckle dusters and stashing the gadgets. It's us against the world. With this kit, it finally feels possible. She sidled closer, tugging at his sleeve. Next time, I want you with me. Poncho for cover, flashbang for chaos, shotgun for the final word. She lowered her voice, whispering in his ear. Promise. Izuku nodded, eyes glinting, voice low and sure. Promise. Whatever comes, we do it together. The loot, their new gear, and the conspiratorial thrill of partnership wrapped around them like armor. They sat shoulder to shoulder in their hideout, the city sprawling beyond, planning the next big score, villains in every sense, ready to write their own legend. Izuku was still admiring the cold weight of the sawed-off shotgun when his phone began to buzz. The familiar vibration thrummed against his hip, jolting him from the almost hypnotic satisfaction of new power. He blinked, checked the screen, and saw his mother's name glowing with an anxious urgency. He shot Toga a wary look. It's my mom. Guess she's seen the news already. Toga flopped back onto the mattress, idly spinning the tomahawk on one finger. Bet she's going to want proof of life. Make sure you're not stabbed or, up to no good. He rolled his eyes but tapped, accept, bringing the phone to his ear as he tried to compose a breezy, innocent tone. Hey, Mom, he said, forcing a tired smile into his voice. What's up? Inko's voice was strained, tight with worry. Izuku, sweetheart, are you all right? I saw the news. There was a stabbing at your school. Oh God, I've been calling and calling. He softened his tone, slipping into practiced reassurance. I'm okay, Mom, I promise. Totally unstabbed. He glanced at Toga, mouthing, unstabbed, as she giggled and mimed poking him with a knife. Seriously, just hanging out at home with Toga. We're safe. Inko exhaled a shaky breath, but he could tell she was still wringing her hands in that tiny kitchen. That's good. Thank you for answering, Izuku. I worry about you too, especially after everything. And the news, Bakugo's mother is beside herself. They say he's still in surgery. Mitsuki called me crying. He hesitated, sympathy flickering in his chest, but only for his mother, never for Bakugo. I heard. Is there anything we can do? She sniffled, then rallied herself, her motherly tone back in force. Would you two be willing to visit Bakugo? I know things have never been easy between you boys, but it might mean a lot to his family. To Mitsuki, and I'd feel better knowing you're helping out. Izuku looked over at Toga, who arched a brow and mouthed, field trip. He tried to stifle a laugh. We can go, he said softly. Can Toga come, too? There was a moment of silence on the line. Then Inko sighed, the familiar hint of worry laced with acceptance. Of course she can. You're living together now. I know that. I'd rather you both be together, keep each other out of trouble. Just, please be polite. This is a hard time for everyone. He nodded, even though she couldn't see. We'll be on our best behavior, Mom. Promise. Toga stuck her tongue out, grinning wickedly as she mouthed, I'll try. Inko's voice softened. Thank you, Izuku. I just want what's best for you. Even if things are different now. Just let me know when you're heading out. And tell Toga I said hi. He smiled, warmth threading through the cold determination inside him. Will do. Love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie. Take care of each other, all right. The call ended with a quiet click. Izuku tossed the phone onto the bed and turned to Toga, who rolled onto her stomach and propped her chin on her fists. Your mom is sweet, she said, a dreamy fondness in her voice. She really worries about us. I bet she'd be an amazing villain mom, don't you think? Izuku laughed, unable to help himself. If she ever finds out what we're really up to, she'll have a heart attack. Toga rolled over, legs kicking in the air. So, hospital visit, or should we make a night of it first? I've got all this energy from the boxes. Feels like we should get our hands dirty. He grinned, stretching his new vest and feeling invincible. You're right, let's work off the adrenaline first. How about a little street cleaning, villain style? Her face lit up, eyes glowing gold. You mean, the beach? He nodded, and she leapt off the bed, hauling him to his feet with surprising strength. Let's make it a date, then. The worst kind of date. They pulled on their new gear, stashing knives, gadgets, and the sawed-off. The night was cool and a little damp as they slipped out, blending into the shadows and heading down toward Dagoba Beach. The old place was a mess, filled with mountains of plastic bottles, broken appliances, and city junk that had been festering for years. Toga kicked at a pile of rotting wood, wrinkling her nose. It's gross, but it's kind of romantic, too. All this garbage just waiting to be unleashed on the world. He snorted, rolling up his sleeves. Let's see how much trouble we can cause. They set to work, dragging broken refrigerators and crates out onto the street, appending overflowing trash cans, smashing glass, and scattering fast food wrappers across the sidewalk. Every so often, the system pinged quietly in his mind, villain points acquired. He could almost hear the city groaning as the filth began to spread. They left trails of bottles, graffitied the seawall with crude villain symbols, and tossed entire bags of garbage onto empty bus benches. Toga cackled, her laughter wild and echoing over the waves. You know, this is way more fun with you here. Last time I tried trashing the place by myself, it was just sad. Now, it feels like a revolution. Izuku grinned, feeling the rush of satisfaction deep in his bones. The system loves it, too. I got 1,000 points just for tonight. She flicked a strand of hair from her eyes, beaming. 500, not bad for a bit of creative pollution. Izuku nodded, gazing over the mounds of busted appliances and rain-warped wood. Tomorrow, we'll visit Bakugo, try to look respectable. He stretched, but before they could head out, something in the garbage pile caught his eye, a tangled mess of copper wire, the frame of an old microwave, batteries half buried in sand, and the gutted remains of what looked like an industrial breaker box. His mind flashed with possibility. The new skills the system had pumped into his veins, basic engineering, crafting, street-level overdrive, buzzed like static at his fingertips. Izuku crouched, plucking the copper wire and inspecting the busted electronics, piecing together how much he could salvage. Some of this stuff was old, but not useless. Toga cocked her head, confused. Babe, what are you doing? Looking for souvenirs? He smirked, cheeks flushed with excitement. Not exactly. With my new skills, this junk's basically treasure. Wiring, casing, batteries, I could make a remote detonator, or a signal jammer, maybe even a pipe bomb if I can find the right stuff. Just need gunpowder, but the rest? Yeah, I could definitely make something special. Her eyes widened, delight blossoming across her face. Really? That's hot. You're getting creative. She bounced on her toes, eager. Should we do it now? He hesitated, tucking some promising scraps into his bag. Not tonight. Too risky, too late. We'll come back, stock up when we've got more time. I want to plan it out, do it right. But it's a goldmine. He stood, brushing the sand from his knees and flashing her a conspiratorial grin. For now, let's do something crazy. Toga's lips curled, hungry and wild. What did you have in mind? He straightened, eyes glinting. There's a convenience store on the way home. And I just happen to have a shotgun, and you've got that pistol. Plus, these new clothes are perfect for hiding our faces. She practically vibrated, her laugh low and dangerous. Are you serious? He reached for her hand, pulling her close, his voice low with heat and adrenaline. Do you want to rob a convenience store with me? She grinned, wrapping her arms around his neck. Of course I want to. I want to prove I'm all in. I need to show the system, and you, that I'm ready. You've done so much for me already. Remember the Pomeranian. You've given me a reason to go further. He was swept up by her passion, feeling the kiss she pressed to his lips like a brand. Let's do it. Let's really do it. Hand in hand, they slunk back into the city, slipping between pools of neon and shadow until they reached the battered little convenience store squatting under a flickering sign. Izuku checked his phone, accessing the system's new hacker tools. A few quick swipes, and the cameras blinked out, their feeds quietly looping static. Toga entered first, blending in perfectly, just another tired girl out for late-night snacks, her hood pulled up, hands in her pockets, eyes scanning the aisles. She picked up a bottle of soda, then drifted toward the counter. Izuku followed, sauntering in with his face half hidden by the new Rakan vest's collar. He slid the shotgun from beneath his coat, leveling it at the wide-eyed clerk. The man's hand darted toward the alarm button, but Toga was faster. She slammed his wrist to the counter, twisting until he yelped in pain, then cracked his head against the register with a sharp, hollow thud. Izuku vaulted the counter, his breath coming in quick, sharp bursts as he popped the cash drawer and swept up the thick stacks of bills. He barely even registered the numbers. 300,000 yen, in crisp paper and coins. Behind him, Toga kept the clerk pinned, her gaze flat and predatory. Don't even think about it, she whispered, her voice pure ice. As Izuku stuffed the cash into his pack, Toga plucked a smoke pellet from her bracelet and winked. She tossed it at the clerk's feet. The store filled instantly with a rolling cloud of choking gray fog. They burst out the door, laughing and wild, vanishing into the night. Izuku checked his phone as they ran. No trace, the cameras wiped, the street empty behind them. His system dinged, sharp and triumphant, 2,000 villain points acquired. Toga checked hers and gasped, 2,000, Izuku. I've never gotten that much at once. He slowed, ducking into the woods where their shack awaited, adrenaline thrumming through him. Another alert flashed. Bonus, 2,000 villain points for loyalty. He stopped, doubled over, laughing. Look at that, we just hit the jackpot. Toga threw her arms around him, planting a fierce, hungry kiss on his cheek. We're unstoppable. The system loves us, maybe almost as much as I do. Izuku barely heard her. He grabbed the wad of stolen money from his bag and flung it across the battered mattress, letting it rain down in a scatter of crumpled bills and bright, mocking yen notes. Toga shrieked with delight, throwing herself into his arms, her mouth crashing against his with wild, desperate need. Their lips found each other in a fever, hot and greedy, tongues dancing, teeth clashing as hands tangled in hair and breath fogged the air between them. She straddled his lap, nails biting into his scalp as she pulled him even closer, her legs squeezing his hips. He groaned, loving every electric spark between their bodies, her skin, her scent, the wildness in her golden eyes. Izuku slid a hand down her back, gripping her tightly, his other hand wandering to her thigh, then her ass, squeezing possessively. Toga gasped, biting down on his lower lip before licking into his mouth, her own hand pushing up under his shirt, palm gliding over the hard lines of his stomach. Her nails traced circles over his skin, slow and deliberate, making him shudder and grind up against her. She broke the kiss just long enough to bite his neck, hard and playful, leaving a dark, angry mark. He moaned into it, head falling back, eyes rolling with pleasure. God, you're insane, he whispered, voice raw as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, trailing kisses and leaving his own constellation of bruises and marks. She giggled breathlessly, raking her fingers through his hair, tugging him closer. Don't stop, she whispered, I want everyone to see. I want them to know who I belong to. Her voice dropped, rough with longing and mischief. And who you belong to. He grinned, his voice rumbling in her ear. You're the only one who gets to touch me like this, Toga. The only one who ever will. He held her tighter, strong enough to make her squirm and gasp. The heat between them built, every movement stoking a fire neither wanted to put out. They finally parted, breathless and dizzy, eyes shining with adrenaline and lust. She lay sprawled across his chest, tracing lazy patterns over his bare skin as he caught his breath. What now? She asked, voice dreamy. We're getting bolder, Izuku. Next time, maybe we go after a bank. Or a hero agency. We could make a name for ourselves, bigger than all of them. He stroked her hair, fingers gentle now but his eyes sharp and thoughtful. You know, I always played it safe. Hid in the background, waited for things to change. But with you, with this power, the system, all the points, I feel like I can actually take risks. Like I could do something that matters. Make them all remember me. He kissed her again, slower this time, savoring every inch of her. Toga grinned, her fangs glinting in the low light. You've got the heart of a monster, Izuku. That's what makes you special. Not just some tragic little boy, not anymore. You're a villain now, and I'll be your number 2, forever. He cupped her face, pressing their foreheads together. Not number 2, we're equals. You and me, partners in everything. Whatever we do together. Tonight we just hit a store, but tomorrow, the whole city is wide open. He let the words hang between them, heavy with promise. He reached for the system's interface, pulling it up with a quick flick of his mind. 5,000 villain points burned in his account, hot with potential. Watch this, he whispered, the air sparking between them as he dumped every single point into his physical stat. His muscles tingled, skin buzzing, his arms feeling heavier and stronger in an instant. The stat marker ticked up, physical, 205. Next upgrade, 1,000 points. He flexed, feeling the raw new power flood his body. He grinned wickedly, gripping her wrist in a stronger, steel-tight hold that made her eyes widen and her breath hitch. Careful, he warned, voice low and dangerous. I might break you. She shivered, loving every hint of danger. You couldn't, she whispered, her fingers already working at the buttons of his shirt, her own clothes slipping away, piece by piece. You'd never let me go. He pulled her beneath him, their bodies tangling together, heat building in the dark. He kissed her throat, her collarbone, her chest, leaving new marks, his voice husky. Let's make tonight something special, Toga. Let's give the system a show it'll never forget. She arched up to meet him, eyes shining with hunger and love and absolute trust. Make me yours, Izuku. Let the world burn around us. I just want you. Next morning, the morning sunlight spilled through the battered window, painting golden stripes over tangled sheets and pale skin. Izuku woke slowly, Toga pressed close, her arm thrown possessively across his waist, their legs a knot beneath the thin blanket. The world was soft, almost silent but for the rhythmic thump of Toga's heartbeat and the distant caw of gulls above the city. For a while, he just lay there, breathing in the warmth and the scent of her skin, sharp and sweet, like copper and strawberries. The weight that had haunted him for years was gone. He felt lighter, not just physically but spiritually, as if last night had burned away every old fear, every chain Kachan or the world had tried to bind him with. He shifted, brushing hair from Toga's face, and she stirred, mumbling sleepily, "Don't go," her lips curled into a lazy grin. "Not unless you're making breakfast." Izuku grinned. "I was thinking about it. We should probably eat before we go." She snuggled closer, fingers tracing lazy circles over his chest. "Let's just stay here. Hospital visits can wait. I want you all to myself for one more hour." He kissed her forehead, heart thumping with the thrill of her affection and the reckless pride still burning in his veins. Last night had been wild. He remembered the money fluttering around them, the heat of her mouth on his, her voice in the dark, the bright flash of villain points ringing in his mind as their bodies tangled and the city spun on outside, completely unaware. He was a criminal now, a real villain. The thought didn't scare him. If anything, it felt like freedom. But duty, whatever kind of duty he had left, called him out of bed. He slipped free, pulling on his boxers and searching for his phone. The old device was nearly dead, notifications piling up. He flicked through news alerts and found the email from school, all classes cancelled until further notice. Campus closed for investigation. Izuku smirked, tossing the phone onto the nightstand. Looks like we've got the whole day. School's cancelled. Some idiot must have robbed a convenience store last night. Toga's laugh was husky, satisfied. Idiots, huh, I wonder who could have done that. He bent over, kissing her, and she caught his face between her hands, pulling him in for a longer, slower kiss that promised more for tonight. "I love you," she whispered fiercely, eyes shining. "I mean it, Izuku. I really, really love you." He blinked, feeling a shock of raw honesty and gratitude well up inside him. "I love you too. I don't think I'd be here without you." She propped herself on her elbows, grinning like a cat. "Damn right. Now get dressed, and I'll make you breakfast." He pulled on sweatpants and an old t-shirt, humming quietly as she rummaged through their scavenged groceries and started chopping vegetables with her new Tonto blade. The little shack smelled of fried eggs and onions in minutes, the sizzle blending with the bubbling kettle. Toga worked quickly, a natural in the kitchen, another thing the system had upgraded. She plated the food with a flourish, sliding a perfect omelet and a steaming cup of instant miso in front of him. Izuku took a bite and groaned with pleasure. "This is incredible. Seriously, Toga, if you ever give up crime, you could open a restaurant." She slid into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "We could rob all the best restaurants and steal their recipes. Gourmet villains. What do you think?" He laughed, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep and unburdened. "I think you're brilliant. I feel like I can breathe again. Last night, it felt like the whole world finally fell off my shoulders. It's like I've been underwater my whole life, and now I'm just floating. I don't know if it's the system or just you, but I never want to go back." She pressed her forehead to his. "You're free now. We're both free. No more hiding. No more bullies. No more pretending to be weak." Her tone darkened, but the spark in her eyes was all hope. "Let's never go back. Promise." He nodded. "Promise." They finished breakfast, lingering over coffee, trading soft kisses and snarky banter, letting the sun warm their battered shack as if it were any other couple's lazy Sunday morning. But under the surface, a hungry fire kept burning, one that wanted more than just survival. They got dressed for the city, opting for casual wear that wouldn't draw too many eyes. Izuku wore jeans and a simple navy hoodie, Toga a sundress with a battered jacket slung over her shoulders, her blonde hair tied in loose pigtails. She checked her knives twice, adjusted her smoke pellet bracelet, and slipped her stun ring on for good measure. "Never hurts to be prepared," she said, grinning at his approving nod. They left the shack, heading through the quiet woods to the nearest train station. The world felt different. Every face on the platform was just another extra in the story of their new lives. No one looked at them twice. No one suspected the two young lovers of being anything but ordinary. The city sped past outside, sunlight flashing off towers and rooftops as they made their way toward the hospital. By the time they arrived, it was late morning. The hospital's concrete courtyard was dotted with vending machines, tired benches, and a few nervous-looking nurses taking hurried smoke breaks. Out near the parking lot, Izuku spotted them immediately: Mitsuki Bakugo, eyes red-rimmed but fierce, and her husband Masaru, gentle-eyed and hollow-cheeked, both clutching paper coffee cups and eating goma senbei as if the act could keep them awake. Inko stood nearby, her face a mask of worry and hope. Izuku squeezed Toga's hand, leading her toward the group. His mother looked up first, a tired but genuine smile lighting her face. "There you are. Oh, Izuku, you brought Toga, thank you, sweetie." He hugged her, and Toga stepped in for a quick squeeze too. "Morning, Inko-san." Inko smiled warmly at Toga. "Good morning, dear. Thank you for coming. It means a lot." Mitsuki Bakugo glanced up, her exhaustion momentarily fading as she took in the sight of Izuku and Toga together. Well, Midoriya, you finally brought a friend. I was starting to think you were allergic to socializing." Izuku blinked, unused to this sort of almost friendly ribbing from Bakugo's mother. "Yeah, this is Toga Himiko. My girlfriend." Masaru, gentle and a bit awkward, offered a hand. "It's good to meet you, Toga. Izuku doesn't bring people around much. Glad he's got someone." Toga shook his hand, her smile bright and practiced. "Nice to meet you. I promise I'm not as crazy as I look." Mitsuki gave a snort, shooting Toga a shrewd, approving look. "You're already a step up from his last friends." She sipped her coffee. Izuku glanced around, feeling something missing. Are Sora and Takeshi coming? They used to hang out with Kachan, right?" Mitsuki's face fell into a mask of indifference. "I don't think they're coming. I tried calling their parents, but apparently the boys have other priorities, or maybe they're just avoiding all this drama. Who knows with kids these days?" Masaru gave his wife a tired look, then shrugged apologetically at Izuku. "Sorry, son, I think you and Toga are it for today." Izuku nodded, glancing down at the hot coffee in his hands, feeling an odd sense of closure. Once, he would have dreaded facing Bakugo's parents, or even just standing in their shadow, worried about their judgment. Now, with Toga beside him and the system humming at his back, he felt almost invincible. Inko cleared her throat, her voice soft and hopeful. "We're all just waiting for news. The doctors say Bakugo's stable, but it was close." Mitsuki's barely slept. Mitsuki rolled her eyes, though it was clear she was grateful for the company. "He's a tough kid, always has been. If he could survive that attitude, he can survive anything." Her tone was sharp, but beneath it was raw, motherly fear. Toga piped up, "Is there anything we can do to help? Do you need anything from inside?" Masaru smiled, genuinely touched. "That's kind of you. We're all right for now. Just good to have company. You two must be hungry. Want a snack?" Izuku shook his head, glancing at Toga, who shrugged. "We ate at home, but thank you." For a while, they stood together, the city humming around them, the hospital looming with its own silent gravity. The conversation meandered from idle talk, weather, the price of coffee, favorite brands of senbei, to careful inquiries about school, life, and how Izuku and Toga met. Inko beamed at every mention of her son's happiness, quietly proud. Finally, after a lull, Mitsuki asked, "So, Toga, how'd you meet my idiot son best friend?" Toga grinned, squeezing Izuku's hand tightly. "He found me when I needed it most. Pulled me out of a bad place. We've been together ever since. He's different from anyone I've ever met." Masaru looked at Izuku, pride and sympathy in his eyes. "You always were too soft for your own good. Glad you found someone who's got your back." Izuku shrugged, a sly smile touching his lips. Sometimes you have to break a few rules to get what you want. Mitsuki snorted. Just don't break anything in my hospital, you two. They all laughed, a real, honest sound. For a moment, it felt like the world outside, with its headlines and heroics and tragedies, had paused to let them just be. Inko squeezed Izuku's shoulder, whispering softly, "You're doing great, sweetie. I'm proud of you." Izuku looked at his mother, at Toga, at the small circle they'd built from pain and perseverance. For the first time, he truly believed it. This was his family now, messy, unconventional, but real. The nurse at the end of the hall raised an eyebrow as Izuku and Toga approached, but one look at their visitor passes and Mitsuki's nod let them through. The air was thick with antiseptic and the distant, staticky whine of machines, a far cry from the salty, lawless tang of last night's beach or the warm, wild freedom of their shack. Here, everything felt fragile and heavy. Room 416's door was cracked open. They could hear Bakugo's voice well before they reached it. A guttural shout, raw and unfiltered, echoing against tile and drywall. "I swear to God, if I ever get my hands on that red-haired banshee bitch, I'll rip her head off. She stabbed me. She actually." He paused, as if searching for a word foul enough to match his rage, then started swearing with creative energy. "She's fucking dead. Dead, you hear me?" Toga stifled a laugh, nudging Izuku in the ribs. "Sounds lively," she whispered, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Izuku pushed the door open gently. "Kachan, we're here to see you. And you sound full of energy." Bakugo lay propped against the headboard, hospital blankets bunched around his hips. His face was pale, eyes sunken but burning with that wild, stubborn fire Izuku knew so well. A thick bandage wrapped his side, stained faint pink. He glared at Izuku, then flicked his gaze to Toga, instantly suspicious. He grunted, "Deku. And, who the fuck is this?" Izuku tried to play it cool, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, the shadow of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "This is Toga, my girlfriend." Bakugo's expression did a complicated dance, confusion, disbelief, then outright suspicion. "Since when do you have a girlfriend? Is this a joke?" He narrowed his eyes at Toga, sizing her up. "She looks too normal for you. What, you get a discount at the psych ward, Deku?" Toga grinned, stepping up to Izuku's side and looping an arm around his waist. "No psych ward, just bad taste in boys." Bakugo made a noise somewhere between a laugh and a scoff. "Better taste than that red-haired maniac. I told the cops, I told everyone, she stabbed me for nothing." "Nothing." His voice rose, rattling the IV stand. "She's dead meat, and everyone just lets her walk around. Fucking useless heroes." Izuku tried to hide his smirk. "You know, I thought she was kind of intimidating. Guess she made an impression." "Impression?" Bakugo's voice cracked, half hysterical. "She left an impression in my ribs, that's what. If I see her again, I'll—" He curled his fingers into fists, as if he could strangle Reika with pure force of will, then winced as pain lanced through his side. Toga couldn't help herself. "Maybe she just wanted to get your attention. Maybe she thinks you're cute." Bakugo shot her a look so venomous it could have peeled paint. "Who asked you? You're weird as hell. Why do you talk like that?" He glanced at Izuku, almost pleading. "Is she really your girlfriend, Deku, or did she just follow you here from the train?" Izuku put on his best deadpan. "No, she lives with me. Mom's cool with it." Bakugo's jaw worked, chewing over that new world order. "Your mom is cool with it. Right, maybe you're both crazy." He eyed Toga for a long, silent moment, then shook his head. "No offense, but you give me the creeps. You've got the eyes, like you're gonna bite someone." He rubbed his shoulder absently. "You're not gonna bite me, are you?" Toga laughed, a real, high, ringing sound. "Not unless you ask nicely. But you're not really my type, Bakugo." Bakugo groaned. "Don't call me that. Only losers and idiots call me that." Izuku tried not to laugh. "How are you feeling, really?" Bakugo rolled his eyes, letting his head fall back against the pillows. "I'm pissed off and bored. It's just blood loss, nothing important. They said I gotta stay for a week. No organ damage, just missed anything that'd kill me. I'd be outta here by now if everyone wasn't so fucking dramatic." You know they brought in some hero from out of town just to check my stitches. Toga leaned over, peering at the IV drip. Hospital food any good? Bakugo snorted. It's shit. You want to know how bad it is? They gave me a sandwich yesterday and the bread was so stale I almost broke a tooth. I'd rather starve. Izuku grinned, catching Toga's eye. She makes a mean omelet. Maybe we'll smuggle you something next time. Bakugo eyed them both, brow furrowing. You two are seriously dating. I never thought you had it in you, Deku. I always figured you'd just fade away. Be a sidekick, you know. Like, not even the fun kind. More like the guy who brings coffee to the real heroes. Izuku shrugged. People change. Bakugo huffed. Yeah, well, people get stabbed, too. World's a shit show. He looked Toga over again, squinting. So what's your quirk, anyway? You look like the type to pull a knife on someone for fun. Toga smiled, showing a little too much tooth. I can blend in almost anywhere. People forget I'm even there. Bakugo grunted. That's not a quirk, that's just being boring. He jabbed a finger at Izuku. If she stabs you, don't come crying to me. I warned you. Toga giggled, squeezing Izuku's waist. If I stab him, it'll be for love. Don't worry. Bakugo rolled his eyes, exhausted but still defiant. Yeah, whatever. As long as you two are happy, or whatever. Just stay out of my way when I get out. And if you see that red-haired banshee bitch, tell her I'm looking for her. She's dead. Dead, you hear me? He thumped his fist on the bed for emphasis, wincing as his wound twinged. Izuku and Toga both broke into laughter, unable to help themselves. See, Toga said, eyes bright with amusement. He's recovering just fine. All that rage will heal him faster than any medicine. Izuku smiled, genuine warmth shining through. We'll leave you to your rest, Kachan. Try not to blow up the bed before you get discharged. Bakugo huffed, but the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't call me that, and get out before I make the nurses throw you out. As they turned to leave, Toga waved, fingers wiggling. Bye, Bakugo. Don't die before we come visit again. Bakugo glared at them both. Get lost, both of you, and take your creepy girlfriend with you. They slipped out into the hallway, laughter echoing behind them. Izuku could feel the change inside. He'd faced Bakugo and felt nothing but calm. No fear, no shame, no urge to cower or apologize. He had Toga by his side, and the world was finally wide open. The sharp scent of antiseptic faded as Toga and Izuku made their way back down the hospital's winding stairwell, the slap of their shoes echoing in the quiet hall. Just before they could reach the lobby, Mitsuki Bakugo caught up with them, waving with her free hand, her coffee cup sloshing dangerously. Mitsuki offered a tired but genuine smile. Hey, you two headed out already? Izuku nodded. Yeah, just wanted to check in before we go. Is Kachan going to be alright? Mitsuki gave a short, bracing laugh. He'll be fine. Kid's tougher than a 2-yen steak. Honestly, he's just hopped up on painkillers right now. He keeps muttering about that red-haired girl, like she's waiting to finish him off. She shook her head. Reika's locked up, but you know how he is. Always looking for a fight, even if it's a ghost. Izuku nodded thoughtfully, a half-smile tugging at his mouth. Ah, so that's why he was so mellow. For him, anyway. Toga snorted, trying, and failing, to hide her amusement. That was mellow. He was ready to jump out the window. Izuku grinned, looping an arm around Toga's waist. Believe me, you should see him on a normal day. This was downright gentle. Toga covered her mouth, stifling laughter. I can't wait to see him when he's actually mad. Maybe next time. Mitsuki smiled at their banter, then pulled them both in for a brisk, motherly hug. Thanks for visiting him, you two. You made his day, even if he won't admit it. Stop by again, yeah. Toga nodded, squeezing back. Promise. Hope you get some sleep, Mitsuki-san. Izuku echoed the sentiment, and together they waved her off as she disappeared back toward the elevators, her posture already sinking with exhaustion. The world outside the hospital felt brighter, less oppressive and artificial, when they stepped out into the sunlight. Izuku slid his hand into Toga's. Come on, let's head to the beach. A few train stops and a brisk walk later, the grimy sprawl of Dagoba Beach came into view, looking just as wild and chaotic as ever, mountains of garbage, gutted electronics, and old, rusted appliances glinting in the afternoon sun. Toga eyed the heaps of debris with something like delight. Are we raiding for invention parts? Izuku grinned, rolling up his sleeves. Exactly. There's gold in this garbage, if you know where to look. The next hour passed in a blur of scavenging. Izuku methodically picked through piles, grabbing copper wiring, circuit boards, busted phones, microwaves, and battered drone casings. Toga scampered between junk heaps, hauling out anything metallic or plastic with promise. With a bit of creative thinking, Izuku even folded together a crude paper cart, reinforced with scrap, to help them haul their loot back to the shack. Eventually, their hands stained and arms full, they headed back toward their home in the woods. The pile of scavenged treasure clattered along the dirt path, Toga occasionally stopping to stuff her pockets with interesting screws and bits of wire. At the shack, Izuku began sorting their haul on the old workbench. He handed Toga a list, handwritten, jagged with excitement. Think you can hit up these stores? I need the rest of these parts. Just a few odds and ends, resistors, a new soldering iron, some lithium batteries. The stuff I can't scavenge here. Toga's eyes sparkled. Ooh, a shopping list. Want me to play it subtle or dramatic? Izuku smirked. Whatever gets the job done. She leaned in for a quick kiss, then bounded off, list in hand, skipping lightly into the trees and vanishing with that uncanny, ghost-like grace. Izuku set to work, feeling the system's crafting upgrades humming beneath his skin, every movement sharper, every idea clear, as if his body remembered things his mind hadn't learned. A notification chimed at the edge of his vision. Mini shack upgrade unlocked, the crap shack. Workshop available. 1,000 points spent. As he selected the option, a second, smaller shack materialized in a shimmer of digital static right beside their original one. Corrugated metal and scavenged wood, faint electric lights flickering on over a real, sturdy workbench. Izuku grinned in satisfaction. Now we're getting somewhere. He loaded their cart into the new workspace, sorting everything by use, motors here, circuit boards there, wires in spools, screws and bolts in a battered toolbox. His computer whirred to life on the bench, the screen flickering as he started up his coding software. His fingers danced over the keyboard, lines of code spilling across the display as he typed faster than ever, the system's skills guiding his hands like a symphony. By the time Toga returned, arms full of shopping bags, Izuku was soldering delicate connections, assembling a tiny quadcopter drone with salvaged propellers and a camera lens no bigger than a button. Toga entered, breathless, her eyes wide. I got everything, and a few things that weren't on your list. Like these. She produced a bag of cheap gummy candies and waved it with pride. Izuku grinned, glancing up from his work. Perfect timing. Want to see something cool? She set down her haul, coming to watch over his shoulder, mouth agape. The drone's body was a patchwork of scavenged and new parts, a little Frankenstein's monster of tech. Izuku plugged in the final battery and the drone whirred to life, its blue lights blinking in sequence. He flipped open his phone, now wirelessly linked to the drone. Watch this. A custom app blinked into existence, a simple black interface with joystick controls and a live video feed from the drone's camera. Izuku nudged the slider, and the drone hovered upward, bobbing gently in the middle of the shack. Toga gasped, clapping her hands in delight. Izuku, that's amazing. Is it spying, or surveillance, scouting, maybe even deliveries, eventually? I added a micro claw, see? He pointed to the bottom of the drone, where a tiny gripping tool could pick up small items. We can use it to scope out a place before a job, watch for police, or send messages if we split up. She leaned closer, her breath warm on his ear as she watched the phone screen. You did all this in an hour. He shrugged, pride burning in his chest. The system makes it easier. Feels like muscle memory. I just know what to do. Like I've always known. Coding, soldering, building, stuff that would have taken me days before. She looked at him, utterly amazed. You're turning into a mad scientist. And a cute one, too. He blushed, focusing on landing the drone gently on the bench. It'll give us an edge. We need every advantage we can get. Heroes have their quirks. We have brains and tech, and each other. Toga beamed, looping her arms around his waist from behind. I love this. I love you. With you, anything feels possible. Next time, let's make something together. He covered her hands with his own, letting the quiet satisfaction of creation and partnership settle over him. Outside, the city hummed with danger and opportunity, but inside their little shack, Izuku felt invincible. He glanced at the glowing drone, the workbench stacked with promise, and Toga's delighted smile. For the first time, he didn't just feel like a villain. He felt like the future. And whatever they built next, they'd build together. 1 week later, a week slid by in the dark underbelly of the city. The shack had become a command post, a place for invention, plotting, healing, and the occasional whispered dream. Izuku felt the change every day. With every meal, every spar, every line of code, the world's weight lessened. He upgraded his stats again and again: physical, 217. Body, 216. Mind, 236. Charisma, 150, feeling himself harden and sharpen, muscle, will, and intellect all flowing together. Toga was growing, too, her stats marked by dangerous charm and deceptive power. Each night she honed herself with playful brutality: physical, 200. Body, 150. Mind, 105. Charisma, 205. They were evolving, rising villains in a city teeming with opportunity. Tonight, the world beneath the city pulsed with a different energy. The pit was a shrine to violence, ringed by steel rails and flickering bulbs. Its battered floor stank of blood and adrenaline. This was where desperate people came to become monsters, where villains howled and leered and let the chaos inside run free. Toga was a vision of playful menace, gliding through the crowd in her black cat suit, shiny, supple leather hugging her curves, cat ears and a tight mask lending her the look of a gothic trickster goddess. Her eyes shone with wicked delight through the slits, her mouth painted in a sly, confident smile as she worked the edge of the pit, handing out cards, each one bearing a cartoonish, fanged smile and a burner number. "Call if you want to stop being prey," she said, slipping a card to a one-eyed bruiser who'd lost a finger in last week's brawl. "Or if you want something more interesting than fists and teeth." The man looked her up and down, snorted, and slipped the card into his vest. Word was spreading. Izuku stood in the shadows, head bowed beneath the hoodie's cowl, black mask pulled tight over his face. The mosk's eyes glowed faintly red, and his mouth, a painted, razor-edged smile, gleamed beneath the lights. A thick black belt crossed his waist, pouches bristling with gadgets and folded origami. To the casual observer, he looked like a villain's ghost story come to life, half myth, half misfit. His mind spun as he watched the crowd. They recognized him now. Deku, a ghost of the ring, not infamous but no longer ignored. He'd come here once before, bruised and hopeful, desperate for a chance. He'd lost, bloodied and battered, but not forgotten. The old-timers whispered about the kid with spirit, the one who didn't stay down, who bled and kept grinning. Tonight, the pit was eager for a show. Next up, bronze tier. The announcer's voice, gravelly, manic, boomed over hidden speakers. "Back from the grave for a second shot, give it up for Deku." A murmur rippled through the crowd, rising to a scattered cheer as Izuku stepped into the light. He hopped the rail, landing with a thud at the center of the ring, his shadow stretching long and monstrous across the pitted concrete. The smell of sweat, blood, and smoke filled his nostrils. This was his world now. A hulking figure dropped into the pit across from him, Goru, the four-armed behemoth. Scars crisscrossed his chest and face, muscles bulging under rough, stained skin. He flexed all four arms with an audible pop and cracked his thick neck, eyes glinting with hunger. The crowd's chant twisted, growing rowdy: "Goru! Goru! Goru!" Izuku smiled under his mask, black paper already snaking down his wrists, folding and snapping into gauntlets. "So, Goru," he called, voice echoing off concrete, ready for round two. "Been a while." Goru grinned, showing too many teeth. "Didn't think you'd come back after last time, kid. Thought maybe you learned to stay down." Izuku shrugged, taking a loose fighter's stance, weight on the balls of his feet. "I've been busy, but I needed a warm-up. Hope you're up for it." Goru spat at his feet, the spit dark with old blood. "You got mouth. Maybe I break that first." They circled, boots scraping on concrete, the crowd pressing closer. Then the bell, a sharp, blaring klaxon. The fight was on. Goru lunged, all 4 fists flying, swinging with monstrous speed. Izuku weaved right, a blur of motion, feeling the wind rush past his ears as the fists missed by inches. Goru's lower right fist clipped his shoulder, drawing a red line of pain, but Izuku barely flinched. He countered with a brutal 1-2, black paper gauntlets cracking against Goru's jaw, snapping the giant's head to the side. Blood splattered the floor. The crowd roared. Goru bellowed, swinging his lower left fist in a savage uppercut. Izuku ducked, letting the punch slice the air, then drove his knee into Goru's ribs. The air exploded from the big man's lungs. Goru grunted and grabbed for Izuku, but the kid melted away, moving too fast, always a step ahead. The next exchange was savage. Goru drove him back with a relentless barrage, 4 fists pounding, battering Izuku's forearms and chest. Every hit felt like a car crash, every blow bruising bone and muscle. But Izuku's mind was sharp. He blocked with paper shields, conjuring them in a blur to absorb the worst of the impacts. Blood spattered his lips as one glancing blow caught his jaw, but he grinned, spitting crimson at Goru's feet. "Is that all?" he taunted, darting in with a hook that left another gash above Goru's eyebrow. Goru howled, grabbing Izuku by the arm and slamming him into the ground, concrete dust exploding around them. Pain blazed up Izuku's back, but adrenaline, and the system, kept him on his feet. He twisted out of Goru's grip, sweeping the giant's legs with a brutal kick that toppled him to one knee. The crowd screamed as Izuku pounced, raining blows down on Goru's skull and shoulders. Blood poured, painting Izuku's fists and the floor in slick, ugly streaks. Goru fought back, roaring, his massive fists hammering Izuku's ribs and back, trying to crack him open. But Izuku was relentless, dodging, blocking, countering with every brutal trick the weak had taught him. The crowd was amazed, looking at the scrawny kid that lost brutally, back with a vengeance putting up an amazing fight. The audience was chattering, people asking if that was the same boy. The veterans that saw his first fight were generally shocked, the others were just cheering. Paper shields flashed, gauntlets split and reformed, blood dripped from knuckles and jaws. Izuku's mask was splattered crimson, his hoodie torn and stained. He gripped Goru's wrist, wrenching it until bones popped, then slammed his elbow into the giant's face, breaking his nose with a wet crunch. Goru sagged, gasping, but still swinging. Izuku danced back, then surged forward with a flying knee, catching Goru under the chin and knocking him flat. For a heartbeat, the pit was silent. Then Izuku stepped forward, gripped Goru's shoulder, and drove his fist down in one final, devastating blow. Goru slumped, motionless, blood pooling under his head. The crowd erupted, howling, stomping, fists pumping the air. They wanted violence, and they got it. Izuku stood over Goru's battered form, chest heaving, blood running down his arms. He turned slowly, raising his chin to the ring of faces above. Every eye was on him. He cracked his neck with a sharp pop, then grinned. "If you ever need a job done, or want someone in your corner, call me." He flicked his wrists, and black paper exploded from his sleeves, transforming into a flurry of business cards that rained over the crowd. Each one bore his signature grin and a burner number. "My business card," he shouted. "Don't be shy. 2,000 villain points acquired." The villains surged forward, grabbing for cards as Izuku vaulted straight up, landing lightly on the edge of the pit. He darted around the outer ring, almost a shadow, cloak snapping in the stale air. Hands reached for him, some to shake, others to test, but he was too fast, gone before anyone could grab him. Toga met him at the far end, her mask gleaming, eyes dancing with glee as she tucked her last card into a hulking bruiser's palm. "That was amazing," she squealed, grabbing Izuku's hand. "You looked like a demon down there." He smiled, wiping blood from his chin. "I feel like one. Goru put up a fight, but I'm getting better. Stronger, smarter." She hugged him tight, ignoring the blood and sweat. "Let's get you cleaned up, champion. Then we celebrate." They vanished into the shadows, the business cards fluttering through the crowd like dark confetti. In the pit, Goru groaned and tried to rise, the echo of Izuku's victory, his transformation from underdog to something dangerous, rippling outward, seeding the rumor mill and planting the seeds of a new legend. Beneath the city, in the stink and violence of the pit, Deku had arrived. And everyone knew his name. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.